Section 1 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anthony Ogus. Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. Section 1. The Model of Sorrows. Chapter 1. How I found the model. I cannot pretend that my ambition to paint the man of sorrows had any religious inspiration, though I fear my dear old dad at the parsonage at first took it as a sign of awakening grace. And yet as an artist I have always been loath to draw a line between the spiritual and the beautiful, for I have ever held that the beautiful has in it the same infinite element as forms the essence of religion. But I cannot explain very intelligibly what I mean, for my brush is the only instrument through which I can speak. And if I am here paradoxically proposing to use my pen to explain what my brush failed to make clear, it is because the criticism with which my picture of the man of sorrows has been assailed drives me to this attempt at verbal elucidation. My picture, let us suppose, is half articulate. Perhaps my pen can manage to say the other half, especially as this other half mainly consists of things told me and things seen. And in the first place let me explain that the conception of the picture which now hangs in its gilded frame is far from the conception with which I started, was in fact the ultimate stage of an evolution, for I began with nothing deeper in my mind than to image a realistic Christ, the Christ who sat in the synagogue of Jerusalem or walked about the shores of Galilee. As a painter in love with a modern, it seemed to me that despite the innumerable representations of him by the masters of all nations, few, if any, had sought their inspiration in reality. Each nation had unconsciously given him its own national type, and though there was a subtle truth in this, for what each nation worshipped was truly the God made over again in its own highest image, this was not the truth after which I was seeking. I started by rejecting the blonde, beardless type which Da Vinci and others have imposed upon the world. For Christ, to begin with, must be a Jew. And even when in the course of my researches for a Jewish model I became aware that there were blonde types too, these seemed to me essentially Teutonic. A characteristic of the Oriental face, as I figured it, was a sombre majesty, as of the rabbis of Rembrandt, the very antithesis of the ruddy gods of Walhalla. The characteristic Jewish face must suggest more of the Arab than of the Goth. I do not know if the lay reader understands how momentous to the artist is his model, how dependent he is on the accident of finding his creation already anticipated, or at least shadowed forth, in nature. To me, as a realist, it was particularly necessary to find in nature the original, without which no artist can ever produce those subtle nuances which give the full sense of life. After which, if I say that my aim is not to copy, but to interpret and transfigure, I suppose I shall again seem to be self-contradictory. But that, again, must be put down to my fumbling pen strokes. Perhaps I ought to have gone to Palestine in search of the ideal model, but then my father's failing health kept me within a brief railway run of the parsonage. Besides, I understood that the dispersion of the Jews everywhere made it possible to find Jewish types anywhere, and especially in London, to which flowed all the streams of the exile. But long days of hunting in the Jewish quarter left me despairing. I could find types of all the apostles, but never of the Master. Running down one weekend to Brighton to recuperate, I joined the church parade on the lawns. It was a sunny morning in early November, and I admired the three great even stretches of grass, sea and sky, making up a picture that was unspoiled even by the stuccoed boarding houses. The parasols fluttered amid the vast crowd of promenaders like a swarm of brilliant butterflies. I noted with amusement that the church parade was guarded by beadles from the intrusion of the ill-dressed, and the spectacle of overdressed Jews, paradoxically partaking in it, reminded me of the object of my search. In vain my eye roved among these. Their figures were strangely lacking in the dignity and beauty which I had found among the poorest. Suddenly I came upon a sight that made my heart leap. There, squatting oddly enough on the pavement curve of a street opposite the lawns, sat a frowsy, gabardine Jew. Vividly set between the tiny green cockleshell hat on his head and the long uncombed black beard was the face of my desire. The head was bowed towards the earth. It did not even turn towards the gay crowd, as if the mere spectacle was beadle barred. I was about to accost this strange creature, who sat there so immovably, when a venerable Royal Academician, who resides at Hove, came towards me with hearty hand outstretched, and bore me along in the stream of his conversation and geniality. I looked back yearningly. It was as if the Academy was dragging me away from true art. "I think, if you don't mind, I'll get that old chap's address," I said. He looked back and shook his head in laughing reproof. "Another study in dirt and ugliness? Oh, you youngsters!" My heart grew hot against his smug satisfaction with his own conventional patterns and prettinesses. "Behind that ugliness and dirt I see the Christ," I retorted. I certainly did not see him in the church parade. "Have you gone on the religious lane now?" he asked, with a burst of his bluff laughter. "No, but I'm going," I said, and turned back. I stood pretending to watch the gay parasols, but furtively studying my Jew. Yes, in that odd figure, so strangely seated on the pavement, I had chanced on the very features, the haunting sadness and mystery of which I had been so long in quest. I wondered at the simplicity with which he was able to maintain a pose so essentially undignified. I told myself I beheld the East squatted broodingly as on a divan, while the West paraded with parasol and prayer book. I wondered that the beadles were unobservant of him. Were they content with his abstention from the holy ground of the church parade, and the less sacred seats on the promenade without? Or would they, if their eyes drew towards him, move him on from further profaning those frigidly respectable windows and stuccoed portals? At last I said, "Good morning," and he rose hurriedly and began to move away uncomplainingly, as one used to being hounded from everywhere. "Guten Morgen," I said in German, with a happy inspiration. For in my futile search in London I had found that a corrupt German called Yiddish usually provided a means of communication. He paused, as if reassured. "Good Morgen," he murmured, and then I saw that his stature was kingly, like that of the sons of Anak, and his manner a strange blend of majesty and humility. "Pardon me," I went on in my scrupulously worst German. "May I ask you a question?" He made a curious movement of acquiescence, compounded of a shrug and a slight uplifting of his palms. "Are you in need of work?" "And why do you wish to know?" he replied, answering, as I had already found was the Jewish way, one question by another. "I thought I could find you some," I said. "Have you scrolls of the law for me to write?" he replied incredulously. "You are not even a Jew." "Still there may be something," I replied. "Let us walk along." I felt that the beadle's eye was at last drawn to us both, and I hurried my model down a side street. I noticed he hobbled as if footsore. He did not understand what I wanted, but he understood £1 a week, for he was starving. And when I said he must leave Brighton for London, he replied, awestruck, "It is the finger of God," for in London were his wife and children. His name was Israel Quarrier, his country Russia. The picture was begun on Monday morning. Israel Quarrier's presence dignified the studio. It was thrilling and stimulating to see his noble figure and tragic face. The head drooped humbly, the beard like a prophet's. "It is the finger of God," I too murmured, and fell to work exalted. I worked for the most part in rapt silence. Perhaps the model's silence was contagious. But gradually through the days I grew to communion with his shy soul, and piecemeal I learnt his sufferings. I give his story, so far as I can, in his own words, which I often paused to take down when they were characteristic. Chapter 2. The Model's Story. I came here because Russia had grown intolerable to me. All my life, and during the lives of my parents, we Quarriers had been innkeepers, and thereby earned our bread. But Russia took away our livelihood for herself, and created a monopoly. Thus we were left destitute. So what could I do with a large family? Of London and America I had long heard as places where they had compassion on foreigners. They are not countries like Russia, where truth exists not. Secondly, my children also worried me greatly. They are females, all the 5, and a female in Russia, however beautiful, good and clever she be, if she have no dowry, has to accept any offer of marriage, however uncongenial the man may be. These things conspired to drive me from Russia. So I turned everything into money, and realised 350 roubles. People had told me that the whole journey to London should cost us 200 roubles, so I concluded I should have 150 roubles with which to begin life in the new country. It was very bitter to me to leave my fatherland, but as the moujik says, necessity brings everything. So we parted from our friends with many tears. Little had we thought we should be so broken up in our old age. But what else could I do in such a wretched country? As the moujik says, if the goat doesn't want to go to market, it is compelled to go. So I started for London. We travelled to Izota on the Austrian frontier. As we sat at the railway station there, wondering how we were going to smuggle ourselves across the frontier, in came a benevolent-looking Jew with a long venerable beard, 2 very long earlocks, and a girdle round his waist, washed his hands ostentatiously at the station tap, prayed aloud the usher Yotze with great fervour, and on finishing his prayer looked every one expectantly in the eyes, and all responded Amen. Then he drew up his coat sleeve with great deliberation, extended his hand, gave me an effusive Shalom Aleichem, and asked me how it went with me. Soon he began to talk about the frontier. Said he, as you see me, an ish kosher, a richly correct man, I will do you a kindness, not for money, but for the sake of the mitzvah, good deed. I began to smell a rat, and thought to myself, how comes it that you know I want the frontier? Your kindness is suspicious, for as the mujik says, the devil has guests. But if we need the thief, we cut him down, even from the gallows. Such a necessary rascal proved Elzas Cazalia. I asked him how much he wanted to smuggle me across. He answered thus: I'll see that you're a clever or respectable man, so look upon my beard and earlocks, and you will understand that you'll receive fair treatment from me. I want to earn a mitzvah, good deed, and a little money thereby. Then he cautioned me not to leave the station and go out into the street, because in the street were to be found Jews without beards, who would inform on me and give me up to the police. The world does not contain a sea of Cazalias, said he. Would that it did not contain even that one. Then he continued, shake out your money on the table, and we will see how much you have, and I will change it for you. Oh, said I want first to find out the rate of exchange. When Cazalia heard this, he gave a great spring and shrieked, Hoi, hoi! On account of Jews like you, the Mashiach, Messiah, can't come, and the redemption of Israel is delayed. If you go out into the street, you will find a Jew without a beard who will charge you more, and even take all your money away. I swear to you, as I should wish to see Mashiach ben David, that I want to earn no money. I only desire your good, and so to lay up a little mitzvah in heaven. Thereupon I changed my money with him. Afterwards I found that he had swindled me to the extent of 15 roubles. Elzas Cazalia is like to the Russian forest robber, who waylays even the peasants. We began to talk further about the frontier. He wanted 80 roubles, and swore by his kosher Yiddishkeit, richly pure Judaism, that the affair would cost him 75. Thereupon I became sorely troubled, because I had understood it would only cost us 20 roubles for all of us, and so I told him. Said he, if you seek others with short beards, they will take twice as much from you. But I went out into the street to seek a second murderer. The second promised to do it cheaper, said that Cazalia was a robber, and promised to meet me at the railway station. Immediately I left, Elzas Cazalia, the kosher Jew, went to the police and informed them that I and my family were running away from Russia and were going to London, and we were at once arrested and thrown bag and baggage into a filthy cell, lighted only by an iron grating in the door. No food or drink was allowed us, as though we were the greatest criminals. Such is Russian humanity, to starve innocent people. The little provender we had in a bag scarcely kept us from fainting with hunger. On the second day, Cazalia sent 2 Jews with beards. Suddenly I heard the door unlock, and they appeared, saying, "We have come to do you a favour, but not for nothing. If your life and the lives of your family are dear to you, we advise you to give the police 70 roubles, and we want 10 roubles for our kindness, and you must employ Cazalia to take you over the frontier for 80 roubles. Otherwise the police will not be bribed. If you refuse, you are lost." Well, how could I answer? How could one give away the last kopeck and arrive penniless in a strange land? Every rouble taken from us was like a piece of our life. So my people and I began to weep and to beg for pity. "Have compassion," we cried. Answered they, "In a frontier town compassion dwells not. Give money. That will bring compassion." And they slammed the door, and we were locked in once more. Tears and cries helped nothing. My children wept agonizedly. "Oh, truth, truth! Russia, Russia, how scurvily you handle the guiltless! For an unenlightened land to be thus!" "Father, father," the children said, "give away everything, so that we die not in this cell of fear and hunger." But even had I wished, I could do nothing from behind barred doors. Our shouting was useless. At last I attracted a warder who was watching in the corridor. "Bring me a Jew," I cried. "I wish to tell him of our plight." And he answered, "Hold your peace if you don't want your teeth knocked out. Recognise that you are a prisoner. You know well what is required of you." Yes, I thought, my money or my life. On the third day our sufferings became almost insupportable, and the Russian cold seized on our bodies, and our strength began to fail. We looked upon the cell as our tomb, and on Cazalia as the angel of death. Here it seemed we were to die of hunger. We lost hope of seeing the sun. For well we know Russia. Who seeks truth finds death more easily. As the Russian proverb says, if you want to know truth, you will know death. At length the warder seemed to take pity on our cries, and brought again the 2 Jews. "For the last time we tell you, give us money, and we will do you a kindness. We have been seized with compassion for your family." So I said no more, but gave them all they asked. And Elsass Cazalia came and said to me rebukingly, "It is a characteristic of the Jew never to part with his money unless chastised." I said to Elsass Cazalia, "I thought you were an honourable, pious Jew. How could you treat a poor family so?" He answered me, "An honourable, pious Jew must also make a little money." Thereupon he conducted us from the prison, and sent for a conveyance. No sooner had we seated ourselves than he demanded 6 roubles. Well, what could I do? I had fallen among thieves, and must part with my money. We drove to a small room, and remained there 2 hours, for which we had to pay 3 roubles, as the preparations for our crossing were apparently incomplete. When we finally got to the frontier, in this case a shallow river, they warned us not even to sneeze, for if the soldiers heard we should be shot without more ado. I had to strip in order to wade through the water, and several men carried over my family. My 2 bundles, with all my belongings, consisting of clothes and household treasures, remained, however, on the Russian side. Suddenly a wild disorder arose. The soldiers! The soldiers! Hide, hide! In the bushes! In the bushes! When all was still again, though no soldiers became visible, the men went back for the baggage, but brought back only 1 bundle. The other, worth over 100 roubles, had disappeared. Wailing helped nothing. Cazalia said, "Hold your peace. Here too dangers lurk." I understood the game, but felt completely helpless in his hands. He drove us to his house, and our remaining bundle was deposited there. Later, when I walked into the town, I went to the rabbi and complained. Said he, "What can I do with such murderers? You must reconcile yourself to the loss." I went back to my family at Cazalia's house, and he cautioned me against going into the street. On my way I had met a man who said he would charge 28 roubles each for our journey to London. So Cazalia was evidently afraid I might yet fall into honester hands. Then we began to talk with him of London, for it is better to deal with the devil you know than the devil you don't know. Said he, "It will cost you 33 roubles each." I said, "I have had an offer of 28 roubles, but you I will give 30. "Howie, howie," shrieked he. "On a Jew a lesson is lost. It is just as at the frontier. You wouldn't give 80 roubles, and it cost you double. You want the same again. One daren't do a Jew a favour." So I held my peace and accepted his terms, but I saw I should be 25 roubles short of what was required to finish the journey. Said Cazalia, "I can do you a favour. I can borrow 25 roubles on your luggage at the railway, and when you get to London you can repay." And he took the bundle and conveyed it to the railway. What he did there I know not. He came back and told me he had done me a turn. This time it seemed a good one. He then took envelopes and placed in each the amount I was to pay at each stage of the journey. So at last we took train and rode off, and in each place I paid the dues from its particular envelope. The children were offered food by our fellow passengers, though they could only take it when it was kosher, and this enabled us to keep our pride. There was one kind Jewess from Lemberg with a heart of gold and delicious rings of sausages. When we arrived at Leipzig, they told me the amount was 12 marks short. So we missed our train, not knowing what to do, as I had now no money whatever but what was in the envelopes. The officials ordered us from the station. So we went out and walked about Leipzig. We attracted the suspicion of the police, and they wanted to arrest us. But we pleaded our innocence, and they let us go. So we retired into a narrow dark street, and sat down by a blank wall, and told each other not to murmur. We sat together through the whole rainy night, the rain mingling with our tears. When day broke, I thought of a plan. I took 12 marks from the envelope containing the ship's money, and ran back to the station and took tickets to Rotterdam, and so got to the end of our overland journey. When we got to the ship, they led us all into a shed like cattle. One of the Cazalia conspirators, for his arm reaches over Europe, calls us into his office and said, "How much money have you?" I shook out the money from the envelopes on the table. Said he, "The amount is 12 marks short." He had had advices, he said, from Cazalia, that I would bring a certain amount, and I didn't have it. "Here you can stay tonight. Tomorrow you go back." So he played on my ignorance, for I was paying at every stage in excess of the legal fares, but I knew not what powers he had. Every official was a possible disaster. We hardly lived till the day. Then I began to beg him to take my tallis and tefillin, praying shawl and phylacteries, for the 12 marks. Said he, "I have no use for them. You must go back." With difficulty I got his permission to go out into the town, and took my tallis and tefillin, and went into a shul synagogue, and I begged someone to buy them. But a good man came up, and would not permit the sale. He took out 12 marks, and gave them to me. I begged him to give me his address, that I might be able to repay him. Said he, "I desire neither thanks nor money." Thus was I able to replace the amount lacking. We embarked without a bit of bread or a farthing in money. We arrived in London at 9 o'clock in the morning, penniless and without luggage, whereas I had calculated to have at least 150 roubles and my household stuff. I had a friend's address, and we all went to look for him, but found that he had left London for America. We walked about all day till 8 o'clock at night. The children could scarcely drag along from hunger and weariness. At last we sat down on the steps of a house in Well-Close Square. I looked about and saw a building which I took to be a shul synagogue, as there were Hebrew posters struck outside. I approached it. An old Jew with a long grey beard came to meet me and began to speak with me. I understood soon what sort of person he was, and turned away. This Mohammed, converted Jew, persisted, tempting me sorely with offers of food and drink for the family and further help. I said, "I want nothing of you, nor do I desire your acquaintance." I went back to my family. The children sat crying for food. They attracted the attention of a man, Baruch Sezanski, 25 Ship Alley, and he went away, returning with bread and fish. When the children saw this, they rejoiced exceedingly, and seized the man's hand to kiss it. Meanwhile darkness fell, and there was nowhere to pass the night. So I begged the man to find me a lodging for the night. He led us to a cellar in Ship Alley. It was pitch black. They say there is a hell. This may or may not be, but more of a hell than the night we passed in this cellar one does not require. Every vile thing in the world seemed to have taken up its abode therein. We sat the whole night sweeping the vermin from us. After a year of horror, as it seemed, came the dawn. In the morning entered the landlord and demanded a shilling. I had not a farthing, but I had a leather bag which I gave him for the night's lodging. I begged him to let me a room in the house. So he let me a small back room upstairs, the size of a table, at 3 and 6pence a week. He relied on our collecting his rent from the kind-hearted. We entered the empty room with joy and sat down on the floor. We remained the whole day without bread. The children managed to get a crust now and again from other lodgers. But all day long they cried for food, and at night they cried because they had nothing to sleep on. I asked our landlord if he knew of any work we could do. He said he would see what could be done. Next day he went out and returned with a heap of linen to be washed. The family set to work at once, but I'm sure my wife washed the things less with water than with tears. Oh, Cazalia! We washed the whole week, the landlord each day bringing bread and washing. At the end of the week he said, "You have worked out your rent and have nothing to pay." I should think not, indeed. My eldest daughter was fortunate enough to get a place at a tailor's for 4 shillings a week, and the others sought washing and scrubbing. So each day we had bread, and at the end of the week rent. Bread and water alone formed our sustenance, but we were very grateful all the same. When the holidays came on, my daughter fell out of work. I heard a word slack. I inquired, what is the meaning of the word slack? Then my daughter told me that it means schlecht, bad. There is nothing to be earned. Now what should I do? I had no means of living. The children cried for bread and something to sleep on. Still we leave somehow till Rosh Hashanah, New Year, hoping it would indeed be a new year. It was Erev Yom Tov, the day before the holiday, and no washing was to be had. We struggled as before death. The landlord of the house came in. He said to me, "Aren't you ashamed? Can't you see your children have scarcely strength to live? Why have you not compassion on your little ones? Go to the charity board. There you will receive help." Believe me, I would rather have died. But the little ones were starving, and their cries wrung me. So I went to a charity board. I said, weeping, "My children are perishing for a morsel of bread. I can no longer look upon their sufferings." And the board answered, "After Yom Tov we will send you back to Russia." But meanwhile, I answered, the children want food. Whereupon one of the board struck a bell, and in came a stalwart angel of death, who seized me by the arm so that it ached all day, and thrust me through the door. I went out, my eyes blinded with tears, so that I could not see where I went. It was long before I found my way back to Ship Alley. My wife and daughters already thought I had drowned myself for trouble. Such was our plight the eve of the Day of Atonement, and not a morsel of bread to take in the fast with. But just at the worst, a woman from next door came in and engaged one of my daughters to look after a little child during the fast, while she was in the synagogue, at a wage of 10p, paid in advance. With joy we expended it all on bread, and then we prayed that the Day of Atonement should endure long, so that we could fast long and have no need to buy food. For as the Mujik says, if one had no mouth, one could wear a golden coat. I went to the Jews' free school, which was turned into a synagogue, and passed the whole day in tearful supplication. When I came home at night, my wife sat and wept. I asked her why she wept. She answered, "Why have you led me to such a land where even prayer costs money, at least for women?" The whole day I went from one shul to another, but they would not let me in. At last I went to the shul of the Sons of the Soul, where pray the pious Jews, with beards and earlocks, and even there I was not allowed in. The heathen policeman begged for me, and said to them, "Shame on you not to let the poor woman in." The Gabbai, treasurer, answered, "If one hasn't money, one sits at home." And my wife said to him, weeping, "My tears be on your head," and went home and remained home the whole day weeping. With a woman, Yom Kippur is a wonder-working day. She thought that her prayers might be heard, that God would consider her plight if she wept out her heart to him in the shul. But she was frustrated, and this was perhaps the greatest blow of all to her. Moreover, she was oppressed by her own brethren, and this was indeed bitter. If it had been the Gentile, she would have consoled herself with the thought, we are in exile. When the fast was over, we had nothing but a little bread left to break our fast on, or to prepare for the next day's fast. Nevertheless, we sorrowfully slept. But the wretched day came again, and the elder children went out in the street to seek parnosa, employment, and found scrubbing that brought in 9p. We bought bread and continued to live further. Likewise we obtained 3 shillings worth of washing to do, and were as rich as Rothschild. When Sukkos, tabernacles, came, again no money, no bread, and I went about the streets the whole day to seek for work. When I was asked what handicraftsman I was, of course I had to say I had no trade, for foolishly enough, among the Jews in my part of Russia, a trade is held in contempt, and when they wish to hold one up to scorn, they say to him, "Anybody can see you're a descendant of a handicraftsman." I could write holy scrolls indeed, and keep an inn, but what availed these accomplishments? As I found I could obtain no work, I went into the shul of the Sons of the Soul. I seated myself next a man, and we began to speak. I told him of my plight. Said he, "I will give you advice. Call on our rabbi. He's a very fine man." I did so. As I entered, he sat in company with another man, holding his lulav and esrog, palm and citron. "What do you want?" I couldn't answer him. My heart was so oppressed. But suddenly my tears gushed forth. It seemed to me help was at hand. I felt assured of sympathy, if of nothing else. I told him we were perishing for want of bread, and asked him to give me advice. He answered nothing. He turned to the man and spoke concerning the tabernacle and the citron. He took no further notice of me, but left me standing. So I understood he was no better than Elzas Katzalia, and this is a rabbi. As I saw I might as well have talked to the wall, I left the room without a word from him. As the Mujik would say, sad and bitter is the poor man's lot. It is better to lie in the dark tomb and not to see the sunlit world than to be a poor man and be compelled to beg for money. I came home where my family was waiting patiently for my return with bread. I said, good Yontef, weeping, for they looked scarcely alive, having been without a morsel of food that day. So we tried to sleep, but hunger would not permit it, but demanded his due. Hunger, you old fool, why don't you let us sleep? But he refused to be talked over. So we passed the night. When day came, the little children began to cry, Father, let us go, we will beg bread in the streets, we die of hunger, don't hold us back. When the mother heard them speak of begging in the street, she swooned, whereupon arose a great clamour among the children. When at length we brought her to, she reproached us bitterly for restoring her to life. I would rather have died than hear you speak of begging in the streets, rather see my children die of hunger before my eyes. This speech of the mother caused them to forget their hunger, and they sat and wept together. On hearing the weeping, a man from next door, Gershon Catcall, came in to see what was the matter. He looked around, and his heart went out to us. So he went away and returned speedily with bread and fish and tea and sugar, and went away again, returning with 5 shillings. He said, "This I lend you." Later he came back with a man, Nathan Beck, who inquired into our story and took away the 3 little ones to stay with him. Afterwards, when I called to see them in his house in St. George's Road, they hid themselves from me, being afraid I should want them to return to endure again the pangs of hunger. It was bitter to think that a stranger should have the care of my children, and that they should shun me as one shuns a forest robber. After Yontef, I went to Grumbach, the shipping agent, to see whether my luggage had arrived, as I had understood from Cazalia that it would get here in a month's time. I showed my pawn ticket and inquired concerning it. Said he, "Your luggage won't come to London, only to Rotterdam. If you like, I will write a letter to inquire if it is at Rotterdam, and how much money is due to redeem it." I told him I had borrowed 25 roubles on it. Whereupon he calculated that it would cost me £4 6 shillings, including freight, to redeem it. But I told him to write and ask. Some days later a letter came from Rotterdam, stating the cost at 83 roubles, £8 13 shillings, irrespective of freight dues. When I heard this I was astounded, and I immediately wrote to Cazalia, "Why do you behave like a forest robber, giving me only 25 roubles where you got 83? Answered he, "Shame on you to write such a letter. Haven't you been in my house, and see what an honourable Jew I am? Shame on you. To such men as you one can't do a favour. Do you think there are a sea of Cazalias in the world? You're all thick-headed. You can't read a letter. I only took 54 roubles on the luggage. I had to recoup myself because I lost money through sending you to London. I calculated my loss and only took what was due to me." I shewed the letter to Grumbach, and he wrote again to Rotterdam, and they answered that they know nothing of a Cazalia. I must pay the £8 13 shillings if I wanted my bundle. Well, what was to be done? The weather grew colder. Hunger we had become inured to, but how could we pass the winter nights on the bare boards? I wrote again to Cazalia, but received no answer whatever. Day and night I went about asking advice concerning the luggage. Nobody could help me. And as I stood thus in the middle of the sea, word came to me of a Landsman, countryman, I had once helped to escape from the Russian army, in the days when I was happy and had still my inn. They said he had a great business in jewellery on a great high road, in front of the sea, in a great town called Brighton. So I started off at once to talk to him, 2 days' journey, they said, for I knew he would help, and if not he, who? I would come to him as his Sabbath guest. He would surely fall upon my neck. The first night I slept in a barn with another tramp, who pointed me the way. But because I stopped to earn 6d. by chopping wood, lo, when Sabbath came, I was still 12 miles away, and durst not profane the Sabbath by walking. So I lingered that Friday night in a village, thanking God I had at least the money for a bed, though it was sinful even to touch my money. And all next day, I know not why, the street boys called me a goy, heathen, and a fox, goy fox, goy fox, and they let off fireworks in my face, so I had to wander in the woods around, keeping within the Sabbath radius, and when the 3 stars appeared in the sky, I started for Brighton. But so footsore was I came there only at midnight, and could not search. And I sat down on a bench. It was very cold, but I was so tired. But the policeman came and drove me away. He was God's messenger, for I should perchance have died. And a drunken female with a painted face told him to let me be, and gave me a shilling. How could I refuse? I slept again in a bed, and on the Sunday morning I started out and walked all down in front of the sea. But my heart grew sick, for I saw the shops were shut. At last I saw a jewellery shop, and my lundsman's name over it. It sparkled with gold and diamonds, and little bills were spread over it. Great sale, great sale. Then I went joyfully to the door, but lo, it was bolted. So I knocked and knocked, and at last a woman came from above, and told me he lived in that road in Hove, where I found indeed my Redeemer, but not my lundsman. It was a great house, with steps up and steps down. I went down to a great door, and there came out a beautiful heathen female with a shining white cap on her head and a shining white apron, and she drove me away. "Guy Fawkes was yesterday," she shouted with wrath, and slammed the door on my heart. And I sat down on the pavement without, and I became a pillar of salt, all frozen tears. But when I looked up, I saw the angel of the Lord. End of section 1. Section 2 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. Chapter 3. The picture evolves. Such was my model's simple narrative, the homely realism of which appealed to me on my most imaginative side, for through all its sordid details stood revealed to me the tragedy of the wandering Jew. Was it Heine or another who said, "The people of Christ is the Christ of peoples"? At any rate, such was the idea that began to take possession of me as I painted away at the sorrow-haunted face of my much-tried model, to paint not the Christ that I had started out to paint, but the Christ incarnated in a race, suffering. And who knew that he did not suffer over again, in its passion? Yes, Israel Quarrier could still be my model, but after another conception altogether. It was an idea that called for no change in what I had already done, for I had worked mainly upon the head, and now that I purposed to clothe the figure in its native gabardine, there would be little to redraw. And so I fell to work with renewed intensity, feeling even safer now that I was painting and interpreting a real thing than when I was trying to reconstruct retrospectively the sacred figure that had walked in Galilee. And no sooner had I fallen to work on this new conception than I found everywhere how old it was. It appeared even to have scriptural warrant, For from a brief report of a historical theological lecture by a Protestant German professor, I gleaned that many of the passages in the prophets which had been interpreted as pointing to a coming Messiah really applied to Israel, the people. Israel it was whom Isaiah, in that famous 53rd chapter, had described as despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows. Israel it was who bore the sins of the world. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter. Yes, Israel was the man of sorrows. And in this view the German professor, I found, was only re-echoing rabbinic opinion. My model proved a mine of law upon this, as upon so many other points. Even the Jewish expectation of the Messiah he had never shared, he said, that the Mashiach would come riding upon a white ass. Israel would be redeemed by itself, though his neighbours would have called the sentiment Epicurean. "Whoever saves me is my Mashiach," he declared suddenly, and plucked at my hand to kiss it. "Now you shock me," I said, pushing him away. "No, no," he said. "I agree with the word of the mujik. The good people are God." "Then I suppose you are what is called a Zionist," I said. "Yes," he replied. "Now that you have saved me, I see that God works only through men. As for the Mashiach on the white ass, they do not really believe it, but they won't let another believe otherwise. For my own part, when I say the prayer, 'Blessed be thou who restorest the dead to life,' I always mean it of you." Such oriental hyperbolic gratitude would have satisfied the greediest benefactor, and was infinitely in excess of what he owed me. He seemed unconscious that he was doing work, journeying punctually long miles to my studio in any and every weather. It is true that I early helped him to redeem his household gods, but could I do less for a man who had still no bed to sleep in? My recovery of the Rotterdam bundle served to unveil further complications. The agents at the East End charged him 3 shillings and 6pence per letter, and conducted the business with a fine legal delay. But it was not till Cazalia was eulogized by one of these gentry as a very fine man, that both the model and I grew suspicious that the long chain of roguery reached even unto London, and that the confederates on this side were playing for time, so that the option should expire, and the railway sell the unredeemed luggage, which they would doubtless buy in cheap, making another profit. Ultimately Quarrier told me his second daughter, for the eldest was blind of one eye, was prepared to journey alone to Rotterdam as the safest way of redeeming the goods. Admiring her pluck, I added her fare to the expenses. One fine morning Israel appeared, transfigured with happiness. "When does man rejoice most?" he cried. "When he loses and finds again." "Ah, then you have got your bedding at last," I cried, now accustomed to his methods of expression. "I hope you slept well." "We could not sleep for blessing you," he replied unexpectedly. "As the psalmist says, 'All my bones praise the Lord.'" Not that the matter had gone smoothly even now. The Cazalia gang at Rotterdam denied all knowledge of the luggage, sent the girl to the railway, where the Jews had now mounted to £10 6s. Again the cup was dashed from her lips, for I had only given her £9. But she went to the rabbi, and offered, if he supplied the balance, to repledge the Sabbath silver candlesticks that were the one family heirloom in the bundle, and therewith repay him instantly. While she was pleading with him, in came a noble Jew, paid the balance, lodged her and fed her, and saw her safely on board with the long-lost treasures. Chapter 4. I become a sorter. As the weeks went by, my satisfaction with the progress I was making was largely tempered by the knowledge that after the completion of my picture, my model would be thrown again on the pavement, and several times I fancy I detected him gazing at it sadly, as if watching its advancing stages with a sort of hopeless fear. My anxiety about him and his family grew from day to day, but I could not see any possible way of helping him. He was touchingly faithful, anxious to please, and uncomplaining either of cold or hunger. Once I gave him a few shillings to purchase a second-hand pair of top boots, which were necessary for the picture, and these he was able to procure in the Ghetto Sunday market for a minute sum, and he conscientiously returned me the balance, about 2/3. I happened to have sold an English landscape to Sir Asher Ahrensberg, the famous philanthropist and picture buyer of Middleton, then up in town in connection with his parliamentary duties, and knowing how indefatigably he was in touch with the London Jewish Charities, I inquired whether some committee could not do anything to assist Quarrier. Sir Asher was not very encouraging. The man knew no trade. However, if he would make application on the form enclosed, and answer the questions, he would see what could be done. I saw that the details were duly filled in, the ages and sex of his 5 children, etc. But the committee came to the conclusion that the only thing they could do was to repatriate the man. "Return to Russia!" cried Israel in horror. Occasionally I inquired if any plan for the future had occurred to him. But he never raised the subject of his difficulties of his own accord, and his very silence, born, as it seemed to me, of the majestic dignity of the man, was infinitely pathetic. Now and again came a fitful gleam of light. His second daughter would be given a week's work for a few shillings by his landlord, a working master tailor in a small way, from whom he now rented 2 tiny rooms on the top floor. But that was only when there was an extra spasm of activity. His half-blind daughter would do a little washing, and the landlord would allow her the use of the backyard. At last, one day, I found he had an idea, and an idea, moreover, that was carefully worked out in all its details. The scheme was certainly a novel and surprising one to me, but it shewed how the art of forcing a livelihood amid impossible circumstances had been cultivated among these people, forced for centuries to exist under impossible conditions. Briefly, his scheme was this. In the innumerable tailors' workshops of his district, great piles of cuttings of every kind and quality of cloth accumulated, and for the purchase of these cuttings a certain competition existed among a class of people known as piece sorters. The sale of these cuttings by weight and for cash brought the master tailors a pleasant little revenue, which was the more prized as it was a sort of perquisite. The masters were able to command payment for their cuttings in advance, and the sorter would call to collect them week by week as they accumulated, till the amount he had advanced was exhausted. Quarrier was set up as a piece sorter, and thus be able to employ his daughters too. The whole family would find occupation in sorting out their purchases, and each quality and size would be readily saleable as raw material, to be woven again into the cheaper woollen materials. Through the recommendation of his countrymen, there were several tailors who had readily agreed to give him the preference. His own landlord in particular had promised to befriend him, and even now was allowing his cuttings to accumulate at some inconvenience, since he might have had ready money for them. Moreover, his friends had introduced him to a very respectable and honest sorter, who would take him into partnership, teach him, and allow his daughters to partake in the sorting if he could put down £20. His friends would jointly advance him 8 on the security of his silver candlesticks, if only he could raise the other 12. This promising scheme took an incubus off my mind, and I hastened, somewhat revengefully, to acquaint the professional philanthropist, who had been so barren of ideas, with my intention to set up Quarrier as a peace sorter. "Ah," Sir Asher replied, unmoved, "then you'd better employ my man Con. He does a good deal of this sort of work for me. You will find Quarrier a partner and professor." "But Quarrier has already found a partner," I explained the scheme. "The partner will cheat him. £20 is ridiculous. £5 is quite enough. Take my advice and let it all go through Con. If I wanted my portrait painted, you wouldn't advise me to go to an amateur. By the way, here are the £5, but please don't tell Con I gave them. I don't believe the money will do any good, and Con will lose his respect for me." My interest in piece sorting, an occupation I had never even heard of before, had grown abnormally, and I had gone into the figures and quantities. So many hundredweights, purchased at 15 shillings, sorted into lots and sold at various prices, with as thoroughgoing an eagerness as if my own livelihood were to depend upon it. I confess I was now rather bewildered by so serious a difference of estimate as to the cost of a partnership, but I was inclined to set down Sir Asher's scepticism to that pessimism which is the penalty of professional philanthropy. On the other hand, I felt that whether the partnership was to cost £5 or 20, Quarrier's future would be safer from Gonzalius under the auspices of Sir Asher and his Con. So I handed the latter the £5 and bade him find Quarrier a guide, philosopher and partner. With the advent of Con, all my troubles began, and the picture passed into its third and last stage. I soon elicited that Quarrier and his friends were rather sorry Con had been introduced into the matter. He was alleged to favour some people at the expense of others, and to be not at all popular among the people amid whom he worked. And altogether it was abundantly clear that Quarrier would rather have gone on with the scheme in his own way, without official interference. Later Sir Asher wrote to me direct that the partner put forward by the Quarrier faction was a shady customer. Con had selected his own man, but even so there was little hope Quarrier's future would be thus provided for. There seemed moreover a note of suspicion of Quarrier sounding underneath, but I found comfort in the reflection that to Sir Asher my model was nothing more than the usual applicant for assistance, whereas to me, who had lived for months in daily contact with him, he was something infinitely more human. Spring was now nearing. I finished my picture early in March, after 4 months' strenuous labour, shook hands with my model, and received his blessing. I was somewhat put out at learning that Con had not yet given him the £5 necessary to start him, as I had been hoping he might begin his new calling immediately the sittings ended. I gave him a small present to help tide over the time of waiting. But that tragic face on my own canvas remained to haunt me, to ask the question of his future, and few days elapsed ere I found myself starting out to visit him at his home. He lived near Ratcliffe Highway, a district which I found had none of that boisterous marine romance with which I had associated it. The house was a narrow building of at least the 16th century, with a number marked up in chalk on the rusty little door. I happened to have stumbled on the Jewish Passover. Quarrier was called down, evidently astonished and unprepared for my appearance at his humble abode, but expressed pleasure and led me up the narrow steep stairway, whose ceiling almost touched my head as I climbed up after him. On the first floor, the landlord, in festal raiment, intercepted us, introduced himself in English, which he spoke with pretentious inaccuracy, and, barring my further ascent, took possession of me, and led the way to his best parlour, as if it were entirely unbecoming for his tenant to receive a gentleman in his attic. He was a strapping young fellow, full of acuteness and vigour, a marked contrast to Quarrier's drooping, dignified figure, standing silently nearby, and radiating poverty and suffering all the more in the little old panelled room, elegant with a big carved walnut cabinet, and gay with crow moss and stuffed birds. Effusively the master tailor painted himself as the champion of the poor fellow, and protested against this outside partnership that was being imposed on him by the notorious Con. He himself, though he could scarcely afford it, was keeping his cuttings for him, in spite of tempting offers from other quarters, even of £1 a sack. But of course he didn't see why an outsider foisted upon him by a philanthropic factotum should benefit by this goodness of his. He discoursed to me in moved terms of the sorrows and privations of his tenants in their 2 tiny rooms upstairs. And all the while Quarrier preserved his attitude of drooping dignity, saying no syllable except under special appeal. The landlord produced a goblet of rum and shrub for the benefit of the high-born visitor, and we all clinked glasses, the young master tailor beaming at me unctuously as he set down his glass. "I love company," he cried, with no apparent consciousness of impudent familiarity. I returned, however, to my central interest in life, the peace sorting. It occurred to me afterwards that possibly I ought not to have insisted on such a secular subject on a Jewish holiday, but after all the landlord had broached it, and both men now entered most cordially into the discussion. The landlord started repeating his lament. What a pity it would be if Quarrier were really forced to accept Con's partner, when Quarrier timidly blurted out that he had already signed the deed of partnership, though he had not yet received the promised capital from Con, nor spoken over matters with the partner provided. The landlord seemed astonished and angry at learning this, pricking up his ears curiously at the word signed, and giving Quarrier a look of horror. "Signed!" he cried in Yiddish. "What hast thou signed?" At this point the landlord's wife joined us in the parlour, with a pretty child in her arms and another shy one clinging to her skirts, completing the picture of felicity and prosperity, and throwing into greater shadow the attic to which I shortly afterwards climbed my way up the steep airless stairs. I was hardly prepared for the depressing spectacle that awaited me at their summit. It was not so much the shabby fusty rooms, devoid of everything save a couple of mattresses, a rickety wooden table, a chair or two, and a heap of Passover cakes, as the unloveliness of the 3 women who stood there, awkward and flushing, before their important visitor. The wife and mother was dwarfed and black-wigged. The daughters were squat, with tallow-coloured round faces, vaguely suggestive of Caucasian peasants, while the sightless eye of the elder lent a final touch of ugliness. How little my academic friends know me, who imagine I am allured by the ugly! It is only that sometimes I see through it a beauty that they are blind to. But here I confess I saw nothing but the ghastly misery and squalor, and I was oppressed almost to sickness as much by the scene as by the atmosphere. "May I open a window?" I could not help inquiring. The genial landlord who had followed in my footsteps rushed to anticipate me, and when I could breathe more freely I found something of the tragedy that had been swallowed in the sordidness. My eye fell again on the figure of my host, standing in his drooping majesty, the droop being now necessary to avoid striking the ceiling with his kingly head. Surely a pretty wife and graceful daughters would have detracted from the splendour of the tragedy. Israel stood there, surrounded by all that was mean, yet losing nothing of his regal dignity. Indeed, the man of sorrows. Ere I left, I suddenly remembered to ask after the 3 younger children. They were still with their kind benefactor, the father told me. "I suppose you'll resume possession of them when you make your fortune by the peace sorting?" I said. "God grant it," he replied. "My bowels yearn for that day." Against my intention I slipped into his hand the final £7 I was prepared to pay. "If your partnership scheme fails, try again alone," I said. His blessings pursued me down the steep staircase. His womankind remained shy and dumb. When I got home I found a telegram from the parsonage. My father was dangerously ill. I left everything and hastened to help nurse him. My picture was not sent in to any exhibition. I could not let it go without seeing it again, without a last touch or two. When some months later I returned to town, my first thought, inspired by the sight of my picture, was how Quarrier was faring. I left the studio and telephoned to Sir Asher Ahrensburg at the London office of his great Middleton business. "That," his contempt penetrated even through the wires, "smashed up long ago, just as I expected." And the sneer of the professional philanthropist vibrated triumphantly. I was much upset, but ere I could recover my composure, Sir Asher was cut off. In the evening I received a note saying Quarrier was a rogue who had to flee from Russia for illicit sale of spirits. He had only 2, at most 3, elderly daughters. The 3 younger girls were a myth. For a moment I was staggered. Then all my faith in Israel returned. Those 3 children a figment of the imagination? Impossible. Why, I remembered countless little anecdotes about these very children, told me with the most evident fatherly pride. He had even repeated the quaint remarks the youngest had made on her return home from her first morning at the English school. Impossible that these things could have been invented on the spur of the moment. No, I could not possibly doubt the genuineness of my model's spontaneous talk, especially as in those days he had had no reason for expecting anything from me, and he had most certainly not demanded anything. And then I remembered that tragic passage describing how these 3 little ones, sheltered and fed by a kindly soul, hid themselves when their father came to see them, fearing to be reclaimed by him to hunger and cold. If Quarrier could invent such things, he was indeed a poet, for in the whole literature of starvation I could recall no better touch. I went to Sir Asher. He said that Quarrier, challenged by Con to produce these children, had refused to do so, or to answer any further question. I found myself approving of his conduct. A man ought not to be insulted by such absurd charges, I said. Sir Asher merely smiled and took up his usual unshakable position behind his impregnable wall of official distrust and pessimism. I wrote to Quarrier to call on me without delay. He came immediately, his head bowed, his features careworn and full of infinite suffering. Yes, it was true, the peace sorting had failed. For a few weeks all had gone well. He had bought cuttings himself, had given the partner thrust upon him by Con various sums for the same purpose. They had worked together, sorting in a cellar rented for the purpose, of which his partner kept the key. So smoothly had things gone that he had felt encouraged to invest even the reserve £7 I had given him. But when the cellar was full of their common stock, and his own suspicions had been lulled by the regular division of the profits, 17 shillings per week for each, one morning, on arriving at the cellar to start the day's work, he found the place locked, and when he called at the partner's house for an explanation, the man laughed in his face. Everything in the cellar now belonged to him, he claimed, insisting that Quarrier had eaten up the original capital and his share of the profits besides. "Besides, it never was your money," was the rogue's ultimate argument. "Why shouldn't I profit too by the Christian's simplicity?" Con blindly believed his own man, for the transactions had not been recorded in writing, and it was only a case of Quarrier's word against the partner's. It was the latter who in his venomous craft had told Con the younger children did not exist. But thank heaven his quiver was not empty of them. He had blissfully taken them home when prosperity began, but now that he was again face to face with starvation, they had returned to his hospitable countryman, Nathan Beck. "You're sure you could absolutely produce the little ones?" He looked grieved at my distrusting him. My faith in his probity was, he said, with dignity, the one thing he valued in this world. I dismissed him with a little to tide him over the next week, thoroughly determined that the man's good name should be cleared. The crocodile partner must disgorge, and the eyes of my benevolent friend and of Con must be finally opened to the injustice they had unwittingly sanctioned. Again I wrote to my friend. As usual, Sir Asher replied kindly and without a trace of impatience. Would I get some intelligible written statement from Quarrier as to what had taken place? So, at my request, Quarrier sent me a statement in quaint English, probably the landlord's, alleging specifically that the partner had detained goods and money belonging to Quarrier to the amount of £7 9 shillings and 5pence, and had assaulted him into the bargain. When the partner was threatened with police court proceedings, he had defied Quarrier with the remark that Mr. Con would bear out his honesty. Quarrier could give as references to show that he was an honest man and had made a true statement as to the number of his children, 7 Russians named, who would attest that the partner provided by Con was well known as a swindler. Though he was starving, Quarrier refused to have anything further to say to Con. Quarrier further referred to his landlord, who would willingly testify to his honesty. But being afraid of Con, and not inclined to commit himself in writing, the landlord would give his version verbally. Against this statement my philanthropic friend had to set another as made by the partner. Quarrier, according to this, had received the £5 direct from Con, and had handed over niggardly sums to the partner for the purchase of goods, to wit, 2 separate sums of £1 each, of which he returned to Quarrier 33 shillings from sales, while Quarrier only gave him as his share of the profits for the whole of the 5 weeks the sum of 17 shillings, instead of the minimum of 10 shillings each week that had been arranged. The partner insisted further that he had never handled any money, of which Quarrier had always retained full control, and that all the goods in the cellar at the time of the quarrel were only of the value of 10 shillings, to which he was entitled, as Quarrier still owed him 33 shillings. Moreover, he was willing to repeat in Quarrier's presence the lies the latter had tried to persuade him to tell. As to the children, he challenged Quarrier to produce them. In vain I attempted to grapple with these conflicting documents. My head was in a whirl. It seemed to me that no judicial bench, however eminent, could, from the bare materials presented, probe to the bottom of this matter. The arithmetic of both parties was hopelessly beyond me. The names of the witnesses introduced showed that there must be 2 camps, and that certainly Quarrier was solidly encamped amid his advisers. The whole business was taking on a most painful complexion, and I was torn by conflicting emotions, and swayed alternately by suspicion and confidence. How sift the false from the true amid all this tangled mass? And yet mere curiosity would not leave me content to go to my grave not knowing whether my model was Apostle or Annise. I too must then become a rag sorter, dabbling amid dirty fragments. Was there a black rag, and was there a white, or were both rags parti-coloured? To take only the one point of the children, it would seem a very simple matter to determine whether a man has 5 daughters or 2. And yet the more I looked into it, the more I saw the complexity. Even if 3 little girls were produced for my inspection, It was utterly impossible for me to tell whether they really were the models. Nor was it open to me to repeat the device of Solomon and have them hacked in two to see whose heart would be moved. And then, if Israel's story was false here, what of the rest? Was Cazalia also a myth? Did the second daughter ever go to Hamburg? Was the landlord's detaining me in the parlour a ruse to gain time for the attics to be emptied of any comforts? Where were the silver candlesticks? These and other questions surged up torturingly. But I remembered the footsore figure on the Brighton pavement. I remembered the months he had practically lived with me, the countless conversations, and as the man of sorrows rose reproachful before me from my own canvas, with his noble bowed head, my faith in his dignity and probity returned unbroken. I called on Sir Asher. I had to go to the House of Commons to find him, and his practical mind quickly suggested the best course in the circumstances. He appointed a date for all parties, himself, myself, Con, the two partners, and any witnesses they might care to bring, to appear at his office. But above all, Quarrier must bring the three children with him. On getting back to my studio, I found Quarrier waiting for me. He was come to pour out his heart to me, and to complain that all sorts of underhand inquiries were being directed against him, so that he scarcely dared to draw breath, so thick was the air with treachery. He was afraid that his very friends, who were anxious not to offend Con and Sir Asher, might turn against him. Even his landlord had threatened to kick him out, as he had been unable to pay his rent the last week or two. I told him he might expect a letter asking him to attend at Sir Asher's office, that I should be there, and he should have an opportunity of facing his swindling partner. He welcomed it joyfully, and enthusiastically promised to obey the call and bring the children. I emptied my purse into his hand. There were £3 or £4, and he promised me that, quite apart from the old tangle, he could now as an expert set up as a peace sorter himself. And so his kingly figure passed out of my sight. The next document sent me in this cause célèbre was a letter from Con to announce that he had made all arrangements for the great meeting. Sir Asher's private room in his office will be placed at the disposal of the inquiry. The original application form filled up by Quarrier clearly condemns him. The partner will be there, and I have arranged for Quarrier's landlord to appear if you think it necessary. I may add that I have very good reason to believe that Quarrier does not mean to appear. I fancy he is trying to wriggle out of the appointment. I at once wrote a short note to Quarrier, reminding him of the absolute necessity of appearing with the children, who should be even kept away from school. I reproduce the exact reply. Dear Sir, referring to your welcome letter, I gratify you very much for the trouble you have taken for me, but I am sorry to tell you that I refuse to go before the committee according you arranged to, as I received a letter without any name, threatening me that I should not dare to call for the committee to tell the truth, for I will be put into mischief and trouble. It is stated also that the same gentleman does not require the truth. He helps only those he likes to. So I will not call and wish you, my dear gentleman, not to trouble to come. Therefore, if you wish to assist me in somehow, is very good, and I will certainly gratify you, and if not, I will have to do without it, and will have to trust the Almighty. So kindly do not trouble about it, as I do not wish to enter a risk. I remain your humble and grateful servant, Israel Quarrier. P.S. Last Wednesday a man called on my landlord and asked him some secrets about me, and told him at last that I shall have to state according I will be commanded to, and not as I wish. I enclose you herewith the same letter I received. It is written in Jewish. Please not to shew it to any one, but to tear it at once, as I would not trust it to any other one. I would certainly call at the office and follow your advice, but my life is dearer, so you should not trouble to come. I fear already I gratify you for kind help till now. In the future you may do as you wish. Chapter 5. Last stage of all. This letter seemed decisive. I did not trouble Mr. Con to English the Yiddish epistle. My imagination saw too clearly Quarrier himself dictating its luridly romantic phraseology. Such counterplots, coils, treasons and stratagems in so simple a matter. How Quarrier could even think them plausible I could not at first imagine, and with my anger was mingled a flush of resentment at his low estimate of my intellect. After reflection instructed me that he wrote as a Russian, to whom apparently nothing medieval was strange. But at the moment I had only the sense of outrage and trickery. All these months I had been fed upon lies. Day after day I had been swathed with them as with feathers. I had so pledged my reputation as a reader of character that he would appear with his 3 younger children, bear every test, and be triumphantly vindicated. And in that moment of hot anger and wounded pride, I had almost slashed through my canvas and mutilated beyond redemption that kingly head. But it looked at me sadly with its sweet majesty, and I stayed my hand, almost persuaded to have faith in it still. I began multiplying excuses for Quarrier, figuring him as misled by his neighbours, more skilled than he in playing upon philanthropic heartstrings. He had been told, doubtless, that 2 daughters made no impression upon the flinty heart of bureaucratic charity, that in order to soften it one must increase and multiply. He had got himself into a network of falsehood, from which, though his better nature recoiled, he had been unable to disentangle himself. But then I remembered how even in Russia he had pursued an illegal calling, how he had helped a friend to evade military service, and again I took up my knife. But the face preserved its reproachful dignity, seemed almost to turn the other cheek. Illegal calling. No, it was the law that was illegal, the cruel, impossible law that in taking away all means of livelihood had contorted the Jew's conscience. It was the country that was illegal, the cruel country whose frontiers could only be crossed by bribery and deceit, the country that had made him cunning like all weak creatures in the struggle for survival. And so gradually softer thoughts came to me, and less unmingled feelings. I could not doubt the general accuracy of his melancholy wanderings between Russia and Rotterdam, between London and Brighton. And were he spotless as the dove, that only made surer the blackness of Cazalia and the partner, his brethren in Israel and in the exile. And so the new man of sorrows shaped himself to my vision, and, taking my brush, I added a touch here and a touch there, till there came into that face of sorrows a look of craft and guile. And as I stood back from my work, I was startled to see how nearly I had come to a photographic representation of my model. For those lines of guile had indeed been there, though I had eliminated them in my confident misrepresentation. Now that I had exaggerated them, I had idealized, so to speak, in the reverse direction. And the more I pondered upon this new face, the more I saw that this return to a truer homeliness and a more real realism did but enable me to achieve a subtler beauty. For surely here at last was the true tragedy of the people of Christ, to have persisted sublimely, and to be as sordidly perverted, to be king and knave in one, to survive for 2000 years the loss of a fatherland and the pressure of persecution, only to wear on its soul the yellow badge which had defaced its garments. For to suffer 2,000 years for an idea is a privilege that had been accorded only to Israel, the soldier of God. That were no tragedy, but an heroic epic, even as the prophet Isaiah had prefigured. The true tragedy, the saddest sorrow, lay in the martyrdom of an Israel unworthy of his sufferings. And this was the Israel, the high tragedian in the comedy sock, that I tried humbly to typify in my Man of Sorrows. End of the Model of Sorrows. End of section 2. Section 3 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ogus. Anglicization. 1. Even in his provincial days at Sudminster, Solomon Cohen had distinguished himself by his Anglican mispronunciation of Hebrew and his insistence on a minister who spoke English and looked like a Christian clergyman. And he had set a precedent in the congregation by docking the E of his patronymic. There are many ways of concealing from the Briton your shame in being related through a pedigree of 3,000 years to Aaron, the high priest of Israel, and Cohen is one of the simplest and most effective. Once taken to this task by a pietist, Solomon defended himself by the quibble that Hebrew has no vowels. But even this would not account for the whittling away of his Solomon. S. Cohen was the insignium over his clothing establishment. Not that he was anxious to deny his Jewishness. Was not the shop closed on Saturdays? He was merely anxious not to obtrude it. "When we are in England, we are in England," he would say with his Talmudic sing-song. S. Cohen was indeed a personage in the seaport of Sudminster, and his name had been printed on voting papers, and what is more, he had at last become a town councillor. Really the citizens liked his staunch adherence to the ancient faith, evident so tangibly by his Sabbath shutters. Even the Christian clothiers bore him goodwill, not suspecting that S. Cohen's Saturday losses were more than counterbalanced by the general impression that a man who sacrificed business to religion would deal more fairly by you than his fellows. And his person too had the rotundity which the ratepayer demands. But twin with his town councillor's pride was his pride in being gabbe, treasurer, of the little synagogue tucked away in a back street, in which for 4 generations prayer had ebbed and flowed as regularly as the tides of the sea, with whose careless rovers the worshippers did such lucrative business. The synagogue, not the sea, was the poetry of these eager traffickers. Here they wore phylacteries and waved palm branches and did other picturesque things which in their utter ignorance of Catholic or other ritual they deemed unintelligible to the heathen and a barrier from mankind. Very imposing was Solomon Cohen in his official pew under the reading platform, for there is nothing which so enhances a man's dignity in the synagogue as the consideration of his Christian townsmen. That is one of the earliest stages of Anglicization. 2. Mrs. Cohen was a pale image of Mr. Cohen, seeing things through his gold spectacles and walking humbly in the shadow of his greatness. She had dutifully borne him many children, and sat on the ground for such as died. Her figure refused the Jewess's tradition of opulency, and remained slender as though repressed. Her work was manifold and unceasing, for besides her domestic and shop womanly duties, she was necessarily a philanthropist, fettered with Jewish charities as the Gabbe's wife, tangled with Christian charities as the consort of the town councillor. In speech she was literally his echo, catching up his mistakes indeed, admonished by him of her slips in speaking the counsellor's English. He had had the start of her by 5 years, for she had been brought from Poland to marry him through the good offices of a friend of hers, who saw in her little dowry the nucleus of a thriving shop in a thriving port. And from this initial inferiority she never recovered, 5 milestones behind on the road of Anglicization. It was enough to keep down a more assertive personality than poor Hannah's. The mere danger of slipping back unconsciously to the banned Yiddish put a curb upon her tongue. Her large dark eyes had a dog-like look, and they were set pathetically in a sallow face that suggested ill health, yet immense staying power. That S. Cohn was a bit of a bully can scarcely be denied. It is difficult to combine the offices of Gabbai and Town Councillor without a self-satisfaction that may easily degenerate into dissatisfaction with others. Least endurable was S. Cohn in his religious rigidity, and he could never understand that pietistic exercises in which he found pleasure did not inevitably produce ecstasy in his son and heir. And when Simon was discovered reading the Pirates of Pekili, dexterously concealed in his prayer book, the boy received a strapping that made his mother wince. Simon's breakfast lay only at the end of a long volume of prayers, and having ascertained by careful experiment the minimum of time his father would accept for the gabbling of these empty oriental sounds, he had fallen back on penny numbers to while away the hungry minutes. The quartering and burning of these tales in an avenging fireplace was not the least of the reasons why the whipped youth wept, and it needed several pieces of cake, maternally smuggled into his maw while the father's back was turned, to choke his sobs. 3. With the daughters, and there were 3 before the son and heir, there was less of religious friction, since women have not the pious privileges and burdens of the sterner sex. When the eldest Deborah was married, her husband received by way of compensation the goodwill of the Sudminster business, while S. Cohn migrated to the metropolis in the ambition of making S. Cohn's trouserings a household word. He did indeed achieve considerable fame in the Holloway Road. Gradually he came to live away from his business and in the most fashionable street of Highbury, but he was never to recover his exalted posts. The London parish had older inhabitants, the local synagogue richer members. The cry for Anglicization was common property. From pioneer, S. Cohn found himself outmoded. The minister indeed was only too English, and especially his wife. One would almost have thought from their deportment that they considered themselves the superiors instead of the slaves of the congregation. S. Cohn had been accustomed to a series of clergymen who must needs be taught painfully to parrot our Sovereign Lady Queen Victoria, the Prince of Wales, the Princess of Wales, and all the royal family, the indispensable atom of English in the service, so that he, the expert, had held his breath while they groped and stumbled along the precipitous pass. Now the whilom Gabbai and Town Councillor found himself almost patronized, as a poor provincial, by this mincing, genteel, clerical couple. He retorted by animadverting upon the preacher's heterodoxy. An urban unconcern met the profound views, so often impressed on Simon, with a strap. "We are not in Poland now," said the preacher, shrugging his shoulders. In Poland! S. Cohn's blood boiled. To be twitted with Poland after decades of Anglicization. He who employed a host of Anglo-Saxon clerks, counter-jumpers and packers. "And where did your father come from?" he retorted hotly. He had almost a mind to change his synagogue, but there were no other within such easy walking distance, an important sabbatic consideration, and besides, the others were reported to be even worse. Dread rumours came of a younger generation that craved almost openly for organs in the synagogue and women's voices in the choir, nay, of even more flagitious spirits, devotional dynamitards, whose dream was a service all English, that could be understood instead of chanted. Dark mutterings against the ancient rabbis were in the very air of these wealthier quarters of London. "Oh, shameless ignorance of the new age," S. Cone was wont to complain, "that does not know the limits of Anglicization." 4. That Simon should enter his father's business was inevitable, as that the business should prosper in spite of Simon. His career had been settled ere his father became aware that Highbury aspired even to law and medicine, and the idea that Simon's education was finished was not likely to be dislodged. Simon's education consisted of the knowledge conveyed in seaport schools for the sons of tradesmen, while a long course of penny dreadfuls had given him a peculiar and extensive acquaintance with the ways of the world. Carefully curtained away in a secret compartment lay his elementary Hebrew law. It did not enter into his conception of the perfect Englishman. Ah, how he rejoiced in this wider horizon of London, so thickly starred with music halls, billiard rooms, and restaurants. "We are emancipated now," was his cry. "We have too much intellect to keep all those old laws." And he swallowed the forbidden oyster in a fine spiritual glow, which somehow or other would not extend to bacon. That stuck more in his throat, and so was only taken in self-defence, to avoid the suspicions of a convivial company. As he sat at his father's side in the synagogue, a demure son of the covenant, this young Englishman lurked beneath his praying shawl, even as beneath his prayer book had lurked the pirates of Pekili. In this hidden life, Mrs. S. Cone was not an aider or abettor, except in so far as frequent gifts from her own pocket money might be considered the equivalent of the surreptitious cake of childhood. She would have shared in her husband's horror had she seen Simon banqueting on unrighteousness, and her apoplexy would have been original, not derivative. For her, indeed, London had proved narrowing rather than widening. She became part of a parish instead of part of a town, and of a ghetto in a parish at that. The vast background of London was practically a mirage. The London suburb was farther from London than the provincial town. No longer did the currents of civic life tingle through her. She sank entirely to family affairs, excluded even from the ladies' committee. Her lord's life too shrank, though his business extended, the which, uneasily suspected, did but increase his irritability. He had now the pomp and pose of his late offices minus any visible reason, a Sir Oracle without a shrine, an abdomen without authority. Even the two new sons-in-law, whom his ability to clothe them had seen procured in London, listened impatiently, once they had safely passed under the canopy and were ensconced in plush parlours of their own. Home and shop became his only realm, and his autocratic tendencies grew the stronger by compression. He read the largest circulation, and his wife became an echo of its opinions. These opinions, never nebulous, became sharp as illuminated sky signs when the Boer War began. "The impertinent rascals!" cried S. Cone furiously. "They have invaded our territory." "Is it possible?" ejaculated Mrs. Cone. "This comes of our kindness to them after Majuba." 5. A darkness began to overhang the destinies of Britain. 3 defeats in 1 week. "It is humiliating," said S. Cone, clenching his fist. "It makes a miserable Christmas," said Mrs. Cone gloomily. although her spouse still set his face against the Christmas pudding which had invaded so many English-Jewish homes, the festival, with its shop-window flamboyance, entered far more vividly into his consciousness than the Jewish holidays, which produced no impression on the life of the streets. The darkness grew denser. Young men began to enlist for the front. The city formed a new regiment of Imperial Volunteers. Escone gave his foreign houses large orders for khaki trouserings. He sent out several parcels of clothing to the seat of war, and had the same duly recorded in his favourite Christian newspaper, whence it was copied into his favourite Jewish weekly, which was, if possible, still more chauvinist, and had a full-page portrait of Sir Asher Arensberg, MP for Middleton, who was equipping a local corps at his own expense. Gradually S. Cone became aware that the military fever of which he read in both his organs was infecting his clothing emporium, that his own counter-jumpers were in heats of adventurous resolve. The military microbes must have lain thick in the khaki they handled. At any rate, S. Cone, always quick to catch the contagion of the correct thing, announced that he would present a bonus to all who went out to fight for their country, and that he would keep their places open for their return. The Saturday this patriotic offer was recorded in his newspaper, on inquiry at S. Cone's, the great clothing purveyor of the Holloway Road, our representative was informed that no less than 5 of the young men were taking advantage of their employers' enthusiasm for England and the Empire. The already puffed-up Solomon had the honour of being called to read in the law, and first as befitted the sons of Aaron. It was a man restored almost to his provincial pride who recited the ancient benediction, "Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, who hast chosen us from among all peoples, and given to us his law." But there was a drop of vinegar in the cup. "And why wasn't Simon in synagogue?" he inquired of his wife, as she came down the gallery stairs to meet her lord in the lobby, where the congregants loitered to chat. "Do I know?" murmured Mrs. Cone, flushing beneath her veil. "When I left the house he said he was coming on." "He didn't know you would be called up." "It isn't that, Hannah," he grumbled. "Think of the beautiful war sermon he missed. In these dark days we should be thinking of our country, not of our pleasures." And he drew her angrily without, where the brightly dressed worshippers, lingeringly exchanging eulogiums on the Rule Britannia sermon, made an oriental splotch of colour on the wintry pavement. 6. At lunch the reprobate appeared, looking downcast. "Where have you been?" thundered S. Cone, who, never growing older, imagined Simon likewise stationary. "I went out for a walk. It was a fine morning." "Where did you go?" "Oh, don't bother." "But I shall bother. Where did you go?" He grew sullen. "It doesn't matter. They won't have me." "Who won't have you?" "The War Office." "Thank God!" broke from Mrs. Cone. "Eh?" Mr. Cone looked blankly from one to the other. "It's nothing. He went to see the enlisting and all that. Your soup is getting cold." But S. Cone had taken off his gold spectacles and was polishing them with his serviette, always a sign of a stormy meal. "Seems to me something has been going on behind my back," he said, looking from mother to son. "Well, I didn't want to annoy you with Simon's madcap ideas," Hannah murmured. "But it's all over now, thank God." "Oh, he'd better know," said Simon sulkily, "especially as I'm not going to be choked off. It's all stuff what the doctor says. I'm as strong as a horse, and what's more, I'm one of the few applicants who can ride one." "Hannah, will you explain to me what this Meshuggah's madness is?" cried S. Cone, lapsing into a non-Anglicism. "I've got to go to the front just like other young men." "What?" shrieked S. Cone. "Enlist? You, that I brought up as a gentleman?" "It's gentlemen that's going. The City Imperial Volunteers." "The Volunteers? But that's my own clerks." No, there are gentlemen among them. Read your paper. But not rich Jews? Oh, yes. I saw several chaps from Bayswater. We Jews of this favoured country, put in Hannah eagerly, grateful to the noble people who have given us every right, every liberty, must... S. Cone was taken aback by this half-unconscious quotation from the war sermon of the morning. Yes, we must subscribe, and all that, he interrupted. We must fight, said Simon. You fight? His father laughed half hysterically. Why, you'd shoot yourself with your own gun. He had not been so upset since the day the minister had disregarded his erudition. Oh, would I though? And Simon pursed his lips and nodded meaningly. As sure as today is the Holy Sabbath, and you'll be stuck on your own bayonet like an obstinate pig. Simon got up and left the table and the room. Hannah kept back her tears before the servant. There, she said, and now he's turned sulkily and won't eat. Didn't I say an obstinate pig? He's always been like that from a baby, but his stomach always surrenders. He resumed his meal with a wronged air, keeping his spectacles on the table for frequent nervous polishing. Of a sudden the door reopened, and a soldier presented himself, gun on shoulder. For a moment S. Cone, devoid of his glasses, stared without recognition. Wild and hereditary tremors ran through him, born of the Russian persecution, and he had a vague nightmare sense of the Chappers, the Jewish man-gatherers who collected the tribute of young Jews for the Little Father. But as Simon began to loom through the red fog, a gun on the Sabbath, he cried. It was as if the bullet had gone through all his conceptions of life and of Simon. Hannah snatched at the side issue. I read in Josephus, Simon's prize for Hebrew, you know, that the Jews fought against the Romans on Sabbath. Yes, but they fought for themselves, for our holy temple. But it's for ourselves now, said Simon. Didn't you always say we're English? S. Cone opened his mouth in angry retort. Then he discovered he had no retort, only anger, and this made him angrier, and his mouth remained open, quite terrifyingly for poor Mrs. Cone. What is the use of arguing with him? She said imploringly. The War Office has been sensible enough to refuse him. We shall see, said Simon. I'm going to peg away at him again, and if I don't get into the mounted infantry, I'm a Dutchman and of the Boer variety. He seemed any kind of man save a Jew to the puzzled father. Hannah, you must have known of this, these clothes, S. Cone splattered. They don't cost anything, she murmured. The child amuses himself. He'll never really be called out. If he is, I'll stop his supplies. Oh, said Simon airily, the government will attend to that. Indeed. And S. Cone's face grew black. But remember, you may go, but you shall never come back. Oh, Solomon, how can you utter such an awful omen? Simon laughed. Don't bother, mother. He's bound to take me back. Isn't it in the papers that he promised? S. Cone went from black to green. 7. Simon got his way. The authorities reconsidered their decision, but the father would not reconsider his. Ignorant of his boy's graceless existence, he fumed at the first fine thing in the boy's life. 'Tis a wise father that knows his own child. Mere emulation of his Christian comrades and the fun of the thing had long ago induced the lad to add volunteering to his other dissipations. But once in it, the love of arms seized him, and when the call for serious fighters came, some new passion that surprised even himself leapt to his breast. The first call upon an idealism choked rather than fed by a misunderstood Judaism. Anglicization had done its work. From his school days he had felt himself a descendant not of Judas Maccabeus, but of Nelson and Wellington. And now that his brethren were being mowed down by a copia-guarded foe, his whole soul rose in venomous sympathy. And mixed with this genuine instinct of devotion to the great cause of country were stirrings of anticipated adventure, gorgeous visions of charges, forlorn hopes, picked-up shells, redoubts stormed, heritages of the pirates of Pekili, and all the military romances that his prayer book had masked. He looked every inch an Anglo-Saxon in his khaki uniform and his great slouch hat with his bayonet and his bandolier. The night before he sailed for South Africa there was a service in St. Paul's Cathedral for which each volunteer had 2 tickets. Simon sent his to his father. "The Lord Mayor will attend in state. I dare say you'll like to see the show," he wrote flippantly. "He'll become a Christian next," said S. Cone, tearing the cards in twain. Later Mrs. Cone pieced them together. It was the last chance of seeing her boy. 8. Unfortunately, the cathedral service fell on a Friday night, when S. Cone, the Emporium closed, was wont to absorb the Sabbath peace. He would sit after high tea, of which cold fried fish was the prime ingredient, dozing over the Jewish Weekly. He still approved platonically of its bellicose sentiments. This January night, the Sabbath arriving early in the afternoon, he was snoring before 7, and Mrs. Cone slipped out, risking his wrath. Her religion forced her to make the long journey on foot, but hurrying, she arrived at St. Paul's before the doors were opened, and throughout the long walk was a morbid sense of one wasted ticket. She almost stopped at a friend's house to offer the exciting spectacle, but dread of a religious rebuff carried her past. With Christians she was not intimate enough to invite companionship. Besides, would not everybody ask why she was going without her husband? She inquired for the door mentioned on her ticket, and soon found herself one of a crowd of parents on the steps. A very genteel crowd, she noted with pleasure. Her boy would be in good company. The scraps of conversation she caught dealt with a world of alien things. How little she was Anglicized, she thought, after all those years. And when she was borne forward into the cathedral, her heart beat with a sense of dim, remote glories. To have lived so long in London and never to have entered here. She was awed and soothed by the solemn vistas, the perspectives of pillars and arches, the great nave, the white robes of the choir vaguely stirring a sense of angels, the overarching dome, defined by a fiery rim, but otherwise suggesting dim, skyey space. Suddenly she realised that she was sitting among the men, but it did not seem to matter. The building kept one's thoughts religious. Around the waiting congregation the human sea outside the cathedral rumoured, and whenever the door was opened to admit some dignitary, the roar of cheering was heard like a salvo saluting his entry. The Lord Mayor and the aldermen passed along the aisle, preceded by mace bearers, and mingled with this dazzle of gilded grandeur and robes was a regretful memory of the days when, as a town councillor's consort, she had at least touched the hem of this unknown historic English life. The skirl of bagpipes shrilled from without, that exotic half-barbarous sound now coming intimately into her life. And then a little later the wild cheers swept into the cathedral like a furious wind, and the thrill of the marching soldiers passed into the air, and the congregation jumped up on the chairs and craned towards the right aisle to stare at the khaki couples. How she looked for Simon! The volunteers filed on, beardless youths mostly, a few with a touch of thought in the face, many with the honest nullity of the clerk and the shopman, some with the prize-fighter's jaw, but every face set and serious. Ah, at last there was her Simon, manlier, handsomer than them all. But he did not see her. He marched on stiffly. He was already sucked up into this strange life. Her heart grew heavy, but it lightened again when the organ pealed out. The newspapers the next day found fault with the plain music, with the responses all in monotone, but to her it was divine. Only the words of the opening hymn, which she read in the form of prayer, discomforted her. Fight the good fight with all thy might. Christ is thy strength and Christ thy right. But the bulk of the liturgy surprised her, so strangely like was it to the Jewish. The 91st Psalm. Did they then pray the Jewish prayers in Christian churches? For he shall keep his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. Ah, how she prayed that for Simon! As the ecclesiastical voice droned on, unintelligibly, inaudibly, in echoing vaulted space, she studied the hymns and verses with their insistent Old Testament savour, culminating in the farewell blessing. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon you and give you peace. How often she had heard it in Hebrew from the priests as they blessed the other tribes. Her husband himself had chanted it with uplifted palms and curiously grouped fingers. But never before had she felt its beauty. She had never even understood its words till she read the English of them in the gilt-edged prayer book that marked rising wealth. Surely there had been some monstrous mistake in conceiving the two creeds as at daggers drawn, and though she only pretended to kneel with the others, she felt her knees sinking in surrender to the larger life around her. As the volunteers filed out and the cheers came in, she wormed her way nearer to the aisle, scrambling even over backs of chairs in the general melee. This time Simon saw her. He stretched out his martial arm and blew her a kiss. Oh, delicious tears, full of heartbreak and exultation. This was their farewell. She passed out into the roaring crowd with a fantastic dream sense of a night sky and a great stone building, dark with age and solemnity, and unreal figures perched on railings and points of vantage, and hurrahing hordes that fused themselves with procession and became part of its marching. She yearned forwards to vague glories, aware of a poor past. She ran with the crowd. How they cheered her boy, her boy! She saw him carried off on the shoulders of Christian citizens. Yes, he was a hero. She was the mother of a hero. End of section 3. Section 4 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 9. The first news she got from him was posted at St. Vincent. He wrote to her alone, with a jocose hope that his father would be satisfied with his sufferings on the voyage. Not only had the sea been rough, but he had suffered diabolically from the inoculation against enteric fever, which even after he had got his sea legs kept him to his berth and gave him a Day of Atonement thirst. "Ah," growled C.S. Cone, "he sees what a fool he's been, and he'll take the next boat back." "But that would be desertion." "Well, he didn't mind deserting the business." Mr. Cone's bewilderment increased with every letter. The boy was sleeping in sodden trenches, sometimes without blankets, and instead of grumbling at that, His one grievance was that the regiment was not getting to the front. Heat and frost, hurricane and dust storm, nothing came amiss. And he described himself as stronger than ever, and poured scorn on the medical wiseacre who had tried to refuse him. "All the same," sighed Hannah, "I do hope they will just be used to guard the lines of communication." She was full of war knowledge, acquired with painful eagerness, prattled of Basuto ponies and mouths of bullets, pontoons and pom-poms, knew the exact position of the armies, and marked her war map with coloured pins. Simon too had developed quite a literary talent under the pressure of so much vivid new life, and from his cheery letters she learned much that was not in the papers, especially in those tense days when the CIVs did at last get to the front, and remained there. Tales of horses mercifully shot, and sheep mercilessly poisoned, and oxen dropping dead as they dragged the convoys. Tales of muddle and accident, tales of British soldiers slain by their own protective cannon as they lay behind ant-heaps facing the enemy, and British officers culled under the very eyes of the polo match. Tales of hospital and camp, of shirts turned sable and puttees worn to rags, and all the hidden miseries of uncleanliness and insanitation that underlie the glories of war. There were tales too of quarter rations, but these she did not read to her husband, lest the mention of bully beef should remind him of how his son must be eating forbidden food. Once even 2 fat pigs were captured at a hungry moment for the battalion. But there came a day when S. Cone seized those letters and read them first. He began to speak of his boy at the war, nay, to read the letters to enthralled groups in the synagogue lobby, groups that swallowed without reproach the trefa meat cooked in Simon's mess tin. It was like being Gabbe over again. Moreover, Simon's view of the boar was so strictly orthodox as to give almost religious satisfaction to the proud parent. A canting hypocrite, a psalm singer and devil dodger, he has no civilization worth the name, and his customs are filthy. Since the great trek he has acquired from long intercourse with his Kaffir slaves, many of the natives' savage traits. In short, a born liar, credulous and barbarous, crassly ignorant and inconceivably stubborn. "Crassly ignorant and inconceivably stubborn," repeated S. Cone, pausing impressively. "Haven't I always said that? The boy only bears out what I knew without going there. But hear further. Is it to be wondered at that the Boer farmer, hidden in the vast undulations of the endless veldt, with his wife, his children and his slaves, should lose all sense of proportion, ignorant of the outside world, his sole knowledge filtering through Joburg?" As S. Cone made another dramatic pause, it was suddenly borne in on his wife, with a stab of insight, that he was reading a description of himself, nay, of herself, of her whole race, hidden in the great world, awaiting some vague future of glory that never came. The important voice of her husband broke again upon her reflections. "He has held many nights of supplication to his fetish, and is still unconvinced that his God of battles is asleep." The reader chuckled, and a broad smile overspread the synagogue lobby. "They are brave, oh yes, but it is not what we mean by it. They are good fighters, because they have Dutch blood at the back of them, and a profound contempt for us. Their whole life has been spent on the open veldt. We are always fighting them on somebody's farm, who knows every inch of the ground. And they never risk anything except in the trap sort of manoeuvres. The brave rush of our Tommies is unknown to them, and their slim nature would only see the idiocy of walking into a death trap, cool as in a play. Were there ever two races less alike? Wound up the youthful philosopher in his tent. I really do not see how they are to live together after the war. That's easy enough, S. Cone had already commented to his wife, as oracularly as if she did not read the same morning paper. Intermarriage. In a generation or two there'll be one fine Anglo-African race. That's the solution, mark my words, and you can tell the boy as much. Only don't say I told you to write to him. Father says I'm to tell you intermarriage is the solution, Mrs. Cone wrote obediently. He really is getting much softer towards you. Tell father that's nonsense, Simon wrote back. The worst individuals we have to deal with come from a Boer mother and an English father, deposited here by the First Transvaal War. S. Cone snorted angrily at the message. That was because there were two governments. He forgets there'll be only one united empire now. He was not appeased till Private Cone was promoted, and sent home a thrilling adventure, which the proud reader was persuaded by the lobby to forward to the communal organ. The organ asked for a photograph to boot. Then S. Cone felt not only Gabby, but town councillor again. This wonderful letter, of which S. Cone distributed printed copies to the staff of the Emporium, with a bean feast air, ran: We go out every day. I'm speaking of my own squadron. Each officer taking his turn with 20 to 50 men, and sweep round the farms a few miles out. And we seldom come back without seeing Boers hanging round on the chance of a snipe at our flanks, or waiting to put up a trap if we go too far. The local commando fell on our cattle guard the other day, 150 to our 25, and we suffered. It was a horrible bit of country. There was a young chap, Winstay, rather a pal of mine. He had a narrow squeak, knocked over by a shot in his breast. I managed to get him safe back to camp, heaven knows how, and they made me a lance corporal, and the beggar says I saved his life, but it was really through carrying a fat letter from his sister, not even his sweetheart. We chaff him at missing such a romantic chance. He got off with a flesh wound, but there is a great blot of red ink on the letter. You may imagine we were not anxious to let our comrades go unavenged. My superiors being sick or otherwise occupied, I was allowed to make a night march with 35 men on a farm 9 miles away, just to get square. It was a nasty piece of work, as we were within a few miles of the Boer laager, 300 strong. There was moonlight too. It was like a dream, that strange silent ride, with only the stumble of a horse breaking the regular thud of the hoofs. We surrounded the farm in absolute silence, dismounting some 1,000 yards away, and fixing bayonets. I told the men I wanted no shots, that would have brought down the commando, but cold steel and silence. We crept up and swept the farm. It was weird, but alas, they were out on the loot. The men were furious, but we live in hopes. The end was a trifle disappointing, but S. Cone too lived in hopes of some monstrous and memorable butchery. Even his wife had got used to the firing line, now that neither shot nor shell could harm her boy. For he shall give his angels charge over thee. She had come to think her secret daily repetition of the 91st Psalm talismanic. When Simon sent home the box which had held the chocolates presented by the Queen, a Boer bullet and other curios, S. Cone displayed them in his window, and the crowd and the business they brought him put him more and more in sympathy with Simon and the Empire. In conversation he deprecated the non-militarism of the Jew. "If I were only a younger man myself, sir." The night Mafeking was relieved, the Emporium was decorated with bunting from roof to basement, and a great illuminated window revealed nothing but stacks of khaki trouserings. So that although the good man still sulked over Simon to his wife, she was not deceived, and, the time drawing nigh for Simon's return, she began to look happily forward to a truly reunited family. In her wildest anxiety it never occurred to her that it was her husband who would die. Yet this is what the irony of fate brought to pass. In the unending campaign which death wages with life, S. Cone was slain, and Simon returned unscratched from the war to recite the Kaddish in his memory. 10. Simon came back bronzed and a man. The shock of finding his father buried had supplied the last transforming touch, and somewhat to his mother's surprise, he settled down contentedly to the business he had inherited. And now that he had practically unlimited money to spend, he did not seem to be spending it, but to be keeping better hours than when dodging his father's eye. His only absences from home he accounted for as visits to Winstey, his pal of the campaign, with whom he had got chummier than ever since the affair of the cattle guard. Winstey, he said, was of good English family, with an old house in Harrow, fortunately on the London and North Western Railway, so that he could easily get a breath of country air on Saturday and Sunday afternoons. He seemed to have forgotten, although the Emporium was still closed on Saturdays, that riding was forbidden, and his mother did not remind him of it. The life that had been risked for the larger cause she vaguely felt as enfranchised from the limitations of the smaller. Nearly 2 months after Simon's return, a special military service was held at the great synagogue on the feast of Hanukkah, the commemoration of the heroic days of Judas Maccabeus, and the Jewish CIVs were among the soldiers invited. Mrs. Cone too got a ticket for the imposing ceremony, which was fixed for a Sunday afternoon. As they sat at the midday meal on the exciting day, Mrs. Cone said suddenly, "Guess who paid me a visit yesterday?" "Goodness knows," said Simon. "Mr. Sugarman." And she smiled nervously. "Sugarman?" repeated Simon blankly. The matrimonial agent." "What impudence! Before your year of mourning is up?" Mrs. Cone's sallow face became one flame. "Not me, you," she blurted. "Me? Well, of all the cheek!" And Simon's flush matched his mother's. "Oh, it's not so unreasonable," she muttered deprecatingly. "I suppose he thought you'd be looking for a wife before long. And naturally," she added, her voice growing bolder, "I should like to see you settled before I follow your father. After all, you're no ordinary match. Sugarman says there isn't a girl in Bayswater even who would refuse you." "The very reason for refusing them," cried Simon hotly. "What a ghastly idea, that your wife would just as soon have married any other fellow with the same income." Mrs. Cone cowered under his scorn, yet felt vaguely exalted by it, as by the organ in St. Paul's, and strange tears of shame came to complicate her emotions further. She remembered how she had been exported from Poland to marry the unseen S. Cone. Ah, how this new young generation was snapping asunder the ancient coils, how the new and diviner sap ran in its veins. "I shall only marry a girl I love, mother, and it's not likely to be one of these Jewish girls, I tell you frankly." She trembled. "One of which Jewish girls?" she faltered. "Oh, any sort. They don't appeal to me." Her face grew sallower. "I'm glad your father isn't alive to hear that," she breathed. "But father said intermarriage is the solution," retorted Simon. Mrs. Cone was struck dumb. "He was thinking how to make the Boers English," she said at last. And didn't he say that Jews must be English too? Aren't there plenty of Jewish girls who are English? She murmured miserably. You mean who don't care a pin about the old customs? Then where's the difference? Retorted Simon. The meal finished in uncomfortable silence, and Simon went off to don his khaki regimentals and join in the synagogue parade. Mrs. Cone's heart was heavy as she dressed for the same spectacle. Her brain was busy piecing it all together. Yes, she understood it all now, those sedulous Saturday and Sunday afternoons at Harrow. She lived at Harrow then, this Christian, this grateful sister of the rescued Winstey. It was she who had steadied his life. Hers were those fat letters, faintly aromatic. It must be very wonderful, this strange passion, luring her son from his people with its forbidden glamour. How Highbury would be scandalised, robbed of so eligible a bridegroom. The sons-in-law she had enriched would reproach her for the shame imported into the family, they who would cleave to the faith. And, more formidable than all the rest, she heard the tongue of her cast-off seaport, to whose reverence or disesteem she still instinctively referred all her triumphs and failures. Yet, on the other hand, surged her hero son's scorn at the union, by contract, consecrated by the generations. But surely a compromise could be found. He should have love, this strange English thing, but could he not find a Jewess? Ah, happy inspiration! He should marry a quite poor Jewess. He had money enough, thank heaven. That would show him he was not making a match, that he was truly in love. But this strange girl at Harrow, he would never be happy with her. No, no, there were limits to Anglicization. 11. It was not till she was seated in the ancient synagogue, relieved from the squeeze of entry in the wake of soldiers and the exhilaration of hearing "See the Conquering Hero Comes" pealing, she knew not whence, that she woke to the full strangeness of it all, and to the consciousness that she was actually sitting among the men, just as in St. Paul's. And what men! Everywhere the scarlet and grey of uniforms, the glister of gold lace, the familiar decorous lines of devout top hats broken by glittering helmets, bearskins, white nodding plumes, busbies, red caps a-cock, Glengarrys, all the colour of the British Army mixed with the feathered jauntiness of the colonies and the khaki sombreros of the CIVs. Coldstream Guards, Scots Guards, Dragoon Guards, Lancers, Hussars, Artillery, Engineers, King's Royal Rifles, all the corps that had for the first time come clearly into her consciousness in her tardy absorption into English realities. Jews seemed to be among them all. And without conscription. Oh, what would poor Solomon have thought of that? The great synagogue itself struck a note of modern English gaiety, as of an hotel dining room, freshly gilded, divested of its historic merriness, the electric light replacing the ancient candles and flooding the winter afternoon with white resplendence. The pulpit, yes, the pulpit, was swathed in the Union Jack, and looking towards the box of the Parnasse and Gabbai, she saw it was occupied by officers with gold sashes. Somebody whispered that he with the medalled breast was a Christian knight and commander of the Bath, a great honour for the synagogue. What, were Christians coming to Jewish services, even as she had gone to Christian? Why, here was actually a white cross on an officer's sleeve. And before these alien eyes, the cantor, intoning his Hebrew chant on the steps of the ark, lit the great many-branched Hanukkah candlestick. Truly the world was changing under her eyes. And when the chief rabbi went towards the ark in his turn, She saw that he wore a strange scarlet and white gown, military too, she imagined in her ignorance. And oh, even rarer sight, he was followed by a helmeted soldier who drew the curtain revealing the ornate scrolls of the law. And amid it all a sound broke forth that sent a sweetness through her blood. An organ in the synagogue. Ah, here indeed was Anglicization. It was thin and reedy even to her ears compared with that divine resonance in St. Paul's, a tinkling apology, timidly disconnected from the congregational singing and hovering meekly on the borders of the service. She read afterwards that it was only a harmonium. Yet it brought a strange exaltation, and there was an uplifting even to tears in the glittering uniforms and nodding plumes. Simon's eyes met his mother's, and a flash of the old childish love passed between them. There was a sermon, the text taken with dual appropriateness from the book of Maccabees. Fully 1 in 10 of the Jewish volunteers, said the preacher, had gone forth to drive out the bold invader of the Queen's dominions. Their beloved country had no more devoted citizens than the children of Israel who had settled under her flag. They had been gratified but not surprised to see in the Jewish press the names of more than 700 Jews serving Queen and country. Many more had gone unrecorded, so that they had proportionally contributed more soldiers, from colonel to bugler boy, than their mere numbers would warrant. So at one in spirit and ideals were the Englishman and the Jew, whose scriptures he had imbibed, that it was no accident that the Anglophobes of Europe were also anti-Semites. And then the congregation rose, while the preacher behind the folds of the Union Jack read out the names of the Jews who had died for England in the far-off veldt. Every head was bent as the names rose on the hushed air of the synagogue. It went on, this list, reeking with each bloody historic field, recalling every regiment, British or colonial, on, in the reverent silence, till a black pall seemed to descend, inch by inch, overspreading the synagogue. She had never dreamed of so many of her brethren had died out there. Ah, surely they were knit now, these races, their friendship sealed in blood. As the soldiers filed out of synagogue, she squeezed towards Simon and seized his hand for an instant, whispering passionately, "My lamb, marry her, we are all English alike." Nor did she ever know that she had said these words in Yiddish. 12. Now came an enchanting season of confidences. The mother, caught up in the glow of this strange love, learning to see the girl through the boy's eyes, though the only aid to his eloquence was the photograph of a plump little blonde with bewitching dimples. The time was not ripe yet for bringing Lucy and her together, he explained. In fact, he hadn't actually proposed. His mother understood he was waiting for the year of mourning to be up. "But how will you be married?" she once asked. "Oh, there's the registrar," he said carelessly. "But can't you make her a proselyte?" she ventured timidly. He coloured. "It would be absurd to suddenly start talking religion to her." "But she knows you're a Jew." "Oh, I dare say. I never hid it from her, brother, so why shouldn't she know? But her father's a bit of a crank, so I rather avoid the subject." "A crank? About Jews?" "Well, old Winstead has got it into his noddle that the Jews are responsible for the war, and they leave the fighting to the English. It's rather sickening. Even in South Africa we're not treated as we should be, considering." Her dark eye lost its pathetic humility. "But how can he say that, when you saved his—" "Well, I suppose just because he knows I was fighting, he doesn't think of me as a Jew. It's a bit illogical, I know." And he smiled ruefully. "But then logic is not the old boy's strong point." "He seems such a nice old man," said Mrs. Cone, as she recalled the photograph of the white-haired cherub writing with a quill at a property desk. "Oh, off his hobby horse is a dear old boy. That's why I don't help him into the saddle." "But how can he be ignorant that we've sent 700 at least to the war?" she persisted. "Why, the paper had all their photographs." "What paper?" said Simon, laughing. "Do you suppose he reads the Jewish what's-the-name like you? Why, he's never heard of it." "Then you ought to show him a copy." "Oh, mother!" and he laughed again. "That would only prove to him there are too many Jews everywhere." A cloud began to spread over Mrs. Cone's hard-won content, but apparently it only shadowed her own horizon. Simon was as happily full of his Lucy as ever. Nevertheless there came a Sunday evening when Simon returned from Harrow earlier than his wont, and Hannah's dog-like eye noted that the cloud had at last reached his brow. "You've had a quarrel," she cried. "Only with the old boy." "But what about?" "The old driveller's just joined some League of Londoners for the suppression of the immigrant alien." "But you should have told him we all agree there should be decentralisation," said Mrs. Cone, quoting her favourite Jewish organ. "It isn't that. It's the old fellow's vanity that's hurt. You see, he composed the Appeal to the Briton and gloated over it so conceitedly that I couldn't help pointing out the horrible contradictions." "But Lucy," his mother began anxiously. "Lucy's a brick. I don't know what my life would have been without the little darling. But listen, mother," and he drew out a portentous prospectus. "They say aliens should not be admitted unless they produce a certificate of industrial capacity, and in the same breath they accuse them of taking the work away from the British workman. Now this isn't a Jewish question, and I didn't raise it as such, just a piece of muddle. And even as an Englishman I can't see how we can exclude outlanders here after fighting for the outland." "But Lucy," his mother interrupted. His vehement self-assertion passed into an affectionate smile. "Lucy was dimpling all over her face. She knows the old boy's vanity. Of course she couldn't side with me openly. But what will happen? Will you go there again?" The cloud returned to his brow. "Oh, well, we'll see." A letter from Lucy saved him the trouble of deciding the point. "Dear silly old Sim," it ran. "Father has been going on dreadfully, so you had better wait a few Sundays till he has cooled down. After all, you yourself admit there is a grievance of congestion and high rents in the East End, and it's only natural, isn't it, that after shedding our blood and treasure for the Empire we should not be in a mood to see our country overrun by dirty aliens." "Dirty," muttered Simon as he read. "Has she seen the Christian slums, Flower and Dean Street?" And his handsome oriental brow grew duskier with anger. It did not clear till he came to: "Let us meet at the Crystal Palace next Saturday, dear quarrelsome person. 3 o'clock in the Pompeian Room. I have got an aunt at Sydenham, and I can go in to tea after the concert and hear all about the missionary work in the South Sea Islands." 13. Ensued a new phase in the relation of Simon and Lucy. Once they had met in freedom, neither felt inclined to revert to the restricted courtship of the drawing-room. Even though their chat was merely of books and music and pictures, it was delicious to make their own atmosphere, untroubled by the flippancy of the brother or the earnestness of the father. In the presence of Lucy's artistic knowledge, Simon was at once abashed and stimulated. She moved in a delicate world of symphonies and silver point drawings of whose very existence he had been unaware, and reverence quickened the sense of romance which their secret meetings had already enhanced. Once or twice he spoke of resuming his visits to Harrow, but the longer he delayed, the more difficult the conciliatory visit grew. "Father is now deeper in the League than ever," she told him. "He has joined the committee, and the prospectus has gone forth in all its glorious self-contradiction." "But considering I'm the son of an alien, and I have fought for—" There, quarrelsome person," she interrupted laughingly. No, you'd better not come till you can forget your remote genealogy. You see, even now father doesn't quite realise you are a Jew. He thinks you have a strain of Jewish blood, but in every other respect a decent Christian body." "Christian?" cried Simon in horror. "Why not? You fought side by side with my brother. You ate ham with us." Simon blushed hotly. "But Lucy, you don't think religion is ham?" "What then? Merely Shem?" she laughed. Simon laughed too. How clever she was. "But you know I never could believe in the Trinity and all that. And what's more, I don't believe you do yourself." "It isn't exactly what one believes. I was baptised into the Church of England. I feel myself a member. Really, Sim, you are a dreadfully argumentative and quarrelsome person." "I'll never quarrel with you, Lucy," he said half entreatingly, for somehow he felt a shiver of cold at the word baptised, as though himself plunged into the font. In this wise did both glide away from any deep issue or decision till the summer itself glided away. Mrs. Cone, anxiously following the courtship through Sim's love-smitten eyes, her suggestion that the girl be brought to see her, received with equal postponement, began to fret for the great thing to come to pass. One cannot be always heroically stiffened to receive the cavalry of communal criticism. Waiting weakens the backbone. But she concealed from her boy these flaccid relapses. "You said you'd bring her to see me when she returned from the seaside?" she ventured to remind him. "So I did, but now her father is dragging her away to Scotland." "He ought to get married the moment she gets back." "I can't expect her to rush things, with her father to square. Still, you're not wrong, mother. It's high time we came to a definite understanding between ourselves at least." "What?" gasped Mrs. Cone. "Aren't you engaged?" "Oh, in a way, of course. But we've never said so in so many words." For fear this should be the English way, Mrs. Cone forbore to remark that the definiteness of the Sugarman method was not without compensations. She merely applauded Simon's more sensible mood. But Mrs. Cone was fated to a further season of fret. Day after day the fat letters arrived with the Scottish postmark, and the faint perfume that always stirred her own wistful sense of lost romance, something far off and delicious, with the sweetness of roses and the salt of tears. And still the lover, floating in his golden mist, vouchsafed her no definite news. One night she found him restive beyond his wont. She knew the reason. For 2 days there had been no scented letter, and she saw how he started at every creak of the garden gate as he waited for the last post. When at length the step was heard crunching on the gravel, he rushed from the room, and Mrs. Cone heard the hall door open. Her ear, disappointed of the rat-tat, morbidly followed every sound. But it seemed a long time before her boy's returning footstep reached her. The strange, slow drag of it worked upon her nerves, and her heart grew sick with premonition. He held out the letter towards her. His face was white. "She cannot marry me because I am a Jew," he said tonelessly. "Cannot marry you?" she whispered huskily. "Oh, but this must not be. I will go to the father. I will explain. You saved his son. He owes you his daughter." He waved her hopelessly back to her seat, for she had started up. "It isn't the father, it's herself. Now that I won't let her drift any longer, she can't bring herself to it. She's honest anyway, my little Lucy. She won't fall back on the old Jew baiter." "But how dare she? How dare she think herself above you?" Her dog-like eyes were blazing yet once again. "Why are you Jews surprised?" he said bitterly. "You've held yourself aloof from the others long enough, God knows. Yet you wonder they've got their prejudices too." And suddenly laying his head on the table, he broke into sobs. Sobs that tore at his mother's heart, that were charged with memories of his ancient tears, of the days of paternal wrath, and the rending of the pirates of Pekili. And again, as in the days when his boyish treasures were changed to ashes, she stole towards him with an involuntary furtive look to see if Escone's back was turned, and laid her hands upon his heaving shoulders. But he shook her off. "Why didn't a Boer bollet strike me down?" Then, with a swift pang of remorse, he raised his contorted face and drew hers close against it. Their love, the one thing saved from Anglicization. End of Anglicization. End of section 4. Section 5 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The Jewish Trinity. 1. With the Christian Mayoress of Middleton to take in to dinner at Sir Asher Ehrenberg's, Leopold Barstein, as a Jewish native of that thriving British centre, should have felt proud and happy. But Barstein was young and a sculptor, fresh from the Paris schools and salon triumphs. He had long parted company with Jews and Judaism, and to his ardent irreverence even the Christian glories of Middleton seemed unspeakably parochial. In Paris he had danced at night on the Boule Miche out of sheer joy of life, and joined in choruses over midnight box. And London itself now seemed drab and joyless, though many a gay circle welcomed the wit and high spirits, and even the physical graces of this fortunate young man, who seemed to shed a blonde radiance all around him. The factories of Middleton, which had manufactured Sir Asher Ehrenberg, ex-MP, and nearly all his wealthy guests, were to his artistic eye an outrage upon a beautiful planet, and he was still in that crude phase of juvenile revolt in which one speaks one's thoughts of the mess humanity has made of its world. But unfortunately the Mayoress of Middleton was deafish, so that he could not even shock her with his epigrams. It was extremely disconcerting to have his bland blasphemies met with an equally bland smile. On his other hand sat Mrs. Samuels, the buxom and highly charitable relict of the People's Clothier, whose ugly pictorial posters had overshadowed Barstein's youth. Little wonder that the artist's glance frequently wandered across the great shining table towards a girl who, if they had not been so plaguily intent on honouring his fame, might have now been replacing the Mayoress at his side. True, the girl was merely a Jewess, and he disliked the breed. But Mabel Ehrenberg was unexpected. She had a statuesque purity of outline and complexion, seemed indeed worthy of being a creation of his own. How the tedious old manufacturer could have produced this marmoreal prodigy provided a problem for the sculptor, as he almost silently ate his way through the long and exquisite menu. Not that Sir Asher himself was unpicturesque. Indeed, he was the very picture of the bluff and burly Briton, white-bearded like Father Christmas, but he did not seem to lead to yonder vision of poetry and purity. Lady Erinsberg, who might have supplied the missing link, was dead, before even arriving at ladyship, alas, and when she was alive Barstein had not enjoyed the privilege of moving in these high municipal circles. This he owed entirely to his foreign fame, and to his invitation by the corporation to help in the organisation of a local art exhibition. "I do admire Sir Asher," the Mayoress broke in suddenly upon his reflections. "He seems to me exactly like your patriarchs." A Palestinian patriarch was the last person Sir Asher, with his hovering lackeys, would have recalled to the sculptor, who, in so far as the patriarchs ever crossed his mind, conceived them as resembling Rembrandt's rabbis. But he replied blandly, "Our patriarchs were polygamists." "Exactly," assented the deaf Mayoress. Barstein, disconcerted, yearned to repeat his statement in a shout, but neither the pitch nor the proposition seemed suitable to the dinner table. The Mayoress added ecstatically, "You can imagine him sitting at the door of his tent, talking with the angels." This time Barstein did shout, but with laughter. All eyes turned a bit enviously in his direction. "You're having all the fun down there," called out Sir Asher benevolently, and the bluff Briton, even to the northerly burr, was so vividly stamped upon Barstein's mind that he wondered the more that the Mayoress could see him as anything but the prosy, provincial, whilom member of Parliament he so transparently was. A mere literary illusion, he thought. She has read the Bible and now reads Sir Asher into it. As well see a Saxon pirate or a Norman jongleur in a modern Londoner. As if to confirm Barstein's vision of the bluff and burly Briton, Sir Asher was soon heard, over the clatter of conversation, protesting vehemently against the views of Tom Fuller, the degenerate son of a Tory squire. "Give England Home Rule," he was crying passionately. "Oh, my dear Mr. Fuller, it will be the beginning of the end of our empire." "But the RF has as much right to govern themselves as we have," the young Englishman maintained. "They would not so much govern themselves as misgovern the Protestant minority," cried Sir Asher, becoming almost epigrammatic in his excitement. "Home Rule simply means the triumph of Roman Catholicism." It occurred to the cynical Barstein that even the defeat of Roman Catholicism meant no victory for Judaism, but he stayed his tongue with a salted almond. Let the Briton make the running. This the young gentleman proceeded to do at a great pace. "Then how about Home Rule for India? There's no Catholic majority there." "Give up India?" Sir Asher opened horrified eyes. This heresy was new to him. "Give up the brightest jewel in the British crown, and let the Russian bear come and swallow it up? No, no, 1,000 times no." Sir Asher even gestured with his fork in his patriotic fervour, forgetting he was not on the platform. "So I imagine the patriarchs have talked," said the Mayoress, admiringly observing his animation. Whereat the sculptor laughed once more. He was amused too at the completeness with which the Lion of Judah had endued himself with the skin of the British lion. To a cosmopolitan artist this bourgeois patriotism was peculiarly irritating. But soon his eyes wandered again towards Miss Erinsberg, and he forgot trivialities. 2. The end of the meal was punctuated not by the rising of the ladies, but by the host's assumption of a black cap, which popped up from his coat-tail pocket. With his head thus orientally equipped for prayer, Sir Asher suddenly changed into a Rembrandtesque figure, his white beard hiding the society shirt-front. And as he began intoning the grace in Hebrew, the startled Barstein felt that the Mayoress had at least a superficial justification. There came to him a touch of new and artistic interest in this prosy provincial ex-MP, who, environed by powdered footmen, sat at the end of his glittering dinner table, uttering the language of the ancient prophets. And he respected at least the sturdiness with which Miss Ehrenberg's father wore his faith, like a phylactery on his forehead. It said much for his character that these fellow citizens of his had once elected him as their member, despite his unpopular creed and race, and were now willing to sit at his table under this tedious benediction. Sir Asher did not even let them off with the shorter form of grace invented by a wise rabbi for these difficult occasions. Yet, so far as was visible, it was only the Jewish guests, comically distinguished by serviettes shamefacedly dabbed on their heads, who fidgeted under the pious torrent. These were no doubt fearful of boring the Christians, whose precious society the Jew enjoyed on a parlous tenure. In the host's son Julius, a superadded intellectual impatience was traceable. He had brought back from Oxford a contempt for his father's creed, which was patent to every Jew, save Sir Asher. Barstein, observing all this uneasiness, became curiously angry with his fellow Jews, despite that he had scrupulously forborne to cover his own head with his serviette. A racial pride he had not known latent in him surged up through all his cosmopolitanism, and he maliciously trusted that the brave Sir Asher would pray his longest. He himself had been a tolerable Hebraist in his forcedly pious boyhood, and though he had neither prayed nor heard any Hebrew prayers for many a year, his new artistic interest led him to listen to the grace, and to disentangle the meaning from the obscuring layers of verbal association and from the peculiar chant, enlivened by occasional snatches of melody, with which it was intoned. How he had hated this grace as a boy, this pious task-work that almost spoilt the anticipation of meals. But tonight, after so long an interval, he could look at it without prejudice, and with artistic aloofness render to himself a true impression of its spiritual value. We thank thee, O Lord our God, because thou didst give us as an heritage unto our fathers a desirable, good, and ample land, and because thou didst bring us forth, O Lord our God, from the land of Egypt, and didst deliver us from the house of bondage. Barstein heard no more for the moment. The paradox of this retrospective gratitude was too absorbing. What? Sir Asher was thankful because over 3,000 years ago his ancestors had obtained, not without hard fighting for it, a land which had already been lost again for 18 centuries. What a marvellous long memory for a race to have. Delivered from the house of bondage, forsooth, Sir Asher himself, and here a musing smile crossed the artist's lips, had never even known a house of bondage, unless indeed the House of Commons, from which he had been delivered by the radical reaction, might be so regarded, and his own house was, as he was fond of saying, Liberty Hall. But that the Russian Jew should still rejoice in the redemption from Egypt, oh miracle of pious patience! Oh, sublime that grazed the ridiculous! But Sir Asher was still praying on. Have mercy, O Lord our God, upon Israel thy people, upon Jerusalem thy city, upon Zion the abiding place of thy glory, upon the kingdom of the house of David, thine anointed. Barstein lost himself in a fresh reverie. Here was indeed the Palestinian patriarch, not with the Corporation of Middleton, nor the lobbies of Westminster, not with his colossal business, not even with the glories of the British Empire, was Sir Asher's true heart. He had but caught phrases from the environment. To his deepest self he was not even a Briton. Have mercy, O Lord, upon Israel thy people. Despite all his outward pomp and prosperity, he felt himself one of that dispersed and maltreated band of brothers who had for 18 centuries resisted alike the storm of persecution and the sunshine of tolerance, and whose one consolation in the long exile was the dream of Zion. The artist in Barstein began to thrill. What more fascinating than to catch sight of the dreamer beneath the manufacturer, the Hebrew visionary behind the English MP? This palatial dwelling place, with its liveried lackeys, was then no fort of Philistinism in which an artist must needs asphyxiate, but a very citadel of the spirit. A new respect for his host began to steal upon him. Involuntarily he sought the face of the daughter. The secret of her beauty was, after all, not so mysterious. Old Asher had a soul, and the soul is form, and doth the body make. Unconscious of the effect he was producing on the sensitive artist, the Rembrandtesque figure prayed on, and rebuild Jerusalem, the holy city, speedily and in our days. It was the climax of the romance that had so strangely stolen over the British dinner table. Rebuild Jerusalem today. Did Jews really conceive it as a contemporary possibility? Barstein went hot and cold. The idea was absolutely novel to him. Evidently as a boy he had not understood his own prayers or his own people. All his imagination was inflamed. He conjured up a Zion built up by such virile hands as Sir Asher's, and peopled by such beautiful mothers as his daughter. The great empire that would spring from the unity and liberty of a race which even under dispersion and oppression was one of the most potent peoples on the planet. And thus when the ladies at last rose, he was in so deep a reverie that he almost forgot to rise too. And when he did rise, he accompanied the ladies outside the door. It was only Miss Ehrenberg's tactful "Don't you want to smoke?" that saved him. "Almost as long a grace as the dinner," Tom Fuller murmured to him as he returned to the table. "Do the Jews say that after every meal?" "They're supposed to," Barstein replied, a little jarred as he picked up a cigar. "No wonder they beat the Christians," observed the young radical, who evidently took original views. "So much time for digestion would enable any race to survive in this age of quick lunches. In America now they should rule the roast. Literally," he added with a laugh. "It's a beautiful grace," said Barstein rebukingly. "The glamour of Zion thrown over the prose of diet." "You're not a Jew?" said Tom with a sudden suspicion. "Yes, I am," the artist replied with a dignity that surprised himself. "I should never have taken you for one," said Tom ingenuously. Despite himself, Barstein felt a thrill of satisfaction. But why, he asked himself instantly, to feel complimented at not being taken for a Jew? What does it mean? Is there a core of anti-Semitism in my nature? Has our race reached self-contempt? "I beg your pardon," Tom went on. "I didn't mean to be irreverent. I appreciate the picturesqueness of it all, hearing the very language of the Bible and all that. And I do sympathise with your desire for Jewish Home Rule." "My desire?" murmured the artist, taken aback. Sir Asher here interrupted them by pressing his 48 port upon both, and directing the artist's attention in particular to the pictures that hung around the stately dining room. There was a Gainsborough, a Reynolds, a Landseer. He drew Barstein round the walls. "I'm very fond of the English school," he said. His cap was back in his coat tail, and he had become again the bluff and burly Briton. "You don't patronise the Italians at all?" asked the artist. "No," said Sir Asher. He lowered his voice. "Between you and I," said he, it was his main fault of grammar, "in Italian art one is never safe from the Madonna, not to mention her son." It was a fresh reminder of the Palestinian patriarch. Sir Asher never discussed theology, except with those who agreed with him. Nor did he ever, whether in private or in public, breathe an unfriendly word against his Christian fellow citizens. All were sons of the same father, as he would frequently say from the platform. but in his heart of hearts he cherished a contempt, softened by stupefaction, for the arithmetical incapacity of Trinitarians. Christianity, under any other aspect, did not exist for him. It was a blunder impossible to erase with a genius for calculation. "How can 3 be 1?" he would demand witheringly of his cronies. The question was in his eye now, as he summed up Italian art to the sculptor, and a faint smile twitching about his lips invited his fellow Jew to share with him his feeling of spiritual and intellectual superiority to the poor blind Christians at his table, as well as to Christendom generally. But the artist refused to come up on the pedestal. "Surely the Madonna was a very beautiful conception," he said. Sir Asher looked startled. "Ah, yes, you're an artist," he remembered. "You think only of the beautiful outside. But how can there be 3 in 1 or 1 in 3? Barstein did not reply, and Sir Asher added in a low, scornful tone, "Neither confounding the persons nor dividing the substance." 3. A sudden commission recalled Barstein to town before he could even pay his after-dinner call. But the seed sown in his soul that evening was not to be stifled. This seed was nothing less than the idea of a national revival of his people. He hunted up his old prayer books and made many discoveries as his modern consciousness depolarised page upon page that had never in boyhood been anything to him but a series of syllables to be gabbled off as rapidly as possible, when their meaning was not still further overlaid by being sung slowly to a tune. "I might as well have turned a prayer wheel," he said regretfully, as he perceived with what iron tenacity the race beaten down by the Roman Empire and by every power that had reigned since, had preserved its aspiration for its old territory. And this mystery of race and blood, this beauty of unforgetting aspiration, was all physically incarnate in Mabel Ahrensberg. He did not move 1 inch out of his way to see her, because he saw her all day long. She appeared all over his studio in countless designs in clay. But from this image of the beauty of the race, his deepening insight drove him to interpret the tragedy also, and he sought out from the slums and small synagogues of the East End strange forlorn figures, with ragged curls and wistful eyes. It was from one of these figures that he learnt to his astonishment that the dream of Zion, whereof he imagined himself the sole dreamer, was shared by myriads, and had even materialised into a national movement. He joined the movement, and it led him into strange conventicles. He was put on a committee which met in a little back room, and which at first treated him and his arguments with deference, soon with familiarity, and occasionally with contempt. Hucksters and cigar makers held forth much more eloquently on their ideals than he could, with far greater command of Talmudic quotation, while their knowledge of how to run their local organisation was naturally superior. But throughout all the mean surroundings, the petty wrangles and the grotesque jealousies that tarnished the movement, he retained his inner exaltation. He had at last found himself, and found his art. He fell to work upon a great Michelangelesque figure of the awakening genius of his people, blowing the trumpet of resurrection. It was sent for exhibition to a Zionist Congress, where it caused a furore, and where the artist met other artists who had long been working under the very inspiration which was so novel to him, and whose work was all around him in plaque and picture, in bust and book, and even postcard. Some of them were setting out for Palestine to start a school of arts and crafts. Barstein began to think of joining them. Meantime, the bohemian circles which he had adorned with his gaiety and good fellowship had been wondering what had become of him. his new work in the exhibitions supplied a sort of answer, and the few who chanced to meet him reported dolefully that he was a changed man. Gone was the light-hearted and light-footed dancer of the Paris pavement. Silent the licentious wit of the neo-pagan. This was a new being, with brooding brow and pained eyes that lit up only when they beheld his dream. Never had Bohemia known such a transformation. End of section 5. Section 6 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 4. But a change came over the spirit of the dream. Before he could seriously plan out his journey to Palestine, he met Mabel Ahrensberg in the flesh. She was staying in town for the season in charge of an aunt, and the meeting occurred in one of the galleries of the newer art, in front of Mabel's own self in marble. She praised the Psyche without in the least recognising herself, and Barstein, albeit disconcerted, could not but admit how far his statue was from the breathing beauty of the original. After this, the Jewish borderland of Bohemia, where writers and painters are courted, began to see Barstein again. But unfortunately this was not Mabel's circle, and Barstein was reduced to getting himself invited to their Jewish Bayswater, his loathing for which had not been overcome even by his newfound nationalism. Here, amid hundreds of talking and dancing shadows, with which some shadowy self is his own, danced and talked, he occasionally had a magic hour of reality, with Mabel. One could not be real and not talk of the national dream. Mabel, who took most of her opinions from her brother Julius, was frankly puzzled, though her marmoreal gift of beautiful silence saved her lover from premature shocks. She had indeed scarcely heard of such things. Zionism was something in the East End. Nobody in her class ever mentioned it. But then Barstein was a sculptor and strange, and besides he did not look at all like a Jew, so it didn't sound so horrible in his mouth. His lithe figure stood out almost Anglo-Saxon amid the crowds of hulking, undersized young men, and though his manners were not so good as a Christian's, she never forgot his blunder at her father's dinner party, still he looked up to one with almost a Christian's adoration, instead of sizing one up with an Oriental's calculation. These other London Jews thought her provincial, she knew, whereas Barstein had one day informed her she was universal. Julius too had admired Barstein's sculpture, the modern note in which had been hailed by the Oxford elect. But what most fascinated Mabel was the constant eulogy of her lover's work in the Christian papers, and when at last the formal proposal came, it found her fearful only of her father's disapproval. "He's so orthodox," she murmured, as they sat in a rose-garlanded niche at a great Jewish charity ball, lapped around by waltz music and the sweetness of love confessed. "Well, I'm not so wicked as I was," he smiled. "But you smoke on the Sabbath, Leo, you told me." "And you told me your brother Julius does the same." "Yes, but father doesn't know. If Julius wants to smoke on Friday evening, he always goes to his own room." "And I shan't smoke in your father's." "No, but you'll tell him. You're so outspoken." "Well, I won't tell him, unless he asks me." She looked sad. "He won't ask you. He'll never get as far." He smiled confidently. "You're not very encouraging, dear. What's the matter with me?" "Everything. You're an artist, with all sorts of queer notions, and you're not so..." She blushed and hesitated. "Not so rich." He pressed her fingers. "Yes, I am. I'm the richest man here." A little delighted laugh broke from her lips, though they went on. "But you told me your profits are small. Marble is so dear." "So is celibacy. I shall economise dreadfully by marrying." She pouted. His flippancy seemed inadequate to the situation, and he seemed scarcely to realise that she was an heiress. But he continued to laugh away her fears. She was so beautiful, and he was so strong. What could stand between them? Certainly not the Palestinian patriarch, with whose inmost psychology he had, fortunately, become in such cordial sympathy. But Mabel's pessimism was not to be banished even by the supper champagne. They had secured a little table for two, and were recklessly absorbed in themselves. "At the worst we can elope to Palestine," he said at last, gaily serious. Mabel shuddered. "Live entirely among Jews?" she cried. The radiance died suddenly out of his face. It was as if she had thrust the knife she was wielding through his heart. Her silent reception of his nationalist rhapsodies he had always taken for agreement. Nor might Mabel have undeceived him had his ideas remained platonic. Their eruption into the world of practical politics, into her own life, was, however, another pair of shoes. Since Barstein had brought Zionism to her consciousness, she had noted that distinguished Christians were quite sympathetic, but this was the one subject on which Christian opinion failed to impress Mabel. "Zionism's all very well for Christians. They're in no danger of having to go to Palestine," she had reflected shrewdly. "And why couldn't you live entirely among Jews?" Barstein asked slowly. Mabel drew a great breath, as if throwing off a suffocating weight. "One couldn't breathe," she explained. "Aren't you living among Jews now?" "Don't look so glum, silly. You don't want Jews as background as well as foreground. A great ghetto." And again she shuddered instinctively. "Every other people is background as well as foreground. And you don't call France a ghetto, or Italy a ghetto." There was anti-Semitism, he felt, unconscious anti-Semitism, behind Mabel's instinctive repugnance to an aggregation of Jews. And he knew that her instinct would be shared by every Jew in that festive aggregation around him. His heart sank. Never, even in those East End back rooms, where the pitiful disproportion of his consumptive-looking collaborators to their great task was sometimes borne in dismally upon him, had he felt so black a despair as in this brilliant supper-room, surrounded by all that was strong and strenuous in the race, lawyers and soldiers, and men of affairs whose united forces and finances could achieve almost anything they set their heart upon. "Jews can't live off one another," Mabel explained with an air of philosophy. Barstein did not reply. He was asking himself with an artist's analytical curiosity whence came this suicidal anti-Semitism. Was it the self-contempt natural to a race that had not the strength to build and fend for itself? No, alas, it did not even spring from so comparatively noble a source. It was merely a part of their general imitation of their neighbours. Jews, reflecting everything, had reflected even the dislike for the Jew. Only since the individual could not dislike himself, he applied the dislike to the race. And this unconscious assumption of the prevailing point of view was quickened by the fact that the Jewish first-comers were always aware of an existence or sufferance, with their slowly won privileges jeopardised if too many other Jews came in their wake. He consulted his own pre-Zionist psychology. Yes, he decided, every Jew who moves into our country, our city, our watering place, our street even, seems to us an invader or an interloper. He draws attention to us. He accentuates our difference from the normal. He increases the chance of the renewal of vicious malice. And so we become anti-Semites ourselves. But by what a comical confusion of logic, Is it that we carry over the objection to Jewish aggregation even to an aggregation in Palestine, in our own land? Or is it only too logical? Is it that the rise of a Jewish autonomous power would be a standing reminder to our fellow citizens that we others are not so radically British or German or French or American as we have vaunted ourselves? Are we afraid of being packed off to Palestine, and is the fulfilment of the dream of 18 centuries our deadliest dread? The thought forced from him a sardonic smile. "And I feared you were like King Henry, never going to smile again." Mabel smiled back in relief. "We're such a ridiculous people," he answered, his smile fading into sombreness. "Neither fish, flesh, fowl, nor good red herring." "Well, finish your good white fowl," laughed Mabel. She had felt her hold over him slipping, and her own apprehensions now vanished in the effort to banish his gloom. But she had only started him on a new tack. "Fowl," he cried grimly. "Kosher, of course, but with bits of fried wurst to ape the scraps of bacon. And presently we shall be having water ices to simulate cream. We can't even preserve our dietary individuality." "Truly," said Feuerbach, "der Mensch ist, was ist." "In Palestine we shall at least dare to be true to our own gullets." He laughed bitterly. "You're not very romantic," Mabel pouted. Indeed, this pastime, whose mere ideal could so interrupt the rhapsodies due to her admissions of affection, was distinctly unsatisfactory. She touched his hand furtively under the tablecloth. After all, she is very young, he thought, thrilling, and youth was plastic. He, the sculptor, could surely mould her. Besides, was she not Sir Asher's daughter? She must surely have inherited some of his love for Palestine and his people. It was this Philistine set that had spoiled her. Julius, too, that young Oxford prig, he reflected illogically, had no doubt been a baleful influence. "Shall I give you some almond pudding?" he replied tenderly. Mabel laughed uneasily. "I ask for romance, and you offer me almond pudding. Oh, I should like to go to a Jewish party where there wasn't almond pudding." "You shall, in Palestine," he laughed back. She pouted again. "All roads lead to Palestine." "They do," he said seriously. "Without Palestine our past is a shipwreck and our future a quicksand." She looked frightened again. "But what should we do there? We can't pray all day long." "Of course not," he said eagerly. "There's the new generation to train for its glorious future. I shall teach in the Arts and Crafts School. Bezalel it's called. Isn't that a beautiful name? It's from Bezalel, the first man mentioned in the Bible as filled with divine wisdom and understanding in all manner of workmanship." She shook her head. "You'll be excommunicated. The Palestine rabbis always excommunicate everything and everybody." He laughed. "What do you know about Palestine?" "More than you think. Father gets endless letters from there with pressed flowers and citrons and olive wood boxes and paper knives, a perennial shower. The letters are generally in the most killing English, and he won't let me laugh at them because he has a vague feeling that even Palestine spelling and grammar are holy." Barstein laughed again. "We'll send all the rabbis to Jericho." She smiled, but retorted, "That's where they'll send you, you maker of graven images. Why, your very profession is forbidden." "I'll corner 'em with this very Bezalel text. The cutting of stones is just one of the arts which God says he'd inspire Bezalel with. Besides, you forget my statue at the Baal Congress." "Baal isn't Palestine. There's nothing but superstition and squalor. And I'm sorry to say Father's always bolstering it all up with his cheques. Bravo, Sir Asher. Unconsciously has been bolstering up the eventual Renaissance. Your father and his kind have kept the seed alive. We shall bring it to blossom." His prophetic assurance cast a fresh shade of apprehension over her marmoreal brow, but her face lightened with a sudden thought. "Well, perhaps after all we shan't need to elope." "I never thought for a moment we should," he answered as cheerfully. "But all the same, we can spend our honeymoon in Palestine." "Oh, I don't mind that," said Mabel. "Lots of Christians do that. There was a Cook's party went out from Middleton for last Easter." The lover was too pleased with her acquiescence in the Palestinian honeymoon to analyse the terms in which it was given. He looked into her eyes and saw there the Shekhinah, the divine glory that once rested on Zion. 5. It was in this happier mood that Beilstein ran down to Middleton to plead his suit verbally with Sir Asher Erinsberg. Mabel had feared to commit their fates to a letter, whether from herself or her lover. A plump negative would be so difficult to fight against. A personal interview permitted one to sound the ground, to break the thing delicately, to reason, to explain, to charm away objections. It was clearly the man's duty to face the music. Not that Beilstein expected anything but the music of the wedding march. He was glad that his original contempt for Sir Asher had been exchanged for sincere respect, and that the bluff Briton was a mere veneer. It was to the Palestinian patriarch that he would pour out his hopes and his dreams. Alas, he found only the bluff Briton, and a Briton no longer genially but bluntly bluff. "It's perfectly impossible." Beilstein, bewildered, pleaded for enlightenment. Was he not pious enough, or not rich enough, too artistic or too low-born? Or did Sir Asher consider his past life improper, or his future behaviour dubious? Let Sir Asher say. But Sir Asher would not say. "I'm not bound to give my reasons. We're all proud of your work. It confers honour on our community. The Mayor alluded to it only yesterday." He spoke in his best platform manner. "But to receive you into my family, that is another matter." And all the talk advanced things no further. "It would be an entirely unsuitable match." Sir Asher caressed his long beard with an air of finality. With a lover's impatience, Beilstein had made the mistake of seeking Sir Asher in his counting-house, where the municipal magnate sat among his solidities. The mahogany furniture, the iron safes, the ledgers, the silent obsequious clerks and attendants through whom Beilstein had had to penetrate, the factory buildings stretching around, with their sense of throbbing machinery and disciplined workers, all gave the burly Briton a background against which visions and emotions seemed as unreal as ghosts under gaslight. The artist felt all this solid life closing round him like the walls of a torture chamber, squeezing out his confidence, his aspirations, his very life. "Then you prefer to break your daughter's heart?" he cried desperately. "Break my daughter's heart?" echoed Sir Asher in amaze. It was apparently a new aspect to him. "You don't suppose she won't suffer dreadfully?" Beilstein went on, perceiving his advantage. "Break her heart," repeated Sir Asher, startled out of his discreet reticence. "I'd sooner break her heart than see her married to a Zionist." This time it was the sculptor's turn to gasp. "To a what?" he cried. "To a Zionist. You don't mean to deny you're a Zionist?" said Sir Asher sternly. Beilstein gazed at him in silence. "Come, come," said Sir Asher. "You don't suppose I don't read the Jewish papers? I know all about your goings-on." The artist found his tongue. But, he stammered, "you yearn for Zion too." "Naturally, but I don't presume to force the hand of Providence." "How can any of us force Providence to do anything it doesn't want to? Surely it's through human agency that Providence always works. God helps those who help themselves." "Spare me your blasphemies. Perhaps you think you're the Messiah." "I can be an atom of him. The whole Jewish people is its own Messiah, God working through it. Take care, young man, you'll be talking Trinity next. And with these heathen notions you expect to marry my daughter. You must excuse me if I wish to hear no further. His hand began to wander towards the row of electric bells on his desk. Then how do you suppose we shall ever get to Palestine? Inquired the irritated artist. Sir Asher raised his eyes to the ceiling. In God's good time, he said. And when will that be? When we're either too good or too bad for our present sphere. Today we're too neutral. Besides, there will be signs enough. What signs? Read your Bible. Mount Zion will be split by an earthquake as the prophet... Barstein interrupted him with an impatient gesture. But why can't we go to Jerusalem and wait for the earthquake there? He asked. Because we have a mission to the nations. We must live dispersed. We have to preach the unity of God. I've never heard you preach it. You lowered your voice when you denounced the Trinity to me, lest a Christian should hear. We have to preach silently by our example. Merely by keeping our own religion, we convert the world. But who keeps it? Dispersion among Sunday-keeping peoples makes our very Sabbath an economic impossibility. I've not found it so, said Sir Asher crushingly. Indeed, the growth of the Saturday half-holiday since my young days is a remarkable instance of Judaising. So we have remained dispersed to promote the weekend holiday? To teach international truth, Sir Asher corrected sharply, not narrow tribalism. But we don't remain dispersed. 5 millions are herded in the Russian Pale, to begin with. The providence of God has long been scattering them to New York. Yes, 400,000 in 1 square mile. A pretty scattering. Sir Asher flushed angrily. But they go to the Argentine too. I heard of a colony even in Paraguay. Where they're preaching the unity to the Indians. I do not discuss religion with a mocker. We're in exile by God's decree. We must suffer. Suffer. The artist's glance wandered cynically round the snug solidities of Sir Asher's exile, but he forbore to be personal. Then if we must suffer, why did you subscribe so much to the fund for the Russian Jews? Sir Asher looked mollified at Barstein's acquaintance with his generosity. That I might suffer with them, he replied, with a touch of humour. Then you are a Jewish patriot, retorted Barstein. The bluff British face grew clouded again. Heaven forbid. I only know of British patriots who talk treason to your country, young man. Treason? I? The young man laughed bitterly. It is you, Zionists, that will undermine all the rights we have so painfully won in the West. Oh, then you're not really a British patriot, Barstein began. I will beg you to remember, sir, that I equipped a corps of volunteers for the Transvaal. I dare say, but a corps of volunteers for Zion, that's a blasphemy, narrow tribalism. Zion's soil is holy. We want no volunteers there. We want saints and teachers. And what would your volunteers do in Zion? Fight the Sultan with his 1,000,000 soldiers? They couldn't even live in Palestine as men of peace. There's neither coal nor iron, hence no manufactures. Agriculture? It's largely stones and swamps. Not to mention it's too hot for Jews to work in the fields. They'd all starve. You've no right to play recklessly with human lives. Besides, even if Palestine were as fertile as England, Jews could never live off one another. And think how they'd quarrel. Sir Asher ended almost good-humouredly. His array of arguments seemed to him a row of steam hammers. We can live off one another as easily as any other people. As for quarrelling, weren't you in Parliament? Party government makes quarrel the very basis of the Constitution. Sir Asher flushed again. A long lifetime of laying down the law had ill prepared him for repartee. "A pretty mess we should make of government," he sneered. "Why? We're given ministers to every cabinet in the world." "Yes, we're all right as long as we're under others." Sir Asher was recovering his serenity. "All right, so long as we're under others," gasped the artist. "Do you realise what you're saying, Sir Asher? The Boers, against whom your quick volunteers fought frenziedly for 3 years not to be under others. And we, the thought of Jewish autonomy makes us foam at the mouth. The idea of independence makes us turn in the graves we call our fatherlands." Sir Asher dismissed the subject with a Podsnapian wave of the hand. "This is all a waste of breath. Fortunately, the acquisition of Palestine is impossible." "Then why do you pray for it, speedily and in our days?" Sir Asher glared at the bold questioner. "That seems a worse waste of breath," added Barstein dryly. "I said you were a mocker," said Sir Asher severely. "It's a divine event I pray for, not the creation of a ghetto." "A ghetto!" Barstein groaned in sheer hopelessness. "Yes, you're an anti-Semite too, like your daughter, like your son, like all of us. We're all anti-Semites." "I an anti-Semite? Ho, ho, ho!" Sir Asher's anger broke down in sheer amusement. "I've made every allowance for your excitement," he said, recovering his magisterial note. "I was once in love myself. But when it comes to calling me an anti-Semite, it's obvious you're not in a fit state to continue this interview. Indeed, I no longer wonder that you think yourself the Messiah." "Even if I do, our tradition only makes the Messiah a man. Somebody some day will have to win your belief. But what I said was that God acts through man." "Oh yes," said Sir Asher good-humouredly. 3 in 1, and 1 in 3. "And why not?" said Barstein with a flash of angry intuition. "Aren't you a Trinity yourself?" "Me?" Sir Asher was now quite sure of the sculptor's derangement. "Yes, the Briton, the Jew, and the anti-Semite. 3 in 1 and 1 in 3. Sir Asher touched one of the electric bells with a jerk. He was quite alarmed. Barstein turned white with rage at his dismissal. Never would he marry into these triune tribes. "And it's the same in every land where we're emancipated, as it is called," he went on furiously. "The Jew's a patriot everywhere, and a Jew everywhere, and an anti-Semite everywhere. Passionate Hungarians and true-born Italians, eagle-waving Americans and loyal Frenchmen, imperial Germans and double Dutchmen, we're dispersed to preach the unity, and what we illustrate is the Jewish Trinity. A delicious irony. 3 in 1 and 1 in 3. He laughed. To Sir Asher his laugh sounded maniacal. The old gentleman was relieved to see his stalwart doorkeeper enter. Barstein turned scornfully on his heel. "Neither confounding the persons nor dividing the substance," he ended grimly. End of the Jewish Trinity. End of section 6. Section 7 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The Sabbath Question in Sudminster. 1. There was a storm in Sudminster, not on the waters which washed its leading Jews their living, but in the breasts of these same marine storekeepers. For a competitor had appeared in their hive of industry, an alien immigrant, without roots or even relatives at Sudminster. And Simeon Samuels was equipped not only with capital and enterprise, the showy plate glass front of his shop revealed an enticing miscellany, but with blasphemy and bravado. for he did not close on Friday eve, and he opened on Saturday morning as usual. The rumour did not get round all Sudminster the first Friday night, but by the Sabbath morning the synagogue hummed with it. It set a clammy horror in the breasts of the congregants, distracted their prayers, gave an unreal tone to the cantor's roulades, brought a tremor of insecurity into the very foundation of their universe. For nearly 3 generations a congregation had been established in Sudminster, like every Jewish congregation, a camp in not friendly country, struggling at every sacrifice to keep the holy day, despite the supplementary burden of Sunday closing, and the God of their fathers had not left unperformed his part of the contract. For the harvests of profit were abundant, and if the latter and the former rain of their unchanging supplication were mere dried metaphors to a people divorced from Palestine and the soil for 18 centuries, the wine and the oil came in casks, and the corn in cakes. The poor were few and well provided for. Even the mortgage on the synagogue was paid off. And now this Epicurean was come to trouble the snug security, to break the long chain of Sabbath observance which stretched from Sinai. What wonder if some of the worshippers, especially such as had passed his blatant shop window on their return from synagogue on Friday evening, were literally surprised that the earth had not opened beneath him as it had opened beneath Korah. "Even the man who gathered sticks on the Sabbath was stoned to death," whispered the squat, solemn Barzinski to the lanky Ephraim Mendel, marine dealers both. "Alas, that would not be permitted in this heathen country," sighed Ephraim Mendel, hitching his praying shawl more over his left shoulder. "But at least his windows should be stoned." Solomon Barzinski smiled, with a gleeful imagining of the shattering of the shameless plate glass. "Yes, and that wax dummy of a sailor should be hung as an atonement for his 'Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory.'" The last phrase Solomon suddenly shouted in Hebrew, in antiphonal response to the cantor, and he rose 3 times on his toes, bowing his head piously. "No wonder he could offer gold lace for the price of silver," he concluded bitterly. "He sells shoddy new reach-me-downs as pawned old clo'," complained Lazarus Levy, who had taken over S. Cohn's business, together with his daughter Deborah. "And he charges the Sudminster donkey-heads more than the price we asked for 'em as new." Talk of the devil! At this point Simeon Samuel stalked into the synagogue, late but serene. Had the real horned Asmodeus walked in, the agitation could not have been greater. The first appearance in synagogue of a new settler was an event in itself, but that this Sabbath breaker should appear at all was startling to a primitive community. Escorted by the obsequious and unruffled beadle to the seat, he seemed already to have engaged, that high-priced seat facing the presidential pew that had remained vacant since the death of Taveler, the pawnbroker. Simeon Samuels wrapped himself reverently in his praying shawl and became absorbed in the service. His glossy high hat bespoke an immaculate orthodoxy. His long black beard had a rabbinic religiousness. His devotion was a rebuke to his gossiping neighbours. A wave of uneasiness passed over the synagogue. Had he been the victim of a jealous libel? Even those whose own eyes had seen him behind his counter when he should have been consecrating the Sabbath wine at his supper table wondered if they had been the dupe of some hallucination. When, in accordance with hospitable etiquette, the newcomer was summoned canorously to the reading of the law, "Shall stand Simeon the son of Nehemiah," and he arose and solemnly mounted the central platform, his familiarity with the due obeisances and osculations and benedictions seemed a withering reply to the libel. When he descended, and the Parnasse proffered his presidential hand in pious congratulation upon the holy privilege, all the congregants who found themselves upon his line of return shot forth their arms with remorseful eagerness, and thus was Simeon Samuels switched on to the brotherhood of Subminsterian Israel. Yet as his now trusting co-religionists passed his shop on their homeward walk, and many a pair of legs went considerably out of its way to do so, their eyes became again sources of horror and amaze. The broad plate glass glittered nakedly, unveiled by a single shutter. The waxen dummy of the sailor-hitched devil-may-care breeches, the gold lace ticketed with layers of erased figures, boasted brazenly of its cheapness. The procession of customers came and went, and the pavement splashed with sunshine remained imperturbably, perturbingly acquiescent. 2. On the Sunday night, Solomon Barzinski and Ephraim Mendel, in pious black velvet caps, and their stout spouses in gold chains and diamond earrings, found themselves playing solo whist in the Parnasse's parlour, and their religious grievance weighed upon the game. The Parnasse, though at heart as outraged as they by the new departure, felt it always incumbent upon him to display his presidential impartiality and his dry humour. His authority, mainly based on his being the only retired shopkeeper in the community, was greatly strengthened by his slow manner of taking snuff at a crisis. "My dear Mendel," observed the wizened senior, flicking away the spilth with a blue handkerchief, "Simeon Samuels has already paid his annual subscription, and you haven't." "My money is good," Mendel replied, reddening. "No wonder he can pay so quickly," said Solomon Barzinski, shuffling the cards savagely. "How he makes his money is not the question," said the Parnasse weightily. "He has paid it, and therefore if I were to expel him as you suggest, he might go to law." "Law?" retorted Solomon. "Can't we prove he has broken the law of Moses?" "And suppose," said the Parnasse, picking up his guards placidly, "do we want to wash our dirty talissim (praying shawls) in public?" "He is right, Solomon," said Mrs. Barzinski. "We shall become a laughing stock among the heathen." "I don't believe he'd drag us to the Christian courts," the little man persisted. "I pass." The rubber continued cheerlessly. "A man who keeps his shop open on Sabbath is capable of anything," said the lanky Mendel, gloomily sweeping in his winnings. The Parnasse took snuff judicially. "Besides, he may have a Christian partner who keeps all the Saturday profits," he suggested. "That would be just as forbidden," said Barzinski, as he dealt the cards. "But your cousin David," his wife reminded him, "sells his groceries to a Christian at Passover." "That is permitted. It would not be reasonable to destroy hundreds of pounds of leaven. But Sabbath partnerships are not permitted." "Perhaps the question has never been raised," said the Parnasse. "I am enough of a London pundit to answer it," retorted Barzinski. "I prefer going to a specialist," rejoined the Parnasse. Barzinski threw down his cards. "You can go to the devil," he cried. "For shame, Solomon," said his wife. "Don't disturb the game." "To Gehenna with the game. The shame is on a Parnasse to talk like an Epikuros (Epicurean)." The Parnasse blew his nose elaborately. "It stands in the Talmud, 'For vain swearing noxious beasts came into the world.' And if—" "It stands in the Psalmist," Barzinski interrupted. "The law of thy mouth is better to me than thousands of gold and silver." It stands in the Perek, the Parnass rejoined severely, that the wise man does not break in upon the speech of his fellow. It stands in the Shulchan Aruch, Bartzinski shrieked, that for the sanctification of the Sabbath. It stands in the Talmud, interposed Mendel, with unwonted animation in his long figure, that one must not even offer a nut to allure customers. From light to heavy, therefore, it may be deduced that... A still small voice broke in upon the storm. But Simeon Samuels hasn't a Christian partner, said Mrs. Mendel. There was an embarrassed pause. He has only his wife to help him, she went on. I know, because I went to the shop Friday morning on pretence of asking for a cuckoo clock. But a marine dealer's doesn't sell clocks, put in the Parnass's wife timidly. It was her first contribution to the conversation, for she was overpowered by her husband's greatness. Don't be silly, Hannah, said the Parnass. That was just why Mrs. Mendel asked for it. Yes, but unfortunately Simeon Samuels did have one, Mrs. Mendel confessed, and I couldn't get out of buying it. There was a general laugh. Cutthroat competition, I call it, snarled Solomon Bartzinski, recovering from his merriment. But you don't sell clocks, said the Parnass. That's just it. He gets hold of our customers on pretence of selling them something else. The Talmudical prohibition cited by Mendel applies to that too. So I wasn't so silly, put in the Parnass's wife, feeling vaguely vindicated. Well, you saw his wife, said the Parnass to Mendel's wife, disregarding his own, more than I've done, for she wasn't in synagogue. Perhaps she is the Christian partner. His suggestion brought a new and holier horror over the card table. No, no, replied Mrs. Mendel reassuringly. I caught sight of her frying fish in the kitchen. This proof of her Jewishness passed unquestioned, and the newborn horror subsided. But in spite of the fish, said Mr. Mendel, she served in the shop while he was at synagogue. Yes, hissed Bartzinski, and in spite of the synagogue, he served in the shop. A greater mockery was never known. Not at all, said the Parnass judicially. If a man breaks one commandment, that's no reason he should break two. But he does break two, Solomon thundered, smiting the green cloth with his fist. For he steals my custom by opening when I'm closed. Take care, you will break my plates, said the Parnass. Take a sandwich. Thank you, you've taken away my appetite. I'm sorry, but the sandwiches would have done the same. I really can't expel a respectable seat holder before I know that he is truly a sinner in Israel. As it is written, thou shalt inquire and make search and ask diligently. He may have only opened this once, by way of a send-off. Every dog is allowed one bite. At that rate, it'd be permitted to eat a ham sandwich, just for once, said Solomon scathingly. Don't say I called you a dog, the Parnass laughed. A Metzia, announced the hostess hurriedly. After all, it's the Almighty's business, not ours. No, it's our business, Solomon insisted. Yes, agreed the Parnass dryly. It is your business. 3. The week went by, with no lull in the storm, though the plate-glass window was unshaken by the gusts. It maintained its flaunting seductiveness, assisted, people observed, by Simeon Samuel's habit of lounging at his shop door and sucking in the hesitating spectator, and it did not shutter itself on the Sabbath that succeeded. The horror was tinged with consternation. The strange apathy of the pavement and the sky, the remissness of the volcanic fires and the celestial thunderbolts in face of this staring profanity, lent the cosmos an air almost of accessory after the fact. Never had the congregation seen heaven so openly defied, and the consequences did not at all correspond with their deep, if undefined, forebodings. It is true a horse and carriage dashed into Peleg, the pawnbroker's window down the street, frightened, Peleg maintained, by the oilskins fluttering outside Simeon Samuel's shop. But as the suffering was entirely limited to the nerves of Mrs. Peleg, who was pious, and to the innocent nose of the horse, this catastrophe was not quite what was expected. Solomon Barsinski made himself the spokesman of the general dissatisfaction, and his remarks to the minister after the Sabbath service almost insinuated that the reverend gentleman had connived at a breach of contract. The Reverend Elkan Gabriel quoted Scripture. "The Lord is merciful and long-suffering, and will not advance and vacant all his wrath." "But meantime the sinner makes a pretty penny," quoth Solomon, unappeased. "Saturday is pay-day, and the heathen haven't patience to wait till the 3 stars are out and our shops can open. It is your duty, Mr. Gabriel, to put a stop to this profanation." The minister hummed and ha'd. He was middle-aged and shabby, with a German diploma and accent, and a large family. It was the first time in his 5 years of office that one of his congregants had suggested such authoritativeness on his part. Elected by their vote, he was treated as their servant, duties rigidly prescribed, his religious ideas curbed and corrected by theirs. What wonder if he could not suddenly rise to dictatorship? Even at home Mrs. Gabriel was a congregation in herself. But as the week went by, he found Barsinski was not the only man to egg him on to prophetic denunciation. The congregation at large treated him as responsible for the scandal, and if the 7 marine dealers were the bitterest, the pawnbrokers and the linen drapers were none the less outraged. "It's a profanation of the name," they said unanimously, "and such a bad example to our poor." "He would not listen to me," the poor minister would protest. "You would much better talk to him yourself." "Me?" the buttonholer would ejaculate. "I would not lower myself. He'd think I was jealous of his success." Simeon Samuel seemed indeed a formidable person to tackle. Bland and aloof, he pursued his own affairs, meeting the congregation only in synagogue, and then more bland and aloof than ever. At last the minister received a presidential command to preach upon the subject forthwith. "But there's no text suitable just yet," he pleaded. "We are still in Genesis." "Bah!" replied the Parnas impatiently. "Any text can be twisted to point any moral. You must preach next Sabbath." "But we are reading the Sedra, weekly portion, about Joseph. How are you going to work Sabbath keeping into that?" "It's not my profession. I'm a mere man of the earth. But what's the use of a preacher if he can't make any text mean something else?" "Well, of course, every text usually does," said the preacher defensively. "There is a hidden meaning and the plain meaning. But Joseph is merely historical narrative. The Sabbath, although mentioned in Genesis chapter 2, wasn't even formally ordained yet." "And what about Potiphar's wife?" "That's the 7th commandment, not the 4th. "Thank you for the information. Do you mean to say you can't jump from one commandment to another?" "Oh, well." The minister meditated. 4. "And Joseph was a goodly person and well favoured. And it came to pass that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph." The congregation looked startled. Really this was not a text which they wished their pastor to enlarge upon. There were things in the Bible that should be left in the obscurity of the Hebrew, especially when one's womenkind were within earshot. Uneasily their eyes lifted towards the bonnets behind the balcony grating. But Joseph refused. Solomon Barsinski coughed. Peleg the pawnbroker blew his nose like a protesting trumpet. The congregation's eyes returned from the balcony and converged upon the Parnasse. He was taking snuff as usual. "My brethren," began the preacher impressively, "temptation comes to us all." A sniff of indignant repudiation proceeded from many nostrils. A blush overspread many cheeks. "But not always in the shape it came to Joseph. In this congregation, where by the blessing of the Almighty we are free from almost every form of wrongdoing, there is yet one temptation which has power to touch us, the temptation of unholy profit, the seduction of Sabbath breaking." A great sigh of dual relief went up to the balcony, and Simeon Samuels became now the focus of every eye. His face was turned towards the preacher, wearing its wonted synagogue expression of reverential dignity. "Oh, my brethren, that it could always be said of us, and Joseph refused!" A genial warmth came back to every breast. Ah, now the cosmos was righting itself. Heaven was speaking through the mouth of its minister. The Reverend Elkan Gabriel expanded under this warmth which radiated back to him. His stature grew, his eloquence poured forth polysyllabic. As he ended, the congregation burst into a heartfelt "Yasher Koach, may thy strength increase." The minister descended the ark steps and stalked back solemnly to his seat. As he passed Simeon Samuels, that gentleman whipped out his hand and grasped the man of God's, and his neighbours testified that there was a look of contrite exultation upon his goodly features. 5. The Sabbath came round again, but alas, it brought no balm to the congregation. Rather it was a day of unrest. The plate glass window still flashed in iniquitous effrontery, still the ungodly proprietor allured the stream of custom. "He does not even refuse to take money," Solomon Bartzinski exclaimed to Peleg the pawnbroker as they passed the blasphemous window on their way from the Friday evening service. "Why, what would be the good of keeping open if you didn't take money?" naively inquired Peleg. "Behemah, animal," replied Solomon impatiently. "Don't you know it's forbidden to touch money on the Sabbath?" "Of course I know that. But if you open your shop—" "All the same you might compromise. You might give the customers the things they need. As it is written, open thy hand to the needy. But they could pay on Saturday night." "And if they didn't pay? If they drank their money away?" said the pawnbroker. "True. But why couldn't they pay in advance?" "How in advance?" "They could deposit a sum of money with you and draw against it." "Not with me?" Peleg made a grimace. "Oh, very well for your line, but in mine I should have to deposit a sum of money with them. I don't suppose they'd bring their pledges on Friday night and wait till Saturday night for the money. Besides, how could one remember? One would have to profane the Sabbath by writing." "Right? Heaven forbid!" ejaculated Solomon Bartzinski. "But you could have a system of marking the amounts against their names in your register. A pin could be stuck in to represent a pound, or a stamp stuck on to indicate a crown. There are lots of ways. One could always give oneself a device," he concluded in Yiddish. "But it's written in Job, he disappointeth the devices of the crafty, so that their hands cannot perform their enterprise. Have a little of Job's patience, and trust the Lord to confound the sinner. We shall yet see Simeon Samuels in the bankruptcy court." "I hope not, the rogue. I'd like to see him ruined." "That's what I mean. Leave him to the Lord." "The Lord is too long-suffering," said Solomon. Our Parnasse has caught us up. Good Shabbos, Sabbath Parnasse. This is a fine scandal for a God-fearing congregation. I congratulate you." "Is he open again?" gasped the Parnasse, hurled from his judicial calm. Is my eye open? Witheringly retorted Bartzinski. A fat lot of good your preacher does. It was you who would elect him instead of Rashinsky, the Parmas reminded him. Bartzinski was taken aback. Well, we don't want foreigners, do we? He murmured. A Jew caught an Englishman in Simeon Samuels, chuckled the Parnas, in whose breast the defeat of his candidate had never ceased to rankle. Not he. An Englishman plays fair, retorted Bartzinski. He seriously considered himself a Briton, regarding his naturalisation papers as retrospective. We're just passing the Reverend Gabriel's house, he went on. Let us wait a moment. He'll come along and we'll give him a piece of our minds. I can't keep my family waiting for Kiddush, home service, said Peleg. Come home, father, I'm hungry, put in Peleg Junior, who with various Bartzinski boys had been trailing in the parental wake. Silence, impudent face, snapped Bartzinski. If I was your father. Ah, here comes the minister. Good Shabbos, Sabbath, Mr. Gabriel. I congratulate you on the effect of your last sermon. An exultant light leapt into the minister's eye. Is he shut? Is your mouth shut? Solomon replied scathingly. I doubt if he'll even come to shul, synagogue, tomorrow. The ministerial mouth remained open in a fishy gasp, but no words came from it. I'm afraid you'll have to use stronger language, Mr. Gabriel, said the Parnas soothingly. But if he's not there to hear it? Oh, don't listen to Bartzinski. He'll be there right enough. Just give it to him hot. Your sermon was too general, added Peleg, who had lingered, though his son had not. You might have meant any of us. But we must not shame our brother in public, urged the minister. It is written in the Talmud that he who does so has no share in the world to come. Well, you shamed us all, retorted Bartzinski. A stranger would imagine we were a congregation of Sabbath breakers. But there wasn't any stranger, said the minister. There was Simeon Samuels, the Parnas reminded him. Perhaps your sermon against Sabbath breaking made him fancy he was just one of a crowd, and that you have therefore only hardened him. But you told me to preach against Sabbath breaking, said the poor minister. Against the Sabbath breaker, corrected the Parnas. You didn't single him out, added Bartzinski. You didn't even make it clear that Joseph wasn't myself. I said Joseph was a goodly person and well favoured, retorted the goaded minister. The Parnas took snuff, and his sneeze sounded like a guffaw. Well, well, he said more kindly, you must try again tomorrow. I didn't undertake to preach every Saturday, grumbled the minister, growing bolder. As long as Simeon Samuels keeps open, you can't shut, said Solomon angrily. It's a duel between you, added Peleg. And Simeon actually comes into tomorrow's Sedra portion, Bartzinski remembered exultantly, and took from them Simeon and bound him before their eyes. There's your very text. You'll pick out Simeon from among us and bind him to keep the Sabbath. Or you could say Satan has taken Simeon and bound him, added the Parnas. You have a choice, yourself or Satan. Perhaps you had better preach yourself then, said the minister sullenly. I still can't see what the text has to do with Sabbath breaking. It has as much to do with Sabbath breaking as Potiphar's wife, shrieked Solomon Bartzinski. End of section 7. Section 8 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 6. And Jacob their father said unto them, Me have ye bereaved. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, and ye will take Benjamin." As the word Simeon came hissing from the preacher's lips, a veritable thrill passed through the synagogue. Even Simeon Samuel seemed shaken, for he readjusted his praying shawl with a nervous movement. "My brethren, these words of Israel, the great forefather of our tribes, are still ringing in our ears. Today more than ever is Israel crying. Joseph is not. Our holy land is lost. Simeon is not. Our holy temple is razed to the ground. One thing only is left us. One blessing with which the Almighty Father has blessed us, our holy Sabbath. And ye will take Benjamin." The pathos of his accents melted every heart. Tears rolled down many a feminine cheek. Simeon Samuels was seen to blow his nose softly. Thus successfully launched, the Reverend Elkan Gabriel proceeded to draw a tender picture of the love between Israel and his Benjamin, Sabbath, the one consolation of his exile, and he skilfully worked in the subsequent verse: "If mischief befall him by the way on which you go, then ye shall bring down my grey hairs with sorrow to the grave." Yes, it will be the destruction of Israel, he urged, if the Sabbath decayed. Woe to those sons of Israel who dared to endanger Benjamin. From Reuben and Simeon down to God and Asher, his life shall be required at their hands. Oh, it was a red-hot cannonball firing sermon, and Solomon Bartzinski could not resist leaning across and whispering to the Parnass, "Wasn't I right in refusing to vote for Roshinsky?" This reminder of his candidate's defeat was wormwood to the Parnass, spoiling all his satisfaction in the sermon. He rebuked the talker with a noisy "Shut!" silence. The congregation shrank delicately from looking at the sinner. It would be too painful to watch his wriggles. His neighbours stared pointedly every other way. Thus the only record of his deportment under fire came from Yankele, the poor glazier's boy, who said that he kept looking from face to face as if to mark the effect on the congregation, stroking his beard placidly the while. But as to his behaviour after the guns were still, there was no dubiety, for everybody saw him approach the Parnass in the exodus from synagogue, and many heard him say in hearty accents, "I really must congratulate you, Mr. President, on your selection of your minister." 7. "You touched his heart so," shrieked Solomon Bartzinski an hour later to the Reverend Elkan Gabriel, "that he went straight from shul synagogue to his shop." Solomon had rushed out the first thing after breakfast, risking the digestion of his Sabbath fish to call upon the unsuccessful minister. "That is not my fault," said the preacher, crestfallen. "Yes, it is, if you had only stuck to my text. But no, you must set yourself up over all our heads." "You told me to get in Simeon, and I obeyed." "Yes, you got him in, but what did you call him? The Holy Temple! A fine thing, upon my soul." "It was only an analogy," stammered the poor minister. "An apology? Oh, so you apologised to him too. Better and better." No, I mean a comparison." "A comparison? You never compared me to the Holy Temple, and I'm Solomon who built it." "Solomon was wise," murmured the minister. "Oh, and I'm silly. If I were you, Mr. Gabriel, I'd remember my place and who I owed it to. But for me, Roshinsky would have stood in your shoes." "Roshinsky is lucky." "Oh, indeed. So this is your gratitude. Very well. Either Simeon Samuel shuts up shop, or you do. That's final. Don't forget you're only elected for 3 years." And the little man flung out. The Parnass, meeting his minister later in the street, took a similar view. "You really must preach again next Sabbath," he said. "The congregation is terribly wrought up. There may even be a riot. If Simeon Samuels keeps open next Sabbath, I can't answer that they won't go and break his windows."
"Then they will break the Sabbath."
"Oh, they may wait till the Sabbath is out."
"They'll be too busy opening their own shops."
"Don't argue. You must preach his shop shut."
"Very well," said the Reverend Gabriel sullenly.
"That's right. A man with a family must rise to great occasions. Do you think I'd be where I am now if I hadn't had the courage to buy a bankrupt stock that I didn't see my way to paying for? It's a fight between you and Simeon Samuels."
"May his name be blotted out," impatiently cried the minister in the Hebrew imprecation.
"No, no," replied the Parnass, smiling. "His name must not be blotted out. It must be mentioned, and unmistakably."
"It is against the Talmud. To shame a man is equivalent to murder," the minister persisted.
"It is written in Leviticus, Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbour, and not suffer sin upon him." And the Parnass took a triumphant pinch.
8. Simeon and Levi are brethren. Into their assembly be not thou united. In their self-will they dig down a wall.
The Parnass applauded mentally. The text from Jacob's blessing was ingeniously expurgated to meet the case. The wall, he perceived at once, was the Sabbath, the Jews' one last protection against the outer world, the one last dyke against the waves of heathendom. Nor did his complacency diminish when his intuition proved correct, and the preacher thundered against the self-will, aye, and the self-seeking, that undermined Israel's last fortification. What did they seek under the wall? Did they think their delving spades would come upon a hidden store of gold, upon an ancient treasure chest? Nay, it was a coffin they would strike, a coffin of dead bones and living serpents. A cold wave of horror traversed the synagogue. A little shriek came from the gallery. "I don't think I ever enjoyed a sermon so much," said the pawnbroker to the Parnass. "Oh, he's improving," said the Parnass, still swollen with satisfaction. But as that worthy elder emerged from the synagogue, placidly snuffing himself, he found an excited gentleman waiting him in the lobby. It was Lazarus Levy, whom his wife Deborah, daughter of S. Cone, now of Highbury, was vainly endeavouring to pacify. "Either that Reverend Gabriel goes, Mr. Parnass, or I resign my membership." "What is it, Mr. Levy? What is the matter?" "Everybody knows I've been a good Jew all my life, and though Saturday is so good for the clothing business, I've striven with all my might to do my duty by the Almighty." Of course. Everybody knows that." "And yet today I'm pointed out as a sinner in Israel. I'm coupled with that Simeon Samuels. Simeon and Levi are brothers in their iniquity. With their assembly be not united." A pretty libel indeed. The Parnass's complacency collapsed like an air ball at a pinprick. "Oh, nonsense. Everybody knows he couldn't mean you." "I don't know so much. There are always people ready to think one has just been discovered keeping a back door open or something. I shouldn't be at all surprised to get a letter from my father-in-law in London. You know how pious old Cone is. As for Simeon, he kept looking at me as if I was his long-lost brother. Ah, there comes our precious minister. Look here, Mr. Gabriel, I'll have the law on you. Simeon's no brother of mine." The sudden appearance of Simeon through the other swing door cut the speaker short. "Good Shabbos," said the shameless sinner. "Ah, Mr. Gabriel, that was a very fine sermon." He stroked his beard. "I quite agree with you. To dig down a public wall is indefensible. Nobody has the right to make more than a private hole in it, where it blocks out his own prospect. So please do not bracket me with Mr. Levy again. Good Shabbos." And waving his hand pleasantly, he left them to their consternation. 9. "What an impudent face," said the Gabbai, treasurer, who witnessed the episode. "And our minister says I'm that mother's brother," exclaimed Mr. Levy. "Harsh enough," said the Parnass, with a tactful inspiration. "You shall read the Haftarah, prophetic section, next Shabbos." "And Mr. Gabriel must explain he didn't mean me," he stipulated, mollified by the magnificent mitzvah, pious privilege. "You always try to drive a hard bargain," grumbled the Parnass. "That's a question for Mr. Gabriel." The reverend gentleman had a happy thought. "Wait till we come to the text, wherefore Levi had no part nor inheritance with his brethren." "You're a gentleman, Mr. Gabriel," ejaculated Escone's son-in-law, clutching at his hand. "And if he doesn't close today after your splendid sermon," added the Gabbai, "you must call and talk to him face to face." The minister made a wry face. "But that's not in my duties." "Pardon me, Mr. Gabriel," put in the Parnass, "you have to call upon the afflicted and the bereaved, and Simeon Samuels is spiritually afflicted and has lost his Sabbath." "But he doesn't want comforting." "Well, Solomon Bartzinski does," said the Parnass. "Go to him instead then, for I'm past soothing him. Choose." "I'll go to Simeon Samuels," said the preacher gloomily. 10. "It is most kind of you to call," said Simeon Samuels as he wheeled the parlour armchair towards his reverend guest. "My wife will be so sorry to have missed you. We have both been looking forward so much to your visit." "You knew I was coming?" said the minister, a whit startled. "I naturally expected a pastoral visit sooner or later." "I'm afraid it is later," murmured the minister, subsiding into the chair. "Better late than never," cried Simeon Samuels heartily, as he produced a bottle from the sideboard. "Do you take it with hot water?" "Thank you, not at all. I am only staying a moment." "Ah," he stroked his beard. "You are busy?" "Terribly busy," said the Reverend Alcan Gabriel. "Even on Sunday?" "Rather. It's my day for sectarial work, as there's no school." "Poor Mr. Gabriel." "I at least have Sunday to myself. But you have to work Saturday and Sunday too. It's really too bad." "Eh?" said the minister blankly. "Oh, of course, I know you must work on the Sabbath." "I work on Shabbos." The minister flushed to the temples. "Oh, I'm not blaming you. One must live. In an ideal world, of course, you'd preach and pray and sing and recite the law for nothing, so that heaven might perhaps overlook your hard labour. But as things are, you must take your wages." "I work on Shabbos." The minister had risen agitatedly. "I earn my wages for the rest of my work. The Sabbath work I throw in," he said hotly. "Oh, come, Mr. Gabriel, that quibble is not worthy of you. But far be it from me to judge a fellow man." "Far be it indeed." The attempted turning of his sabre point gave him vigour for the lunge. You whose shop stands brazenly open every Saturday." "My dear Mr. Gabriel, I couldn't break the fourth commandment." "What? Would you have me break the fourth commandment? I do not understand." "And yet you hold a rabbinic diploma, I am told. Does not the fourth commandment run, 6 days shalt thou labour and do all thy work? If I were to close on Saturday, I should only be working 5 days a week, since in this heathen country Sunday closure is compulsory." "But you don't keep the other half of the commandment." said the bewildered minister. "And on the 7th is a Sabbath." "Yes, I do. After my 6 days, the 7th is my Sabbath. I only sinned once, if you will have it so, the first time I shifted the Sabbath to Sunday, since when my Sabbath has arrived regularly on Sundays." "But you did sin once," said the minister, catching at that straw. "Granted, but as to get right again would now make a second sin, it seems more pious to let things be. Not that I really admit the first sin. For let me ask you, sir, which is nearer to the spirit of the commandment, to work 6 days and keep a day of rest, merely changing the day once in one's whole lifetime, or to work 5 days and keep 2 days of rest?" The minister, taken aback, knew not how to meet this novel defence. He had come heavily armed against all the usual arguments as to the necessity of earning one's bread. He was prepared to prove that even from a material point of view you really gain more in the long run, as is written in the conclusion of Sabbath service: "Blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed shalt thou be in the field." Simeon Samuels pursued his advantage. "My co-religionists in Sudminster seem to have put all the stress upon the resting half of the commandment, forgetting the working half of it. I do my best to meet their views. As you say, one should not dig down a wall, by attending their Sabbath service on a day most inconvenient to me. But no sacrifice is too great to achieve prayerful communion with one's brethren." "But if your views were to prevail, there would be an end of Judaism," the minister burst forth. "Then heaven forbid they should prevail," said Simeon Samuels fervently. "It is your duty to put the opposition doctrine as strongly as possible from the pulpit." Then, as the minister rose in angry obfuscation, "You're sure you won't have some whisky?" he added. "No, I will take nothing from a house of sin. And if you show yourself next Sabbath, I will preach at you again." "So that is your idea of religion, to drive me from the synagogue? You are more likely to drive away the rest of the congregation, sick of always hearing the same sermon. As for me, you forget how I enjoy your eloquence, devoted though it is to the destruction of Judaism." "Me!" The minister became ungrammatical in his indignation. "Yes, you. To mix up religion with the almanac. People who find that your Sabbath wall shuts them out of all public life and all professions just go outside it altogether, and think themselves outside the gates of Judaism. If my father, peace be upon him, hadn't had your narrow notions, I had gone to the bar instead of being condemned to shopkeeping." "You are very good devil's advocate now," retorted the minister. Simeon Samuel stroked his beard. "Thank you, and I congratulate your client." "You are an Epicurean, and I am wasting my time." "And mine too." The minister strode into the shop. At the street door he turned. "Then you persist in setting a bad example?" "A bad example to whom? To your godly congregation? Considering every other shop in the town is open on Shabbos, one more or less can't upset them." "Then it's only a Jewish shop. Are you aware, sir, that every other Jew in Sudminster closes rigorously on the Sabbath?" "I ascertained that before I settled here," said Simeon Samuels quietly. 11. A report of the pastor's collapse produced an emergency meeting of the leading sheep. The midday dinner hour was chosen as the slackest. A babble of suggestions filled the Parnassus parlour. Solomon Bartinsky kept sternly repeating his Delenda Carthago. "He must be expelled from the congregation." "He should be expelled from the town altogether," said Mendel, as it is written, and remove Satan from before and behind us." "Since when have we owned Sudminster?" sneered the Parnasse. "You might as well talk of expelling the mayor and the corporation." "I didn't mean by Act of Parliament," said Mendel. "We could make his life a torture." "And meantime he makes yours a torture." "No, no. The only way is to appeal to his soul." "May it be an atonement for us all," interrupted Peleg the pawnbroker. "We must beg him not to destroy religion," repeated the Parnasse. "I thought Mr. Gabriel had done that," said the Gabbai. "He's only a minister. He has no worldly tact." "Then why don't you go?" said Solomon Bartzinski. "I have too much worldly tact. The President's visit might seem like an appeal to authority. It would set up his bristles. Besides, there wouldn't be me left to appeal to. The congregation must keep some trump out of its sleeve. No, a mere plain member must go, a simple brother in Israel, to talk to him, heart to heart. You, Bartzinski, are the very man." "No, no, I'm not such a simple brother as all that. I'm in the same line, and he might take it for trade jealousy." "Then Peleg must go." "No, no, I'm not worthy to be the Sheliach Tzibur," envoy of the congregation. The Parnasse reassured him as to his merits. The congregation could not have a worthier envoy. "I can't leave my business." "You with your fine grown-up daughters?" cried Bartzinski. "Don't beshrew them. I will go at once." "And these gentlemen must await you here," said the President, tapping his snuff-box incongruously at the "here," "in order to continue the sitting if you fail." "I can't wait more than a quarter of an hour," grumbled various voices in various keys. Peleg departed nervously, upborne by the congregational esteem. He returned without even his own. Instead he carried a bulky barometer. "You must buy this for the synagogue, gentlemen," he said. "It will do to hang in the lobby." The Parnasse was the only one left in command of his breath. "Buy a barometer?" he gasped. "Well, it isn't any good to me," retorted Peleg angrily. "Then why'd you buy it?" cried the Gabbai. "It was the cheapest article I could get off with." "But you didn't go to buy?" said the Parnasse. "I know that. But you come into the shop. Naturally he takes you for a customer. He looks so dignified. He strokes his beard. You can't look a fool. You must—" "Be one," snapped the Parnasse, "and then you come to us to share the expenses." "Well, what do I want with a barometer?" "It'd do to tell you there's a storm when the chimney pots are blowing down," suggested the Parnasse crushingly. "Put it in your window. You'll make a profit out of it," said Mendel. "Not while Simeon Samuels is selling them cheaper, as with his Sabbath profits he can well afford to do." "Oh, he said he'd stick to his Sabbath profit, did he?" inquired the Parnasse. "We never touched on that," said Peleg miserably. "I couldn't manage to work the Sabbath into the conversation." "This is terrible." Bartzinski's fist smote the table. "I'll go. Let him suspect my motives or not. The Almighty knows they're pure." "Bravo! Well spoken." There was a burst of applause. Several marine dealers shot out their hands and grasped Bartzinski's in admiration. "Do not await me, gentlemen," he said importantly. "Go in peace." 12. "Good afternoon, Mr. Samuels," said Solomon Bartzinski. "Good afternoon, sir. What can I do for you?" You don't know me? I'm a fellow Jew." "That's as plain as the nose on your face." "You don't remember me from shul? Mr. Bartzinski? I had the rolling up of the scroll at the time you had the elevation of it." "Oh, indeed. At these solemn moments I scarcely notice people. but I am very glad to find you patronising my humble establishment."
"I don't want a barometer," said Solomon hurriedly.
"That is fortunate, as I've just sold my last. But in the way of waterproofs we have a new pattern, very seasonable."
No, I didn't come for a waterproof.
"These oilskins—"
I didn't come to buy anything."
"Ah, you wish to sell me something."
"Not that either. The fact is, I've come to beg of you as one Jew to another."
"A schnorrer," interrupted Simeon Samuels. "Oh, Lord, I ought to have recognised you by that synagogue beginning."
"Me a schnorrer?"
The little man swelled skywards.
"Me, Solomon Barsinski, whose shop stood in Subminster 20 years before you poked your nose in?"
"I beg your pardon. There, you see I'm a beggar too." And Simeon Samuels laughed mirthlessly. "Well, you've come to beg of me," and his fingers caressed his patriarchal beard.
"I don't come on my own account only," Barsinski stammered.
"I understand. You want a contribution to the Passover cake fund. My time is precious, so is yours. What is the Parnass giving?"
"I'm not begging for money. I represent the congregation."
"Dear me. Why didn't you come to the point quicker? The congregation wishes to beg my acceptance of office." "Well, it's very good of you all, especially as I'm such a recent addition. But I really feel a diffidence. You see, my views of the Sabbath clash with those of the congregation."
"They do!" cried Barsinski, leaping at his opportunity.
"Yes, I'm for a much stricter observance than appears general here. Scarcely one of you carries his handkerchief tied round his loins like my poor old father, peace be upon him. You all carry the burden of it impiously in a pocket."
"I never noticed your handkerchief round your waist," cried the bewildered Barsinski.
"Perhaps not. I never had a cold. It remained furled." Simeon Samuel's superb insolence twitched Barsinski's mouth agape.
"But you keep your shop open,"
he cried at last. "That will be still another point of clashing," admitted Simeon Samuels blandly. "Altogether, you will see the inadvisability of my accepting office."
"Office?"
echoed Barsinski, meeting the other's ironic fence with crude thwack.
"Do you think a God-fearing congregation would offer office to a Sabbath breaker?"
"Ah, so that was at the back of it. I suspected something underhand in your offer. I was to be given office, was I, on condition of closing my shop on Saturday? No, Mr. Barsinski. Go back and tell those who sent you that Simeon Samuels scorns stipulations, and that when you offer to make him Parnass unconditionally, he may consider your offer, but not till then. Goodbye. You must jog along with your present apology for a Parnass."
You Elisha ben Abu Yai!"
And consoled only by the aptness of his reference to the atheist of the Talmud, Barsinski rushed off to tell the Parnass how Simeon Samuels had insulted them both. End of section 8. Section 9 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 13. The Parnass, however, was not to be drawn yet. He must keep himself in reserve, he still insisted. But perhaps, he admitted, Simeon Samuels resented mere private members or committee men. Let the Gabbai go. Accordingly, the pompous treasurer of the synagogue strode into the notorious shop on the Sabbath itself, catching Simeon Samuels red-handed. But nothing could be suaver than that gentleman's "Good Shabbos, what can I do for you?"
"You can shut up your shop,"
said the Gabbai brusquely. "And how shall I pay your bill then?"
"I'd rather give you a seat and all the honours for nothing than see this desecration."
You must have a goodly surplus then.
We have enough.
That's strange. You're the first gab I ever knew who was satisfied with his balance sheet. Is it your excellent management, I wonder, or have you endowments?
That's not for me to say. I mean we have £500 or £600 in legacies.
Indeed. Soundly invested, I hope?
First class. English Railway debentures.
I see. Trustee stock. Simeon Samuels stroked his beard. And so your whole congregation works on the Sabbath. A pretty confession.
What do you mean?
Runs railway trains, lights engine fires, keeps porters and signalmen toiling, and pockets the profits.
Who does?
You, sir, in particular, as the financial representative of the congregation. How can any Jew hold industrial shares in a heathen country without being a partner in a Sabbath business? Aye, and opening on the Day of Atonement itself. And it is you who have the audacity to complain of me. I at least do my own dirty work, not hide myself behind stocks and shares. Good Shabbos to you, Mr. Gabbai, and kindly mind your own business in future. Your locomotives and your sidings and your stinking tunnels. 14. The Parnasse could no longer delay the diplomatic encounter. 'Twas vain to accuse the others of tactlessness and shirk the exhibition of his own tact. He exhibited it most convincingly by not informing the others that he was about to put it to a trial. Hence he refrained from improving a synagogue opportunity, but sneaked one weekday towards the shop. He lingered without, waiting to be invited within. Thus all appearance of his coming to rebuke would be removed. His mission should pop up from a casual conversation. He peeped into the window, passed and repassed. Simeon Samuels, aware of a fly hovering on the purlieu of his web, issued from its centre as the Parnasse turned his back on the shop and gazed musingly at the sky.
"Looks threatening for rain, sir,"
observed Simeon Samuels, addressing the back. Waterproofs. Bless my soul, but it surely isn't our Parnasse. Yes, I'm just strolling about. I seem to have stumbled on your establishment. Lucky for me. And a pleasure for me. I never knew you had such a nice display. Won't you come inside and see the stock? Thank you, I must really get back home. And besides, as you say, it is threatening for rain. I'll lend you a waterproof, or even sell you one cheap. Come in, sir, come in. Pray honour me. Congratulating himself on catching the spider, the fly followed him within. A quarter of an hour passed in which he must buzz about the stock. It seemed vastly difficult to veer round to the Sabbath through the web of conversation the spider wove round him. Simeon Samuel's conception of a marine dealer's stock startled him by its comprehensiveness, and when he was asked to admire an Indian shawl, he couldn't help inquiring what it was doing there. "Well," explained Simeon Samuels, "occasionally a captain or first mate will come back to England, home and beauty, and will have neglected to buy foreign presents for his womenkind. I then remind him of the weakness of womenkind for such trophies of their menfolk's travel." "Excellent. I won't tell your competitors." "Oh, those cattle!" Simeon snapped his fingers. "If they stole my idea, they'd not be able to carry it out. It's not easy to cajole a captain." "No, you're indeed a honeyed rascal," thought the Parnasse. "I also do a brisk business in chutney," went on Simeon. "It's a thing women are especially fond of, having brought back to them from India. and yet it's the last thing their menkind think of till I remind them of it on their return." "I certainly brought back none," said the Parnasse, smiling in spite of himself. "You've been in India?" "I have," replied the Parnasse with a happy inspiration, "and I brought back to my wife something more stimulating than chutney." "Indeed?" "Yes, the story of the Beni Israel, the black Jews who, surrounded by all those millions of Hindus, still kept their Sabbath." "Ah, poor niggers! Then you've been half round the world." "All round the world, for I went there and back by different routes, and it was most touching, wherever I went, to find everywhere a colony of Jews, and everywhere the holy Sabbath kept sacred." "But on different days, of course," said Simeon Samuels. "Eh? Not at all. On the same day." "On the same day! How could that be? The day changes with every move east or west. When it's day here, it's night in Australia." Darkness began to cloud the presidential brow. "Don't you try to make black white," he said angrily. "It's you that are trying to make white black," retorted Simeon Samuels. "Perhaps you don't know that I hail from Australia, and that by working on Saturday I escape profaning my native Australian Sabbath, while you, who have been all round the world, and have either lost or gained a day, according as you travelled east or west, are desecrating your original Sabbath, either by working on Friday or smoking on Sunday." The Parnasse felt his head going round. He didn't know whether east or west. He tried to clear it by a pinch of snuff, which he in vain strove to make judicial. "Oh, and so you're the saint and I'm the sinner," he cried sarcastically. "No, I don't profess to be a saint," replied Simeon Samuels, somewhat unexpectedly. "But I do think the Saturday was meant for Palestine, not for the lands of the exile, where another day of rest rules. When you were in India you probably noted that the Mohammedans keep Friday. A poor Jew in the bazaar is robbed of his Hindu customers on Friday, of his Jews on Saturday, and his Christians on Sunday." "The fourth commandment is eternal," said the Parnasse with obstinate sublimity. "But the fifth says that thy days may be long in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. I believe this reward belongs to all the first 5 commandments, not only to the fifth, else an orphan would have no chance of long life. Keep the Sabbath in the land that the Lord giveth thee, not in England, which isn't thine." "Oh ho," retorted the Parnasse, "then at that rate in England you needn't honour your father and mother." "Not if you haven't got them," rejoined Simeon Samuels, "and if you haven't got a land you can't keep its Sabbath. Perhaps you think we can keep the Jubilee also without a country." "The Sabbath is eternal," repeated the Parnasse doggedly. "It has nothing to do with countries. Before we got to the promised land we kept the Sabbath in the wilderness." "Yes, and God sent a double dose of manna on the Friday. Do you mean to say he sends us here a double dose of profit?" "He doesn't let us starve. We prospered well enough before you brought your wretched example." "Then my wretched example cannot lead the congregation away. I am glad of it. You do them much more harm by your way of Sabbath breaking." "My way?" "Yes, my dear old father, peace be upon him, would have been scandalised to see the burden you carry on the Sabbath." "What burden do I carry?" "Your snuff box." The Parnasse almost dropped it. "That little thing?" "I call it a cumbrous, not to say tasteless thing. But before the Almighty there is no great and no small. One who stands in such a high place in the synagogue must be especially mindful, and every unnecessary burden. But stuff is necessary for me. I can't do without it." "Other presidents have done without it, as it is written in Jeremiah, and the wild asses did stand in the high places, they snuffed up the wind. The Parnass flushed like a beetroot. "I'll teach you to know your place, sir." He turned his back on the scoffer and strode towards the door. "But if you'd care for a smaller snuff-box," said Simeon Samuels, "I have an artistic assortment." 15. At the next meeting of the Synagogue Council, a notice of motion stood upon the agenda in the name of the Parnass himself, that this council views with the greatest reprobation the breach of the fourth commandment committed weekly by a member of the congregation, and calls upon him either to resign his seat with the burial and other rites appertaining thereto, or to close his business on the Sabbath. When the resolution came up, Mr. Solomon Bartzinski moved as an amendment that weekly be altered into twice a week, since the member kept open on Friday night as well as Saturday. The Parnass refused to accept the amendment. There was only one Sabbath a week, though it had 2 periods, and the evening and the morning were one day. Mr. Peleg supported the amendment. They must not leave Mr. Simeon Samuels a loophole of escape. It was also, he said, the duty of the council to buy a barometer the rogue had foisted upon him. After an animated discussion, mainly about the barometer, the President accepted the amendment, but produced a great impression by altering twice a week into bi-weekly. A Mr. John Strauman, however, who prided himself on his style, and had even changed his name to John because Jacob grated on his delicate ear, refused to be impressed. Committed bi-weekly by a member sounded almost jocose, he argued. By, it sounded like a butcher's cry. Mr. Enoch, the kosher butcher, rose amid excitement and asked if he had come there to be insulted. Sit down, said the Parnass roughly. "It's no matter how the resolution sounds. It will be in writing." "Then why not add," sarcastically persisted the stylist, "committed bi-weekly by a member by buying and selling?" Order, said the Parnass angrily. "Those who are in favour of the resolution." Carried. "By a majority," sneered the stylist, subsiding. "Mr. Secretary," the President turned to the poor reverend of all work, "you need not record this verbal discussion in the minutes." "By request," said the stylist, reviving. "But what's the use of the resolution if you don't mention the member's name?" suddenly inquired Ephraim Mendel, stretching his long, languid limbs. "There's only one Sabbath breaker," replied the Parnass. "Today, yes, but tomorrow there might be 2. "It could hardly be tomorrow," said the stylist, "for that happens to be a Monday." Bartzinski bashed the table. "Mr. President, are we here for business or are we not?" "You may be here for business. I am here for religion," retorted Strauman, the stylist. You snub-nosed monkey, what do you mean?" Order, gentlemen," said the Parnass. "I will not order," said Solomon Bartzinski excitedly. "I did not come here to be insulted." "Insulted," quoth Strauman. "It's you that must apologise, you illiterate ichthyosaurus. I appeal to the President." "You have both insulted me," was the worthy's ruling. "I give the word to Mr. Mendel." "But," from both the combatants simultaneously. Order, from a dozen throats. "I said Simeon Samuel's name must be put in," Mendel repeated. "You should have said so before. The resolution is carried now," said the President. "And a fat lot of good it will do," said Peleg. "Gentlemen, if you knew him as well as I, if you had my barometer to read him by, you'd see that the only remedy is to put him in cherem, excommunication." "If he can't get buried, it is a kind of cherem," said the Gabbai.
Assuredly, added the Parnasse, he will be frightened to think that if he dies suddenly... And he is sure to take a sudden death, put in Bartzinski with unction. He will not be buried among Jews, wound up the Parnasse. Hear, hear! A murmur of satisfaction ran round the table. All felt that Simeon Samuels was cornered at last. It was resolved that the resolution be sent to him. 16. Mr. Simeon Samuels requests me to say that he presents his compliments to the Secretary of the Sudminster Hebrew Congregation and begs to acknowledge the receipt of the Council's resolution. In reply I am to state that Mr. Samuels regrets that his views on the Sabbath question should differ from those of his fellow worshippers, but he has not attempted to impress his views on the majority, and he regrets that in a free country like England they should have imported the tyranny of the lands of persecution from which they came. Fortunately such procedure is illegal. By the Act of Charles I, the Sabbath is defined as the Sunday, and as a British subject Mr. Samuels takes his stand upon the British Constitution. Mr. Samuels has done his best to compromise with the congregation by attending the Sabbath service on the day most convenient to the majority. In regard to the veiled threat of the refusal of burial rites, Mr. Samuels desires me to say that he has no intention of dying in Sudminster, but merely of getting his living there. In any case, under his will, his body is to be deported to Jerusalem, where he has already acquired a burying place. Next year in Jerusalem, cried Bartzinski fervently, when this was read to the next meeting. Order, order, said the Parnasse. I don't believe in his Jerusalem grave. They won't admit his dead body. He relies on smuggling in alive, said Bartzinski gloomily, as soon as he has made his pile. That won't be very long at this rate, added Ephraim Mendel. The sooner the better, said the Gabbai impatiently. Let him go to Jericho. There was a burst of laughter, to the Gabbai's great astonishment. Order, order, gentlemen, said the Parnasse. Don't you see from this insolent letter how right I was? The rascal threatens to drag us to the Christian courts. That's clear. All that about Jerusalem is only dust thrown into our eyes. Grave dust, murmured Straumann. Order, he's a dangerous customer. Shopkeeper, corrected Straumann. The Parnasse glared, but took snuff silently. I don't wonder he laughed at us, said Straumann, encouraged. Bi-weekly, by a member, ha, ha, ha! Mr. President, Bartzinski screamed, will you throw that laughing hyena out, or shall I? Straumann froze to a statue of dignity. Let any animalcule try it on, said he. Shut up, you children, I'll chuck you both out, said Ephraim Mendel in conciliatory tones. The point is, what's to be done now, Mr. President? Nothing, till the end of the year. When he offers his new subscription, we refuse to take it. That can't be illegal. We ought all to go to him in a friendly deputation, said Straumann. These formal resolutions, bye, put his back up. We'll go to him as brothers. All Israel are brethren, and blood is thicker than water. Chutney is thicker than blood, put in the Parnasse mysteriously. He'll simply try to palm off his stock on the deputation. Ephraim Mendel and Solomon Bartzinski jumped up simultaneously. What a good idea, said Ephraim. There you have hit it, said Solomon. Their simultaneous popping up had an air of finality, like the long and the short of it. You mean, said the Parnasse, befogged in his turn. I mean, said Bartzinski, we could buy up his stock, me and the other marine dealers between us, and he could clear out. If he sold it reasonably, added Mendel. Even unreasonably you must make a sacrifice for the Sabbath, said the Parnasse. Besides, divided among the lot of you, the loss will be little. And you can buy in my barometer with the rest, added Peleg. We could call a meeting of marine dealers, said Bartzinski, disregarding him. We could say to them, we must sacrifice ourselves for our religion. Tell that to the marine dealers, murmured Straumann. And that we must buy out the Sabbath breaker at any cost. Buy, said Straumann. If you'd only thought of that sort of buy at the first. Order, said the Parnasse. It will be more in order, said Straumann, to appoint an executive subcommittee to deal with the question. I'm sick of it. And surely we as a synagogue council can't be in order in ordering some of our members to buy out another. Hear, hear. His suggestion found general approval. It took a long discussion, however, before the synagogue decided to wash its hands of responsibility and give over to a subcommittee of 3 the task of ridding Sudminster of its plague spot by any means that commended itself to them. Solomon Bartzinski, Ephraim Mendel and Peleg the pawnbroker were elected to constitute this council of 3. 17. The glad news spread through the Sudminster congregation that Simeon Samuels had at last been bought out, at a terrible loss to the martyred marine dealers, who had to load themselves with chutney and other unheard of and unsaleable stock. But they would get back their losses, it was felt, by the removal of his rivalry. Carts were drawn up before the dismantled plate glass window, carrying off its criminal contents, and Simeon Samuels stood stroking his beard amid the ruins. Then the shop closed. The shutters that should have honoured the Sabbath now depressed the Tuesday. Simeon Samuels was seen to get into the London train. The demon that troubled their sanctity had been exorcised. A great peace reigned in every heart, almost like the Sabbath peace coming into the middle of the week. If they had only taken my advice earlier, said Solomon Bartzinski to his wife, as he rolled his forkful of beef in the chutney. You can write to your father, Deborah, said Lazarus Levy, that we no longer need the superior reach-me-downs. On the Wednesday, strange new rumours began to circulate, and those who hastened to confirm them stood dumbfounded before great posters on all the shutters. Closed for restocking. The old-fashioned stock of this business having been sold off to the trade, Simeon Samuels is taking the opportunity to lay in the best and most up-to-date London and continental goods for his customers. Bargains and novelties in every department. Reopen Saturday next. 18. A hurried emergency meeting of the executive subcommittee was called. He has swindled us, said Solomon Bartzinski. This paper signed by him merely undertakes to shut up his shop, and he will plead he meant for a day or 2. And he agreed to leave the town, wailed Peleg, but he meant to buy goods. Well, we can have the law of him, said Mendel. We paid him compensation for disturbance. And can't he claim he was disturbed? Shrieked Bartzinski. His whole stock turned upside down. Let him claim, said Mendel. There is such a thing as obtaining money under false pretences. And such a thing as becoming the laughingstock of the heathen, said Peleg. We must grin and bear it ourselves. It's all very well for you to grin, said Solomon tartly. We've got to bear it. You didn't take over any of his old rubbish. Didn't I, indeed? What about the barometer? Confound your barometer, cried Ephraim Mendel. I'll have the law of him. I've made up my mind. Well, you'll have to bear the cost then, said Peleg. It's none of my business. Yes, it is, shouted Mendel. As a member of the subcommittee, you can't disassociate yourselves from us. A nice idea, that. I'm to be dragged into your lawsuits. Hush, leave off these squabbles," said Solomon Bartzinski. "The law is slow, and not even sure. The time has come for desperate measures. We must root out the plague spot with our own hands." "Hear, hear," said the rest of the subcommittee. 19. On the succeeding Sabbath, Simeon Samuels was not the only figure in the synagogue absorbed in devotion. Solomon Bartzinski, Ephraim Mendel, and Peleg, the pawnbroker, were all wrapped in equal piety, while the rest of the congregation was shaken with dreadful gossip about them. Their shops were open too, it would seem. Immediately after the service, the Parnasse arrested Solomon Bartzinski's exit and asked him if the rumour were true. "Perfectly true," replied Solomon placidly. "The executive subcommittee passed a resolution to break the Sabbath," interrupted the Parnasse. "We had already sacrificed our money. There was nothing left but to sacrifice our deepest feelings." "But what for?" "Why, to destroy his advantage, of course. 5/6 of his Sabbath profits depend on the marine dealers closing, and when he says he's breaking the Sabbath in vain..." "Rubbish! You're asked to stop a congregation infection, and you..." "Vaccinate ourselves with the same stuff to make sure the attack shall be light." "It's a hair of the dog that bit us," said Mendel, who with Peleg had lingered to back up Bartzinski. "Of the mad dog!" exclaimed the Parnasse. "And you're all raging mad." "It's the only sane way," urged Peleg, "when he sees his rivals open. You," the President turned on him, "you're not even a marine dealer. Why are you open?" "How could I disassociate myself from the rest of the subcommittee?" inquired Peleg, with righteous indignation. "You're a set of sinners in Israel," cried the Parnasse, forgetting even to take snuff. "This will split up the congregation." "The congregation, through its council, gave the committee full power to deal with the matter," said Bartzinski with dignity. "But then the other marine dealers will open as well as the committee." "I trust not," replied Bartzinski fervently. "Two of us are enough to cut down his takings." "But the whole lot of you would be still more efficacious. Oh, this is the destruction of our congregation, the death of our religion." "No, no, no," said Solomon soothingly. "You are mistaken. We are most careful not to touch money. We're going to trust our customers and keep our accounts without pen or ink. We have invented a most ingenious system which gives us far more work than writing, but we have determined to spare ourselves no trouble to keep the Sabbath from unnecessary desecration." "And once the customers don't pay up, your system will break down." "No, no. I shall write to the Chief Rabbi." "We will explain our motives," said Mendel. "Your motives need no explanation. This scandal must cease." "And who are you to give orders?" shrieked Solomon Bartzinski. "You're not speaking to a schnorrer, mind you. My banking account is every bit as big as yours. For 2 pins I start an opposition shul." "A Sunday shul," said the Parnasse sarcastically. "And why not? It would be better than sitting playing solo on Sundays. We're not in Palestine now." "Oh, Simeon Samuels has been talking to you, has he?" "I don't need Simeon Samuels' wisdom. I'm an Englishman myself." 20. The desperate measures of the subcommittee were successful. The other marine dealers hastened to associate themselves with the plan of campaign, and Simeon Samuel soon departed in search of a more pious seaport. But alas, homoeopathy was only half vindicated, for the remedy proved worse than the disease, and the cutting out of the original plague spot left the other marine stores still infected. The epidemic spread from them till it had overtaken half the shops of the congregation. Some had it in a mild form, only one shutter open, or a back door not closed, but in many it came out over the whole shop window.
The one bright spot in the story of the Sudminster Sabbath is that the congregation of which the present esteemed Parnass is Solomon Bartzinski, Esquire, J.P., managed to avert the threatened split, and that while in so many other orthodox synagogues the poor minister preaches on the Sabbath to empty benches, the Sudminster congregation still remains at the happy point of compromise acutely discovered by Simeon Samuels, of listening reverentially every Saturday morning to the unchanging principles of its minister-elect, the while its shops are engaged in supplying the wants of Christendom. End of the Sudminster Sabbath. End of section 9. Section 10 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The Red Mark. The curious episode in the London ghetto the other winter, while the epidemic of smallpox was raging, escaped the attention of the reporters, though in the world of the board schools it is a vivid memory. But even the teachers and the committees, the inspectors and the board members, have remained ignorant of the part little Bloomer Beckenstein played in it. To explain how she came to be outside the school gates instead of inside them, we must go back a little and explain her situation both outside and inside her school. Bloomer was probably Blumer, which is German for flower, but she had always been spelt Bloomer, B-L-O-O-M-A-H, in the school register, for even board school teachers are not necessarily familiar with foreign languages. They might have been forgiven for not connecting Bloomer with blooms, for she was a sad-faced child, and even in her 10th year showed deep dark circles round her eyes. But they were beautiful eyes, large, brown and soft, shining with love and obedience. Mrs. Beckenstein, however, found neither of these qualities in her youngest born, who seemed to her entirely sucked up by the school. "In my days," she would grumble, "it used to be God Almighty first, your parents next, and school last. Now it's all a red mark first, your parents and God Almighty nowhere." The red mark was a symbol of punctuality, set opposite the child's name in the register. To gain it, she must be in her place at 9 o'clock to the stroke. A moment after 9, and only the black mark was attainable. 20 to 10, and the duck's egg of the absent was sorrowfully inscribed by the recording angel, who in Bloomer's case was a pale pupil teacher with eyeglasses. But it was the banner which loomed largest on the school horizon, intensifying Bloomer's anxiety and her mother's grievance. "I don't see nothing," Mrs. Beckenstein iterated. "No prize, no medal, nothing but a red mark and a banner." The banner was indeed a novelty. It had not unfurled itself in Mrs. Beckenstein's young days, nor even in the young days of Bloomer's married brothers and sisters. As the worthy matron would say, "There's been Jack Beckenstein, there's been Joey Beckenstein, there's been Bryony Beckenstein, there's been Benji Beckenstein, there's been Ada Beckenstein, there's been Becky Beckenstein, God bless their hearts, and they all grew up scholars and prize winners, and a credit to their queen and their religion, without this mushagus madness of a banner." Vaguely Mrs. Beckenstein connected the degenerate innovation with the invasion of the school by foreigners, all these hordes of Russian, Polish and Romanian Jews flying from persecution, who were sweeping away the good old English families, of which she considered the Beckensteins a shining example. What did English people want with banners and such like gewgaws? The banner was a class trophy of regularity and punctuality. It might be said metaphorically to be made of red marks, and indeed its ground hue was purple.
The class that had scored the highest weekly average of red marks enjoyed its emblazoned splendours for the next week. It hung by a cord on the classroom wall amid the dull, drab maps, a glorious sight with its oaken frame and its rich coloured design in silk. Life moved to a chivalrous music, lessons went more easily in presence of its proud pomp. 'Twas like marching to a band instead of painfully plodding. And the desire to keep it became a passion to the winners. The little girls strained every nerve never to be late or absent, but alas, some mischance would occur to one or other, and it passed in its purple and gold to some strenuous and luckier class in another section of the building, turning to a funeral banner as it disappeared dismally through the door of the cold and empty room. Woe to the latecomer who imperilled the banner. The black mark on the register was a snowflake compared with the black frown on all those childish foreheads. As for the absentee, the scowls that will meet her return not improbably operated to prolong her absence. Only once had Bloomer's class won the trophy, and that was largely through a yellow fog which hit the other classes worse. For Bloomer was the black sheep that spoilt the chances of the fold, the black sheep with the black marks. Perhaps those great rings round her eyes were the black marks incarnate, so morbidly did the poor child grieve over her sins of omission. Yet these sins of omission were virtues of commission elsewhere, for if Bloomer's desk was vacant, it was only because Bloomer was slaving at something that her mother considered more important. The Beckenstein family first, the workshop second, and school nowhere, Bloomer might have retorted on her mother. At home she was the girl of all work. In the living room she did cooking and washing and sweeping. In the shop above, whenever a hand fell sick or work fell heavy, she was utilised to make buttonholes, school hours or no school hours. Bloomer was likewise the errand girl of the establishment, and the portress of goods to and from S. Cohn's Emporium in Holloway, and the watchdog when Mrs. Beckenstein went shopping or pleasuring. "Lock up the house," the latter would cry, when Bloomer tearfully pleaded for that course. "My things are much too valuable to be locked up, but I know you'd rather lose my jewellery than your precious banner." When Mrs. Beckenstein had new grandchildren, and they came frequently, Bloomer would be summoned in hot haste to the new scene of service. Curt postcards came on these occasions, thus conceived: "Dear Mother, a son. Send Bloomer. Briney." Sometimes these messages were mournfully inverted. "Dear Mother, poor little Rachie is gone. Send Bloomer to your heartbroken Becky." Occasionally the postcard went the other way. "Dear Becky, send back Bloomer. Your loving mother." The care of her elder brother Daniel was also part of Bloomer's burden, and in the evenings she had to keep an eye on his street sports and comrades, for since he had shocked his parents by dumping down a new pair of boots on the table, he could not be trusted without supervision. Not that he had stolen the boots, far worse. Beguiled by a card cunningly printed in Hebrew, he had attended the evening classes of the Mishumodim, those converted Jews who try to bribe their brethren from the faith, and who are the bugbear and execration of the ghetto. Daniel was thereafter looked upon at home as a lamb, who had escaped from the lion's den, and must be the object of their vengeful pursuit, while on Bloomer devolved the duties of shepherd and sheepdog. It was in the midst of all these diverse duties that Bloomer tried to go to school by day and do her home lessons by night. She did not murmur against her mother, though she often pleaded. She recognised that the poor woman was similarly distracted between domestic duties and turns at the machines upstairs. Only it was hard for the child to dovetail the two halves of her life. At night she must sit up as late as her elders, poring over her school books, and in the morning it was a fierce rush to get through her share of the housework in time for the red mark. In Mrs. Beckstein's language, don't eat, don't sleep, boil nor bake, stew nor roast, nor fry nor nothing. Her case was even worse than her mother imagined, for sometimes it was 10 minutes to 9 before Bloomer could sit down to her own breakfast, and then the steaming cup of tea served by her mother was a terrible hindrance, and if that good woman's head was turned, Bloomer would sneak towards the improvised sink, which consisted of 2 dirty buckets, the one holding the clean water being recognisable by the tin pot standing on its covering board, where she would pour half her tea into the one bucket and fill up from the other. When this stratagem was impossible, she almost scalded herself in her gulpy haste. Then how she snapped up her satchel and ran through rain or snow or fog or scorching sunshine. Yet often she lost her breath without gaining her mark, and as she cowered tearfully under the angry eyes of the classroom, a stab at her heart was added to the stitch in her side. It made her classmates only the angrier that, despite all her unpunctuality, she kept a high position in the class, even if she could never quite attain prize rank. But there came a week when Bloomer's family remained astonishingly quiet and self-sufficient, and it looked as if the banner might once again adorn the dry scholastic room and throw a halo of romance round the blackboard. Then a curious calamity befell. A girl who had left the school for another at the end of the previous week returned on the Thursday, explaining that her parents had decided to keep her in the old school. An indignant heart cry broke through all the discipline. "Teacher, don't have her!" From Bloomer burst the peremptory command, "Go back, Sarah!" For the unlucky children felt that her interval would now be reckoned one of absence, and they were right. Sarah reduced the gross attendance by 6, and the banner was lost. Yet to have been so near incited them to a fresh spurt. Again the tantalising Thursday was reached before their hopes were dashed. This time the breakdown was even crueller, for every pinafore pupil, not excluding Bloomer, was in her place, red marked. Upon this saintly company burst suddenly Bloomer's mother, who, ignoring the teacher and pointing her finger dramatically at her daughter, cried, "Bloomer Beckenstein, go home!" Bloomer's face became one large red mark, at which all the other girls' eyes were directed. Tears of humiliation and distress tripped down her cheeks over the dark rings. If she were thus hauled off ere she had received 2 hours of secular instruction, her attendance would be cancelled. The class was all in confusion. "Fold arms!" cried the teacher sharply, and the girls sat up rigidly. Bloomer obeyed instinctively with the rest. "Bloomer Beckenstein, do you want me to pull you out by your plait?" "Mrs. Beckenstein, really you mustn't come here like that," said the teacher in her most ladylike accents. "Tell Bloomer that," answered Mrs. Beckenstein, unimpressed. "She's come here by running away from home. There's nobody but her to see to things, for we're all broken in our bones from dancing at a wedding last night and coming home at 4 in the morning and pouring cats and dogs. If you go to our house, please, teacher, you'll see my Benji in bed. He's given up his day's work. He must have his sleep. He earns £3 a week as head cutter at S. Cohn's. He can afford to be in bed, thank God. So now then, Bloomer Beckenstein, don't they teach you here, honour thy father and thy mother?" Poor Bloomer rose, feeling vaguely that fathers and mothers should not dishonour their children. With hanging head she moved to the door and burst into a passion of tears as soon as she got outside. After, if not in consequence of this behaviour, Mrs. Beckenstein broke her leg and lay for weeks with the limb cased in plaster of Paris. That finished the chances of the banner for a long time. Between nursing and house management, Bloomer could scarcely ever put in an attendance.
So heavily did her twin troubles weigh upon the sensitive child day and night, that she walked almost with a limp, and dreamed of her name in the register with ominous rows of black ciphers. They stretched on and on to infinity. In vain did she turn page after the page in the hope of a red mark. The little black eggs became larger and larger, till at last horrid horned insects began to creep from them and scramble all over her, and she woke with creeping flesh. Sometimes she lay swathed and choking in the coils of a black banner. And to add to these worries, the school board officer hovered and buzzed around, threatening summonses. But at last she was able to escape to her beloved school. The expected scowl of the room was changed to a sigh of relief. Extremes meet, and her absence had been so prolonged that reproach was turned to welcome. Bloomer remorsefully redoubled her exertions. The hope of the banner flamed anew in every breast. But the other classes were no less keen. A fifth standard in particular kept the banner for a full month, grimly holding it against all comers, came they ever so regularly and punctually. Suddenly a new and melancholy factor entered into the competition. An epidemic of smallpox broke out in the East End, with its haphazard effects upon the varying classes. Red marks and black marks, medals and prizes, all was luck and lottery. The pride of the fifth standard was laid low. One of its girls was attacked. 2 others were kept at home through parental panic. A disturbing insecurity, as of an earthquake, vibrated through the school. In Bloomer's class alone, as if inspired by her martial determination, the ranks stood firm, unwavering. The epidemic spread. The ghetto began to talk of special psalms in the little synagogues. In this crisis which the epidemic produced, the banner seemed drifting steadily towards Bloomer and her mates. They started Monday morning with all hands on deck, so to speak. They sailed round Tuesday and Wednesday without a black mark in the school log. The Thursday on which they had so often split was passed under full canvas, and if they could only get through Friday, the trophy was theirs. And Friday was the easiest day of all, inasmuch as, in view of the incoming Sabbath, it finished earlier. School did not break up between the 2 attendances. There was a mere dinner interval in the playground at midday. Nobody could get away, and whoever scored the first mark was sure of the second. Bloomer was up before dawn on the fateful winter morning. She could run no risks of being late. She polished off all her housework, wondering anxiously if any of her classmates would oversleep herself, yet at heart confident that all were as eager as she. Still, there was always that troublesome smallpox. She breathed a prayer that God would keep all the little girls and send them the banner. As she sat at breakfast, the postman brought a postcard for her mother. Bloomer's heart was in her mouth when Mrs. Bleckenstein clucked her tongue in reading it. She felt sure that the epidemic had invaded one of those numerous family hearths. Her mother handed her the card silently. "Dear Mother, I am racked with neuralgia. Send Bloomer to fry the fish. Becky." Bloomer turned white. This was scarcely less tragic. "Poor Becky," said her heedless parent. "There's time after school," she faltered. "What?" shrieked Mrs. Beckenstein. "And not give the fish time to get cold? It's that red mark again. Sooner than lose it you'd see your own sister eat hot fish. Be off at once, tell you unnatural brat, or I'll bang the frying pan about your head. That'll give you a red mark, yes, and a black mark too. My poor Becky never persecuted me with banners, and she's twice the scholard you are." "Why, she can't spell neuralgia," said Bloomer resentfully. "And who wants to spell a thing like that? It's bad enough to feel it. Wait till you have babies and neuralgia of your own, and you'll see how you'll spell." "She can't spell rat either,"
put in Daniel. His mother turned on him witheringly. She didn't go to school with Mishamodim. Bloomer suddenly picked up her satchel. What's your books for? You don't fry fish with books? Mrs. Beckenstein wrested it away from her and dashed it on the floor. The pencil case rolled one way, the thimble another. But I can get to school for the afternoon attendance. Madness! With your sister in agony? Have you no feelings? Don't let me see your brazen face before the Sabbath. Bloomer crept out broken-hearted. On the way to Becky's, her feet turned of themselves by long habit down the miry street in which the red brick school building rose in dreary importance. The sight of the great iron gate and the hurrying children caused her a throb of guilt. For a moment she stood wrestling with the temptation to enter. It was but for the moment. She might rise to the heresy of hot fried fish in lieu of cold, but Becky's Sabbath altogether devoid of fried fish was a thought too sacrilegious for her childish brain. From her earliest babyhood, chunks of cold fried fish had been part of her conception of the day of rest. Visions and odours of her mother frying plaice and soles, at worst cod or mackerel, were inwoven with her most sacred memories of the coming Sabbath. It is probable she thought Friday was short for frying day. With a sob she turned back, hurrying as if to escape the tug of temptation. "Bloomer, where are you off to?" It was the alarmed cry of a classmate. Bloomer took to her heels, her face a fiery mass of shame and grief. Towards midday, Becky's fish, nicely browned and sprigged with parsley, stood cooling on the great blue willow-patterned dish, and Becky's neuralgia abated, perhaps from the mental relief of the spectacle. When the clock struck 12, Bloomer was allowed to scamper off to school in the desperate hope of saving the afternoon attendance. The London sky was of lead and the London pavement of mud, but her heart was aglow with hope. As she reached the familiar street, a certain strangeness in its aspect struck her. People stood at the doors gossiping and excited, as though no Sabbath pots were cooking. Straggling groups possessed the roadway, impeding her advance, and as she got nearer to the school, the crowd thickened. The roadway became impassable. A gesticulating mob blocked the iron gate. Poor Bloomer paused in her breathless career, ready to cry at this malicious fate fighting against her, and for the first time allowing herself time to speculate on what was up. All around her she became aware of weeping and wailing and shrieking and wringing of hands. The throng was chiefly composed of Russian and Roumanian women of the latest immigration, as she could tell by the pious wigs hiding their tresses. Those in the front were pressed against the bars of the locked gate, shrieking through them, shaking them with passion. Although Bloomer's knowledge of Yiddish was slight, as became a scion of an old English family, she could make out their elemental ejaculations. "You murderers! Give me my Rachel! They're destroying our daughters as Pharaoh destroyed our sons. Give me back my children and I'll go back to Russia. They're worse than the Russians, the poisoners. O God of Abraham, how shall I live without my Leah?" On the other side of the bars, the children, released for the dinner interval, were clamouring equally, shouting, weeping, trying to get to their mothers. Some howled with their sleeves rolled up, to exhibit the upper arm. "See," the women cried, "the red marks! Oh, the poisoners!" A light began to break upon Bloomer's brain. Evidently the school board had suddenly sent down compulsory vaccinators. "I won't die," moaned a plump golden-haired girl. "I'm too young to die yet." "My little lamb is dying," a woman near Bloomer, with auburn wisps showing under her black wig, wrung her hands. "I hear her talk, always, always about the red mark. Now they have given it her. She is poisoned, my little apple." "Your little carrot is all right.
said Bloomer testily. "They've only vaccinated her." The woman caught at the only word she understood. "Vaccinate, vaccinate," she repeated. Then, relapsing into jargon and raising her hands heavenward, "A sudden death upon them all." Bloomer turned despairingly in search of a wigless woman. One stood at her elbow. "Can't you explain to her that the doctors mean no harm?" Bloomer asked. "Oh, don't they indeed? Just you read this." She flourished a handbill, English on one side, Yiddish on the other. Bloomer read the English version, not without agitation. "Mothers, look after your little ones. The school tyrants are plotting to inject filthy vaccine into their innocent veins. Keep them away rather than let them be poisoned to enrich the doctors." There followed statistics to appall even Bloomer. What wonder if the refugees from lands of persecution, lands in which anything might happen, believed they had fallen from the frying pan into the fire? If the rumour that executioners with instruments had entered the school buildings had run like wildfire through the quarter, inflaming Oriental imagination to semi-madness. While Bloomer was reading, a head-shawled woman fainted, and the din and frenzy grew. "But I was vaccinated when a baby, and I'm all right," murmured Bloomer, half to reassure herself. "My arm! I'm poisoned!" and another pupil flew frantically towards the gate. The women outside replied with a dull roar of rage, and hurled themselves furiously against the lock. A window on the playground was raised with a sharp snap, and the headmistress appeared, shouting alternately at the children and the parents. But she was neither heard nor understood, and a Polish crone shook an answering fist. "You old maid! Childless! Penniless!" Shrill whistles sounded and resounded from every side, and soon a posse of 8 policemen were battling with the besiegers, trying to push themselves between them and the gate. A fat and genial officer worked his way past Bloomer, his truncheon ready for action. "Don't hurt the poor women," Bloomer pleaded. "They think their children are being poisoned." "I know, missy. What can you do with such greenhorns? Why don't they stop in their own country? I've just been vaccinated myself, and it's no joke to get my arm knocked about like this." "Then show them the red marks, and that will quiet them." The policeman laughed. A sleeveless policeman. It would destroy all the dignity and prestige of the force. "Then I'll show them mine," said Bloomer resolutely. "Mine are old and not very showy, but perhaps they'll do. Lift me up, please. I mean on your unvaccinated arm." Overcome by her earnestness, the policeman hoisted her on his burly shoulder. The apparent arrest made a diversion. All eyes turned towards her. "You narrow nim!" "Fools!" she shrieked, desperately mustering her scraps of Yiddish. "Your children are safe. Ich bin vaccinated. Look." She rolled up her sleeve. "Der policeman is vaccinated. Look. If I tap him, he winces. See?" "Hold on, missy." The policeman grimaced. "The king is vaccinated," went on Bloomer, "and the Queen, and the Prince of Wales, yet even the teachers themselves. There are no devils inside there. This paper," she held up the bill, "is lies and falsehood." She tore it into fragments. "No, it's as true as the law of Moses," retorted a man in the mob. "As the law of Moses," echoed the women hoarsely. Bloomer had an inspiration. "The law of Moses! Pooh! Don't you know this is written by the Meshumodim?" The crowd looked blank, fell silent. If indeed the handbill was written by apostates, what could it hold but Satan's lies? Bloomer profited by her moment of triumph. "Go home, you Naranim," she cried pityingly from her perch, and then veering round towards the children behind the bars, "Shut up, you squalling sillies," she cried, As for you, Golder Benjamin, I'm ashamed of you, a girl of your age. Put your sleeve down, cry baby. Bloomer would have carried the day had not her harangue distracted the police from observing another party of rioters. Women, assisted by husbands, hastily summoned from stall and barrow, who were battering at a side gate. And at this very instant they burst it open, and with a great cry poured into the playground, screaming and searching for their progeny. The police started round to the new battlefield, expecting an attack upon doors and windows, and Bloomer was hastily set down in the seething throng and carried with it in the wake of the police, who could not prevent it flooding through the broken side gate. The large playground became a pandemonium of parents, children, police and teachers, all shouting and gesticulating. But there was no riot. The law could not prevent mothers and fathers from snatching their offspring to their bosoms and making off overjoyed. The children who had not the luck to be kidnapped escaped of themselves, some panic-stricken, some merely mischievous, and in a few minutes the school was empty. The school management committee sat formally to consider this unprecedented episode. It was decided to cancel the attendance for the day. Red marks, black marks, all fell into equality. The very ciphers were reduced to their native nothingness. The school week was made to end on the Thursday. Next Monday morning saw Bloomer at her desk, happiest of a radiant sisterhood. On the wall shone the banner. End of the red mark. End of section 10. Section 11 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The Bearer of Burdens. 1. When her Fanny did at last marry, Natalia, as everybody called the old clo woman, was not over pleased at the bargain. Natalia had imagined beforehand that for a matronly daughter of 23, almost past the marrying age, any wedding would be a profitable transaction. But when her husband actually presented himself, all the old dealer's critical maternity was set a-bristle. Henry Elkman, she insisted, had not a true Jewish air. There was in the very cut of his clothes a subtle suggestion of going to the races. It was futile of Fanny to insist that Henry had never gone to the races, that his duties as bookkeeper of S. Cohn's Clothing Emporium prevented him from going to the races, and that the cut of his clothes was intended to give tone to his own establishment. "Ah, yes, he does not take thee to the races," she insisted in Yiddish. "But all these young men with check suits and flowers in their buttonholes bet and gamble and go to the bad, and their wives and children fall back on their old mothers for support." "I shall not fall back on thee," Fanny reported angrily. "And on whom else? A pretty daughter? Would you fall back on a stranger? Or perhaps you're thinking of the Board of Guardians?" And a shudder of humiliation traversed her meagre frame. For at 60 she was already meagre, had already the appearance of the venerable grandmother she was now to become, save that her hair, being only a pious wig, remained rigidly young and black. Life had always gone hard with her. Since her husband's death, when Fanny was a child, she had scraped together a scanty livelihood by selling odds and ends for a mite more than she gave for them. At the back doors of villas she haggled with miserly mistresses, gentlewomen, and old clo woman linked by their common love of a bargain. Natalia would sniff contemptuously at the muddle of ancient finery on the floor and spurn it with her foot. "How can I sell that?" she would inquire. "Last time I gave you too much. I lost by you." And having wrung the price down to the lowest penny,
She would pay it in clanking silver and copper from a grimy leather bag she wore hidden in her bosom. Then, cramming the goods hastily into the maw of her sack, she would stagger joyously away. The men's garments she would modestly sell to a second-hand shop, but the women's she cleaned and turned and transmogrified and sold in Petticoat Lane of a Sunday morning. Scavenger, earthworm and alchemist, she was a humble agent in the great economic process by which cast-off clothes renew their youth and freshness, and having set in their original sphere, rise endlessly on other social horizons. Of English she had, when she began, only enough to bargain with, but in 1 year of forced intercourse with English folk after her husband's death, she learnt more than in her quarter of a century of residence in the Spitalfields ghetto. Fanny's function had been to keep house and prepare the evening meal, but the old Clo woman's objection to her marriage was not selfish. She was quite ready to light her own fire and broil her own bloater after the day's tramp. Fanny had indeed offered to have her live in the elegant 2-room cottage near King's Cross, which Henry was furnishing. She could sleep in a convertible bureau in the parlour. But the old woman's independent spirit and her mistrust of her son-in-law made her prefer the humble ghetto garret. Against all reasoning, she continued to feel something antipathetic in Henry's clothes and even in his occupation. Perhaps it was really the subconscious antagonism of the old Clo and the new subtly symbolic of the old generation, and the smart new world springing up to tread it down. Henry himself was secretly pleased at her refusal. In the first ardours of courtship he had consented to swallow even the Polish crone who had strangely mothered his buxom British Fanny, but for his own part he had a responsive horror of old Clo, felt himself of the great English world of fashion and taste, intimately linked with the burly Britons whose girths he recorded from his high stool at his class-environed desk, and in touch even with the Lion Comique, the details of whose cheap but stylish evening dress he entered with a proud flourish. 2. The years went by, and it looked as if the old woman's instinct were awry. Henry did not go to the races, nor did Fanny have to fall back on her mother-in-law for the maintenance of herself and her 2 children, Becky and Joseph. On the contrary, she doubled her position in the social scale by taking a 4-roomed house in the Holloway Road. Its proximity to the clothing emporium enabled Henry to come home for lunch. But alas, Fanny was not allowed many years of enjoyment of these grandeurs and comforts. The 1-roomed grave took her, leaving the 4-roomed house incredibly large and empty. Even Natalia's ghetto garret, which Fanny had not shared for 7 years, seemed cold and vacant to the poor mother. A new loneliness fell upon her, not mitigated by ever rarer visits to her grandchildren. Devoid of the link of her daughter, the house seemed immeasurably aloof from her in the social scale. Henry was frigid, and the little ones went with marked reluctance to this stern, forbidding old woman, who questioned them as to their prayers and smelt of red herrings. She ceased to go to the house. And then at last all her smouldering distrust of Henry Elkman found overwhelming justification. Before the year of mourning was up, before he was entitled to cease saying the Kaddish, funeral hymn, for her darling Fanny, the wretch, she heard, was married again. And married, villainy upon villainy, horror upon horror, to a Christian girl, a heathen abomination. Natalia was wrestling with her overfull sack when she got the news from a gossiping lady client, and she was boring holes for the passage of string to tie up its mouth. She turned the knife viciously, as if it were in Henry Elkman's heart. She did not know the details of the piquant, tender courtship between him and the pretty assistants at the great drapery store that neighboured the Holloway Clothing Emporium, any more than she understood the gradual process which had sapped Henry's instinct of racial isolation, or how he had passed from admiration of British ways into entire abandonment of Jewish. She was spared, too, the knowledge that latterly her own Fanny had slid with him into the facile paths of impiety, that they had ridden for a breath of country air on Sabbath afternoons. They had been considerate enough to hide that from her. To the old Clo woman's crude mind, Henry Elkman existed as a monster of ready-made wickedness, and she believed even that he had been married in church and baptised, despite that her informant tried to console her with the assurance that the knot had been tied in a registrar's office. "May he be cursed with the boils of Pharaoh," she cried in her picturesque jargon. "May his fine clothes fall from his flesh, and his flesh from his bones. May my Fanny's outraged soul plead against him at the judgment bar. And she, this heathen female, may her death be sudden." And she drew the ends of the string tightly together, as though round the female's neck. "Hush, you old witch," cried the gossip, revolted. "And what will become of your own grandchildren?" "They cannot be worse off than they are now, with a heathen in the house. All their Judaism will become corrupted. She may even baptise them. Oh, Father in heaven!" The thought weighed upon her. She pictured the innocent Becky and Joseph kissing crucifixes. At the best there would be no kosher food in the house any more. How could this stranger understand the mysteries of purging meat, of separating meat plates from butter plates? At last she could bear the weight no longer. She took the Elkman house in her rounds, and, bent under her sack, knocked at the familiar door. It was lunch-time, and unfamiliar culinary smells seemed wafted along the passage. Her morbid imagination scented bacon. The orthodox amulet on the doorpost did not comfort her. It had been left there forgotten, a mute symbol of the Jewish past. A pleasant young woman with blue eyes and fresh-coloured cheeks opened the door. The blood surged in Natalia's eyes so that she could hardly see. "Oh, Chloe," she said mechanically. "No, thank you," replied the young woman. Her voice was sweet, but it sounded to Natalia like the voice of Lilith, stealer of newborn children. Her rosy cheek seemed smeared with seductive paint. In the background glistened the jewelled crockery of the erst pious kitchen which the newcomer profaned. And between Natalia and it, between Natalia and her grandchildren, this alien girlish figure seemed to stand barrier-wise. She could not cross the threshold without explanations. "Is Mr. Elkman at home?" she asked. "You know the name?" said the young woman, a little surprised. "Yes, I've been here a good deal." The old woman's sardonic accent was lost on the listener. "I'm sorry there is nothing this time," she replied. "Not even a pair of old shoes?" "No." "But the dead woman's? Are you then standing in them?" The words were so fierce and unexpected, the crone's eyes blazed so weirdly, that the new wife recoiled with a little shriek. "Henry!" she cried. Fork in hand, he darted in from the living room, but came to a sudden standstill. "What do you want here?" he muttered. "Fanny's shoes!" she cried. "Who is it?" his wife's eyes demanded. "A half-witted creature we deal with out of charity," he gestured back, and he put her inside the room door, whispering, "Let me get rid of her." "So that's your painted poppet," hissed his mother-in-law in Yiddish. "Painted?" he said angrily. "Madge painted? She's just as natural as a rosy apple. She's a country girl, and her mother was a lady." "Her mother? Perhaps. But she
You see a glossy high hat marked 16 and sixpence, and you think it's new. But I know what it's come from. A battered thing that has rolled in the gutter. And how she could have bewitched you when there are so many honest Jewesses without husbands. I'm sorry she doesn't please you, but after all it's my business and not yours. Not mine, after I gave you my Fanny, and she slaved for you and bore you children. It's just for her children that I had to marry. What? You had to marry a Christian for the sake of Fanny's children? Oh, God forgive you. We're not in Poland now, he said sulkily. Oh, I always said you were a sinner in Israel. My Fanny's been taken for your sins. A black death on your bones. If you don't leave off cursing, I shall call a policeman. Oh, lock me up, instead of your shame. Let the whole world know that. Go away, then. You have no right to come here and frighten Madge, my wife. She's in delicate health as it is. May she be an atonement for all of us. I have the right to come here as much as I please. You have no right. I have a right to the children. My blood is in their veins. You have no right. The children are their fathers. Yes, their fathers in heaven. And she raised her hand like an ancient prophetess, while the other supported her bag over her shoulder. The children are the children of Israel, and they must carry forward the yoke of the law. And what do you propose? He said with a scornful sniff. Give me the children. I will elevate them in the fear of the Lord. You go your own godless way, free of burdens, you and your Christian poppet. You no longer belong to us. Give me the children and I'll go away. He looked at her quizzingly. You have been drinking, my good mother-in-law. Aye, the waters of affliction. Give me the children. But they won't go with you. They love their stepmother. Love that painted jade? They, with Jewish blood warm in their veins, with the memory of their mother warm in their hearts? Impossible. He opened the door gently. Becky, Joe, no, don't you come, Madge, darling. It's all right. The old lady wants to say good day to the children. The two children tripped into the passage, with napkins tied round their chins, their mouths greasy, but the rest of their persons unfamiliarly speckless and tidy. They stood still at the sight of their grandmother, so stern and frowning. Henry shut the door carefully. "My lambs!" Natalia cried, in her sweetest but harsh tones. "Won't you come and kiss me?" Becky, a mature person of 7, advanced courageously and surrendered her cheek to her grandmother. "How are you, Granny?" she said ceremoniously. "And Joseph?" said Natalia, not replying. "My heart and my crown, will he not come?" The 4.5-year-old Joseph stood dubiously, with his fist in his mouth. "Bring him to me, Becky. Tell him I want you and him to come and live with me." Becky shrugged her precocious shoulders. "He may. I won't," she said laconically. "Oh, Becky," said the grandmother, "do you want to stay here and torture your poor mother?" Becky stared. "She's dead," she said. "Yes, but her soul lives and watches over you. Come, Joseph, apple of my eye, come with me." She beckoned enticingly, but the little boy, imagining the invitation was to enter her bag and be literally carried away therein, set up a terrific howl. Thereupon the pretty young woman emerged hastily, and the child, with a great sob of love and confidence, ran to her and nestled in her arms. "Mamma, mamma," he cried. Henry looked at the old woman with a triumphant smile. Natalia went hot and cold. It was not only that little Joseph had gone to this creature. It was not even that he had accepted her maternity. It was this word mamma that stung. The word summed up all the blasphemous foreignness of the new domesticity. Mamma was redolent of cold Christian houses, in whose doorways the old clo woman sometimes heard it. Fanny had been mother, the dear homely Jewish mother. This mamma, taught to the orphans, was like the haughty parade of Christian elegance across her grave. "When mamma's shoes are to be sold, don't forget me," Natalia hissed. "I'll give you the best price in the market." Henry shuddered, but replied, half pushing her outside, "Certainly, certainly. Good afternoon." "I'll buy them at your own price. Ah, I see them coming into my bag." The door closed on her grotesque, sibylline intensity, and Henry clasped his wife tremblingly to his bosom and pressed a long kiss upon her fragrant cherry lips. Later on he explained that the crazy old Clo woman was known to the children, as to every one in the neighbourhood, as Granny. 3. In the bearing of her first child, the second Mrs. Elkman died. The rosy face became a white angelic mask. The dainty figure lay in statuesque severity, and a screaming, bald-headed atom of humanity was the compensation for this silence. Henry Elkman was overwhelmed by grief and superstition. "For 3 things women die in childbirth," kept humming in his brain from his ancient Hebrew law. He did not remember what they were, except that one was the omission of the wife to throw into the fire the lump of dough from the Sabbath bread. But these neglects could not be visited on a Christian, he thought dully. The only distraction of his grief was the infant's pressing demand on his attention. It was some days before the news penetrated to the old woman. "It is his punishment," she said with solemn satisfaction. "Now my Fanny's spirit will rest." But she did not gloat over the decree of the God of Israel as she had imagined beforehand, nor did she call for the dead woman's old Clo. She was simply content. An unrighteous universe had been set straight again like a mended watch. But she did call, without her bag, to inquire if she could be of service in this tragic crisis. "Out of my sight, you and your evil eye!" cried Henry as he banged the door in her face. Natalia burst into tears, torn by a chaos of emotions. So she was still to be shut out. End of section 11. Section 12 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. 4. The next news that leaked into Natalia's wizened ear was as startling as Madge's death. Henry had married again. Doubtless with the same pretext of the children's needs, he had taken unto himself a third wife, and again without the decencies of adequate delay. And this wife was a Jewess, as of yore. Henry had reverted matrimonially to the fold. Was it conscience? Was it terror? Nobody knew. But everybody knew that the third Mrs. Elkman was a bouncing beauty of a good orthodox stock, that she brought with her £50 in cash, besides bedding and house linen accumulated by her parents without provision that she would marry an old hand, already provided with these household elements. The old Clo woman's emotions were more mingled than ever. She felt vaguely that the Jewish minister should not so unquestioningly have accorded the scamp the privileges of the hymeneal canopy. Some lustral rite seemed necessary to purify him of his Christian conjunction, and the memory of Fanny was still outraged by this burying of her, so to speak, under layers of successive wives. On the other hand, the children would revert to Judaism, and they would have a Jewish mother, not a mamma, to care for them and to love them. The thought consoled her for being shut out of their lives, as she felt she must have been, even had Henry been friendlier. This third wife had alienated her from the household, had made her kinship practically remote. She had sunk to a sort of third cousin, or a mother-in-law twice removed. The days went on, and again the Alkman household occupied the gossips, and news of it, as second-hand, like everything that came to her, was picked up by Natalia on her rounds. Henry's third wife was, it transpired, a melancholy failure. Her temper was frightful. She beat her stepchildren, and, worse than wearest sin in the Jewish housewife, she drank. Henry was said to be in despair. "Nebuch, the poor little children," cried Natalia, horrified. Her brain began plotting how to interfere, but she could find no way. The weeks passed, with gathering rumours of the iniquities of the third Mrs. Alkman, and then at last came the thunderclap. Henry had disappeared without leaving a trace. The wicked wife and the innocent brats had the four-roomed home to themselves. The clothing emporium knew him no more. Some whispered suicide, others America. Benjamin Beckenstein, the cutter of the emporium, who favoured the latter hypothesis, reported a significant saying, "I have lived with two angels. I can't live with a demon." "Ah, at last he sees my Fanny was an angel," said Natalia, neglecting to draw the deduction anent America and passing over the other angel. And she embroidered the theme. How indeed could a man who had known the blessing of a sober, God-fearing wife endure a drunkard and a child-beater? No wonder he killed himself. The gossips pointed out that the saying implied flight rather than suicide. "You are right," Natalia admitted illogically. "Just what a coward and blackguard like that would do. Leave the children at the mercy of the woman he couldn't face himself. How in heaven's name will they live?" "Oh, her father, the furrier, will have to look after them," the gossips assured her. "He gave her good money, you know, £50 and the bedding. Ah, trust Alkman for that. He knew he wasn't leaving the children to starve." "I don't know so much," said the old woman, shaking her bewigged head. What was to be done? Suppose the furrier refused the burden? But Henry's flight, she felt, had removed her even farther from the Alkman household. If she went to spy out the land, she would now have to face the virago in possession. But no. On second thoughts, it was this other woman whom Henry's flight had changed to a stranger. What had the wretch to do with the children? She was a mere intruder in the house. Out with her, or at least out with the children. Yes, she would go boldly there and demand them. Poor Becky, poor Joseph, her heart wailed. You to be beaten and neglected after having known the love of a mother. True, it would not be easy to support them, but a little more haggling, a little more tramping, a little more mending, and a little less gorging and gormandising. They would be at school during the day, so would not interfere with her rounds, and in the evening she could have them with her as she sat refurbishing the purchases of the day. Ah, what a blessed release from the burden of loneliness, heavier than the heaviest sack. It was well worth the price. And then at bedtime she would say the Hebrew night prayer with them and tuck them up, just as she had once done with her Fanny. But how if the woman refused to yield them up, as Natalia could fancy her refusing, out of sheer temper and devilry? What if, amply subsidised by her well-to-do parent, she wished to keep the little ones by her, and revenge upon them their father's desertion, or hold them hostages for his return? Why, then Natalia would use cunning, aye, and force too. She would even kidnap them. Once in their grandmother's hands, the law would see to it that they did not go back to this stranger, this bibulous brute, whose rights over them were nil. It was while buying up on a Sunday afternoon the sloughed vestments of a Jewish family in Holloway that her resolve came to a head. A cab would be necessary to carry her goods to her distant garret. What an opportunity for carrying off the children at the same time! The house was actually on her homeward route. The economy of it tickled her, made her overestimate the chances of capture. As she packed the motley, far-spreading heap into the symmetry of her sack, pressing and squeezing the clothes incredibly tighter and tighter till it seemed a magic sack that could swallow up even the Holloway Clothing Emporium, Natalia's brain revolved feverish fancy pictures of the coming adventure. Leaving the bag in the basement passage, she ran to fetch a cab. Usually the hiring of the vehicle occupied Natalia half an hour. She would harangue the Christian cabman on the rank, pleading her poverty and begging to be conveyed with her goods for a ridiculous sum. At first none of them would take notice of the old Jewish crone, but would read their papers in contemptuous indifference. But gradually, as they remained idly on the rank, the endless stream of persuasion would begin to percolate, and at last one would relent, half out of pity, and would end by bearing the sack gratuitously on his shoulder from the house to his cab. Often there were two sacks, quite filling the interior of a four-wheeler, and then Natalia would ride triumphantly beside her cabby on the box, the two already the best of friends. Things went ill if Natalia did not end by trading off something in the sacks against the fare, at a new profit. But today she was too excited to strike more than a mediocre bargain. The cumbrous sack was hoisted into the cab. Natalia sprang in beside it, and in a resolute voice bade the driver draw up for a moment at the Elkman home. 5. The unwonted phenomenon of a cab brought Becky to the door ere her grandmother could jump out. She was still under 10, but prematurely developed in body as in mind. There was something unintentionally insolent in her precocity, in her habitual treatment of adults as equals. But now her face changed almost to a child's, and with a glad tearful cry of "Oh, grandmother!" she sprang into the old woman's arms. It was the compensation for little Joseph's mamma. Tears ran down the old woman's cheeks as she hugged the strayed lamb to her breast. A petulant infantile wail came from within, but neither noted it. "Where is your stepmother, my poor angel?" Natalia asked in a half whisper. Becky's forehead gloomed in an ugly frown. Her face became a woman's again. 1 o'clock, the public houses open on Sundays," she snorted. "Oh, my God!" cried Natalia, forgetting that the circumstance was favouring her project. "A Jewish woman? You don't mean to say that she drinks in public houses?" "You don't suppose I would let her drink here?" said Becky. "We have nice scenes, I can tell you. The only consolation is she's better tempered when she's quite drunk." The infant's wail rang out more clamorously. "Hush, you little beast!" Becky ejaculated, but she moved mechanically within, and her grandmother followed her. All the ancient grandeur of the sitting-room seemed overclouded with shabbiness and untidiness. To Natalia everything looked and smelt like the things in her bag, and there in a stuffy cradle a baby wrinkled its red face with shrieking. Becky had bent over it and was soothing it ere its existence penetrated at all to the old woman's preoccupied brain. Its pipings had been like an unheeded wail of wind round some centre of tragic experience. Even when she realised the child's existence, her brain groped for some seconds in search of its identity. Ah, the baby whose birth had cost that painted poppet's life. So it still lived and howled in unwelcome reminder and perpetuation of that brief but shameful episode. "Grow dumb like your mother," she murmured resentfully. What a bequest of misery Henry Elkman had left behind him. Ah, how right she had been to suspect him from the very first. But where is my little Joseph?" she said aloud. "He's playing somewhere in the street." "Ach, mein Gott! Playing when he ought to be weeping like this child of shame. Go and fetch him at once." "What do you want him for?" "I'm going to take you both away, out of this misery. You'd like to come and live with me, eh, my lamb?" "Rather. Anything's better than this." Natalia caught her to her breast again. "Go and fetch my Joseph, but quick, quick, before the public house woman comes back." Becky flew out, and Natalia sank into a chair, breathless with emotion and fatigue. The baby in the cradle beside her howled more vigorously, and automatically her foot sought the rocker, and she heard herself singing, "Sleep, little baby, sleep. Thy father shall be a rabbi, thy mother shall bring the almonds, blessings on thy little head." As the howling diminished, she realised with a shock that she was rocking this misbegotten infant, nay, singing to it a Jewish cradle song, full of inappropriate phrases. She withdrew her foot as though the rocker had grown suddenly red hot. The yells broke out with fresh vehemence, and she angrily restored her foot to its old place. "No, no," she cried, rocking violently. "Go to sleep." She stole a glance at it when it grew stiller, and saw that the teat of its feeding bottle was out of its mouth. "There, there, suck," she said, readjusting it. The baby opened its eyes and shot a smile at her, a wonderful, trustful smile from great blue eyes. Natalia trembled. Those were the blue eyes that had supplanted the memory of Fanny's dark orbs, and the lips now sucking contentedly were the cherry lips of the painted poppet. "Nabach, the poor deserted little orphan," she apologised to herself. "And this is how the new Jewish wife does her duty to her stepchildren. She might as well have been a Christian." Then a remembrance that the Christian woman had seemingly been an unimpeachable stepmother confused her thoughts further, and while she was groping among them, Becky returned, hailing in Joseph, who in turn hailed in a kite with a long tail. The boy, now a sturdy lad of 7, did not palpitate towards his grandmother with Becky's eagerness. Probably he felt the domestic position less. But he surrendered himself to her long hug. "Did she beat him?" she murmured soothingly. "Beat my own little Joseph?" "Don't waste time, Granny," Becky broke in petulantly, "if we are going." "No, my dear, we'll go at once." And releasing the boy, Natalia partly undid the lower buttons of his waistcoat. "You wear no four-corner fringes," she exclaimed tragically. "She neglects even to see to that. Ah, it'll be a good deed to carry you from this godless home." "But I don't want to go with you," he said sullenly, reminded of past inquisitorial worryings about prayers. "You little fool," said Becky. "You are going, and in that cab." "In that cab?" he cried joyfully. "Yes, my apple, and you'll never be beaten again." "Oh, she don't hurt," he said contemptuously. "She hasn't even got a cane, like at school." "But shan't we take our things?" said Becky. "No, only the things you stand in. They shan't have any excuse for taking you back. I'll find you plenty of clothes as good as new." "And little Daisy?" "Oh, is it a girl? Your stepmother will look after that. She can't complain of one burden." She hustled the children into the cab, where with the sack and herself they made a tightly packed quartet. "I say I didn't bargain for extras inside," grumbled the cabman. "You can't reckon these children," said Natalia, with confused legal recollections. "They're both under 7. The cabman started. Becky stared out of the window. "I wonder if he'll pass Mrs. Elkman," she said, amused. Joseph busied himself with disentangling the tails of his kite. but Natalia was too absorbed to notice their indifference to her. That poor little Daisy! The image of the baby swam vividly before her. What a terrible fate to be left in the hands of the public house woman! Who knew what would happen to it? What if in her drunken fury at the absence of Becky and Joseph she did it a mischief? At the best the besotted creature would not take cordially to the task of bringing it up. It was no child of hers, had not even the appeal of pure Jewish blood, and there it lay smiling with its beautiful blue eyes. It had smiled trustfully on herself, not knowing she was to leave it to its fate, and now it was crying. She heard it crying above the rattle of the cab, but how could she charge herself with it, she with her daily rounds to make? The other children were grown up, past the day at school. No, it was impossible, and the child's cry went on in her imagination louder and louder. She put her head out of the window. "Turn back! Turn back! I've forgotten something." The cabman swore. "Do you think you've taken me by the week?" "Threepence extra. Drive back." The cab turned round. The innocent horse got a stinging flip of the whip and set off briskly. "What have you forgotten, grandmother?" said Becky. "It's very careless of you." The cab stopped at the door. Natalia looked round nervously, sprang out, and then uttered a cry of despair. "Ach, we shut the door!" And the inaccessible baby took on a tenfold desirability. "It's all right," said Becky. "Just turn the handle." Natalia obeyed and ran in. There was the baby, not crying, but sleeping peacefully. Natalia snatched it up frenziedly and hurried the fresh squalling bundle into the cab. "Taking Daisy?" cried Becky. "But she isn't yours." Natalia shut the cab door with a silencing bang, and the vehicle turned again ghetto-wards. 6. The fact that Natalia had taken possession of the children could not be kept a secret, but the stepmother's family made no effort to regain them, and indeed the woman herself shortly went the way of all Henry Elkman's wives, though whether she, like the rest, had a successor is unknown. The sudden change from a lone old lady to a mater familias was not, however, so charming as Natalia had imagined. The cost of putting Daisy out to nurse was a terrible tax, but this was nothing compared to the tax on her temper levied by her legitimate grandchildren, who began to grumble on the first night at the poverty and pokiness of the garret, and were thenceforward never without a lament for the good old times. They had indeed been thoroughly spoilt by the father and the irregular ménage. The Christian wife's influence had been refining but too temporary. It had been only long enough to wean Joseph from the religious burdens indoctrinated by Fanny, and thus to add to the grandmother's difficulties in coaxing him back to the yoke of piety. The only sweet in Natalia's cup turned out to be the love of little Daisy, who grew ever more beautiful, gracious and winning. Natalia had never known so lovable a child. All Daisy did seemed to her perfect. For instant obedience and instant comprehension she declared her matchless. One day when Daisy was 3, the child told the grandmother that in her momentary absence Becky had pulled Joseph's hair. "Hush, you mustn't tell tales," Natalia said reprovingly. "Becky did not pull Joey's hair," Daisy corrected herself instantly. Much to the disgust of Becky, who wished to outgrow the ghetto, even while she unconsciously manifested its worst heritages, Daisy picked up the Yiddish words and phrases which, in spite of Becky's remonstrances, Natalia was too old to give up. This was not the only subject of dispute between Becky and the grandmother, whom she roundly accused of favouritism of Daisy, and she had not reached 15 when, with an independence otherwise praiseworthy, She set up for herself on her earnings in the fur establishment of her second stepmother's father, lodging with a family who, she said, bored her less than her grandmother. In another year or so, freed from the compulsory education of the school board, Joseph joined her, and thus, by the unforeseen turns of fortune's wheel, the old clo woman of 75 was left alone with the child of 7. But this child was compensation for all she had undergone, for all the years of trudging and grubbing and patching and turning. Daisy threaded her needle for her at night when her keen eyes began to fail, and while she made the old clo into new, Daisy read aloud her English storybooks. Natalia took an absorbing interest in these nursery tales, heard for the first time in her second childhood Jack the Giant Killer, Aladdin, Cinderella. They were all delightful novelties. The favourite story of both was Little Red Riding Hood, with its refrain of "Grandmother, what large eyes you've got." That could be said with pointed fun. It seemed to be written especially for them. Often Daisy would look up suddenly and say, "Grandmother, what a large mouth you've got." "All the better to bite you with," Grandmother would reply, and then there would be hugs and kisses. But Friday night was the great night, the one night of the week on which Natalia could be stopped from working. Only religion was strong enough to achieve that. The 2 Sabbath candles in the copper candlesticks stood on the white tablecloth, and were lighted as soon as the welcome dusk announced the advent of the holy day, and they shed their pious illumination on her dish of fish and the richly twisted loaves. And after supper Natalia would sing the Hebrew grace at much leisurely length and with great unction. Then she would tell stories of her youth in Poland, comic tales mixed with tales of oppression and the memories of ancient wrong. And Daisy would weep and laugh and thrill. The fusion of races had indeed made her sensitive and intelligent beyond the common, and Natalia was not unjustified in planning out for her some illustrious future. But after 18 months of this delightful life, Natalia's wonderful vitality began slowly to collapse. She earned less and less, and amid her gratitude to God for having relieved her of the burden of Becky and Joseph, a secret fear entered her heart. Would she be taken away before Daisy became self-supporting? Nay, would she even be able to endure the burden till the end? What made things worse was that, owing to the increase of immigrants, her landlord now exacted an extra shilling a week for rent. When Daisy was asleep, the old woman hung over the bed, praying for life, for strength. It was a sultry summer, making the trudge from door to door, under the ever-swelling sack, almost intolerable. And a little thing occurred to bring home cruelly to Natalia the decline of all her resources, physical and financial. The children's country holiday was in the air at Daisy's board school, throwing an aroma and a magic light over the droning classroom. Daisy was to go, was to have a fortnight with a cottager in Kent, but towards the expenses the child's parent or guardian was expected to contribute 4 shillings. Daisy might have gone free had she pleaded absolute poverty, but that would have meant investigation. From such humiliation Natalia shrank. She shrank even more from frightening the poor child by uncovering the skeleton of poverty. Most of all, she shrank from depriving Daisy of all the rural delights on which the child's mind dwelt in fascinated anticipation. Natalia did not think much of the country herself, having been born in a poor Polish village amid huts and pigs, but she would not disillusion Daisy. By miles of extra trudging in the heat and miracles of bargaining with bewildered housewives, Natalia raised the 4 shillings, and the unconscious Daisy glided off in the happy, noisy train, while on the platform Natalia waved her coloured handkerchief, wet with tears. That first night, without the little sunshiny presence, was terrible for the old Clo woman. The last prop against decay and collapse seemed removed. But the next day a joyous postcard came from Daisy, which the greengrocer downstairs read to Natalia, and she was able to take up her sack again and go forth into the sweltering streets. In the second week the child wrote a letter saying that she had found a particular friend in an old lady, very kind and rich, who took her for drives in a chaise and asked her many questions. This old lady seemed to have taken a fancy to her from the moment she saw her playing outside the cottage. "Perhaps God had sent her to look after the child when I am gone," thought Natalia, for the task of going down and up the stairs to get this letter read made her feel as if she would never go up and down them again. Beaten at last, she took to her bed. Her next room neighbour, the cobbler's wife, tended her and sent for the penny doctor, but she would not have word written to Daisy or her holiday cut short. On the day Daisy was to come back, she insisted, despite all advice and warning, in being up and dressed. She sent everybody away and lay on her bed till she heard Daisy's footsteps. Then she started to her feet and drew herself up in pretentious good health. But the sound of other footsteps and the entry of a spectacled, silver-haired old gentlewoman with the child spoilt her intended hug. Daisy's new friend had passed from her memory, and she stared pathetically at the strange lady and the sunburnt child. "Oh, grandmother, what great eyes you've got!" And Daisy ran laughingly towards her. The usual repartee was wanting. "And the room is not tidied up," Natalia said reproachfully, and began dusting a chair for the visitor. But the old lady waved it aside. "I have come to thank you for all you have done for my grandchild." "Your grandchild?" Natalia fell back on the bed. "Yes, I have had inquiries made. It is quite certain. Daisy was even called after me. I'm glad of that at least." Her voice faltered. Natalia sat as bolt upright as years of bending under sacks would allow. "And you've come to take her from me?" she shrieked. Already Daisy's new ruddiness seemed to her the sign of life that belonged elsewhere. "No, no, do not be alarmed. I have suffered enough from my selfishness. It was my bad temper drove my daughter from me." She bowed her silver head till her form seemed as bent as Natalia's. "What can I do to repair, to atone? Will you not come and live with me in the country and let me care for you? I'm not rich, but I can offer you every comfort." Natalia shook her head. "I am a Jewess. I could not eat with you." "That's just what I told her, grandmother," added Daisy eagerly. "Then the child must remain with you at my expense," said the old lady. "But if she likes the country so," murmured Natalia. "I like you better, grandmother." And Daisy laid her ruddy cheek to the withered cheek, which grew wet with ecstasy. "She calls you grandmother, not me," said the old gentlewoman with a sob. "Yes, and I wished her mother dead, God forgive me." Natalia burst into a passion of tears and rocked to and fro, holding Daisy tightly to her faintly pulsing heart. "What did you say?" Daisy's grandmother flamed and blazed with her ancient anger. "You wish my Madge dead?" Natalia nodded her head. Her arms unloosed their hold of Daisy. "Dead, dead, dead," she repeated in a strange crooning voice. Gradually a vacant look crept over her face, and she fell back again on the bed. She looked suddenly very old despite her glossy black wig. "She is ill!" Daisy shrieked. The cobbler's wife ran in and helped to put her back between the sheets, and described volubly her obstinacy in leaving her bed. Natalia lived till near noon of the next day, and Daisy's real grandmother was with her still at the end, side by side with the Jewish death watcher. About 11 in the morning Natalia said, "Light the candles, Daisy. The Sabbath is coming in." Daisy spread a white tablecloth on the old wooden table, placed the copper candlesticks upon it, drew it to the bedside and lighted the candles. They burned with curious unreality in the full August sunshine. A holy peace overspread the old Clo woman's face. Her dried-up lips mumbled the Hebrew prayer, welcoming the Sabbath eve. Gradually they grew rigid in death. "Daisy," said her grandmother, "say the text I taught you." "Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden," sobbed the child obediently, "and I will give you rest." End of section 12. End of The Bearer of Burdens. Section 13 of Ghetto Comedies by Israel Zangwill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The Luftmensch. 1. Leopold Barstein, the sculptor, was sitting in his lonesome studio, brooding blackly over his dead illusions, when the postman brought him a letter in a large, straggling, unknown hand. It began, "Angel of God." He laughed bitterly. "Just when I'm at my most diabolical." He did not at first read the letter, divining in it one of the many begging letters which were the aftermath of his East End Zionist period. But he turned over the page to see the name of the orientally effusive scribe. It was Nehemiah Silverman, dentist and restaurateur. His laughter changed to a more genial note. His sense of humour was still saving. The figure of the restaurateur dentist sprang to his imagination in marble on a pedestal. In one hand the figure held a cornucopia, in the other a pair of pincers. He read the letter. 3A, the minor is East. Angel of God. I have the honour now to ask your very kind, humane, merciful, cordial nobility to assist me by your clement philanthropical liberal relief in my very hard, troublesome sorrows and worries, on which I suffer violently. I lost all my fortune, and I am ruined by Russia. I am here at present without means and dental practice, and my restaurant is impeded with lack of a few frivolous pounds. I do not know really what to do in my actual very disgraceful mischief. I heard the people saying, your propitious, magnanimous, beneficent charities are everywhere exceedingly well renowned, and considerably gracious. Thus I solicit and supplicate your good, very kind, genteel, clement humanity, by my very humble, quite instant request, to support me by your merciful aid, and please to respond me as soon as possible, according to your generous very philanthropy in my urgent, extreme, immense difficulty. Your obedient servant, respectfully, Nehemiah Silverman, dentist and restaurateur. Such a flood of language carried away the last remnants of Barstein's melancholia. He saw his imagined statue showering adjectives from its cornucopia. "It is the cry of a dictionary in distress," he murmured, rereading the letter with unction. It pleased his humour to reply in the baldest language. He asked for details of Silverman's circumstances and sorrows. Had he applied to the Russo-Jewish Fund? which existed to help such refugees from persecution? Did he know Jacobs, the dentist of the neighbouring Mansell Place? Jacobs had been one of Barstein's fellow counsellors in Zionism, a pragmatic, inexhaustible debater in the small back room, and the voluble little man now loomed suddenly large as a possible authority upon his brother dentist. By return of post, a second eruption descended upon the studio from the Dictionary in Distress. 3A, the minor is east. Most honourable and angelical Mr. Leopold Barstein, I have the honour now to thank you for your kind answer of my letter. I did not succeed here by my vital experience in the last of 10 years. I got my livelihood a certain time by my dental practice so long there was not a hard violent competition. Then I had never any efficacious relief, protection. Then I have no relation. Then we and the time are changeable too. Then without money it is impossible to perform any matter. If I had at present in my grieved, desperate position £4 for my restaurant, then I were rescued. I do not earn anything, and I must despond at last. I perish here. In Russia I was ruined. Please to aid me in your merciful humanity by something. If I had £15, I could start off from here to go somewhere to look for my daily bread. And if I had £30, so I shall go to Jerusalem, because I am convinced by my bitter and sour troubles and shocking tribulations, here is nothing to do any more for me. I have not been in the Russo-Jewish Fund, and I do not know it where it is. And if it is in the Jewish shelter of Leman Street, so I have no protection, no introduction, no recommendation for it. Poverty has very seldom a few clement, humane, good people, and little friends. The people say Jacobs, the dentist of Mansell Place, is not a good man, and so it is I tried it, for he makes the impossible competition. I ask your good, genteel, cordial nobility, according to the universal good reputation of your gracious goodness, to reply me quick by some help now. Your obedient servant, respectfully, Nehemiah Silverman, dentist and restaurateur. This letter threw a new but not reassuring light upon the situation. Instead of being a victim of the Russian troubles, a recent refugee from massacre and robbery, Nehemiah had already existed in London for 10 years, and although he might originally have been ruined by Russia, he had survived his ruin by a decade. His ideas of his future seemed as hazy as his past. £4 would be a very present help. He could continue his London career. With £15 he was ready to start off any whither. With £30 he would end all his troubles in Jerusalem. Such nebulousness appeared to necessitate a personal visit, and the next day, finding himself in bad form, Barstein angrily bashed in a clay visage, clapped on his hat, and repaired to the Minories. But he looked in vain for either a dentist or a restaurant at number 3A. It appeared a humble corner residence, trying to edge itself into the important street. At last, after wandering uncertainly up and down, he knocked at the shabby door. A frowsy woman with long earrings opened it staring, and said that the Silvermans occupied 2 rooms on her second floor. "What?" cried Barstein. "Is he married?" "I should hope so," replied the landlady severely. "He has 11 children at least." Barstein mounted the narrow carpetless stairs, and was received by Mrs. Silverman and her brood with much consternation and ceremony. The family filled the whole front room and overflowed into the back, which appeared to be a sort of kitchen, for Mrs. Silverman had rushed thence with tucked up sleeves, and sounds of frying still proceeded from it. But Mr. Silverman was not at home. The small, faded, bewigged creature told him apologetically. Barstein looked curiously round the room, half expecting indications of dentistry or dining. But he saw only a minimum of broken-down furniture, bottomless cane chairs, a wooden table and a cracked mirror, a hanging shelf heaped with ragged books, and a standing cupboard which obviously turned into a bedstead at night for half the family. But of a dentist's chair there was not even the ruins. His eyes wandered over the broken-backed books. Some were, indeed, dictionaries in distress. He noted a Russo-German and a German-English. Then the sounds of frying penetrated more keenly to his brain. "You are the cook of the restaurant?" he inquired. "Restaurant," echoed the woman resentfully. "Have I not enough cooking to do for my own family? And where shall I find money to keep a restaurant?" "Your husband said," murmured Barstein, as in guilty confusion. A squalling from the overflow offspring in the kitchen drew off the mother for a moment, leaving him surrounded by an open-eyed juvenile mob. From the rear he heard smacks, loud whispers and whimperings. Then the poor woman reappeared, bearing what seemed a scrubbing board. She placed it over one of the caneless chairs and begged His Excellency to be seated. It was a half-holiday at the school, she complained, otherwise her family would be less numerous. "Where does your husband do his dentistry?" Barstein inquired, seating himself cautiously upon the board. "Do I know?" said his wife. "He goes out, he comes in." At this moment, to Barstein's great satisfaction, he did come in. "Holy angel!" he cried, rushing at the hem of Barstein's coat and kissing it reverently. He was a gaunt, melancholy figure, elongated to over 6 feet, and still further exaggerated by a rusty top hat of the tallest possible chimney pot, and a threadbare frock coat of the longest possible tails. At his advent, his wife, vastly relieved, shepherded her flock into the kitchen and closed the door, leaving Barstein alone with the long man, who seemed, as he stood gazing at his visitor, positively soaring heavenwards with rapture. But Barstein inquired brutally, "Where do you do your dentistry?" "Never mind me," replied Nehemiah ecstatically. "Let me look on you." And a more passionate worship came into his tranced gaze. But Barstein, feeling duped, replied sternly, "Where do you do your dentistry?" The question seemed to take some moments penetrating through Nehemiah's rapt brain, but at last he replied pathetically, "And where shall I find acres? In Russia I had my living of it. Here I have no friends." The homeliness of his vocabulary amused Barstein. Evidently the dictionary was his fount of inspiration. Without it Niagara was reduced to a trickle. He seemed indeed quite shy of speech, preferring to gaze with large liquid eyes. "But you have managed to live here for 10 years," Barstein pointed out. "You see how merciful good God is," Nehemiah rejoined eagerly. "Never once has he deserted me and my children." "But what have you done?" inquired Barstein. The first shade of reproach came into Nehemiah's eyes. "Ask sooner what the Almighty has done," he said. Barstein felt rebuked. One does not like to lose one's character as a holy angel. "But your restaurant," he said, "where is that?" "That is here." "Here?" echoed Barstein, staring round again. "Where else? Here is a wide opening for a kosher restaurant. There are hundreds and hundreds of greeners lodging all around, poor young men with only a bed or a corner of a room to sleep on. They know not where to go to eat. And my wife, God be thanked, is a knowing cook." "Oh, then your restaurant is only an idea." "Naturally. A counsel that I have given myself." "But have you enough plates and dishes and tablecloths? Can you afford to buy the food and to risk its not being eaten?" Nehemiah raised his hand to heaven. "Not being eaten? With a family like mine?"
Barstein laughed in spite of himself, and he was softened by noting how sensitive and artistic were Nehemiah's outspread hands. They might well have wielded the forceps. "Yes, I dare say that is what will happen," he said. "How can you keep a restaurant up 2 pairs of stairs where no passer-by will ever see it?" As he spoke, however, he remembered staying in a hotel in Sicily which consisted entirely of one upper room. Perhaps in the ghetto Sicilian fashions were paralleled. "I do not fly so high as a restaurant in once," Nehemiah explained. "But here is this great empty room. What am I to do with it? At night, of course, most of us sleep on it, but by daylight it is a waste. Also, I receive several Hebrew and Yiddish papers a week from my friends in Russia and America, and one of which I even buy here. When I have read them, these likewise are a waste. Therefore have I given myself a counsel. If I would make here a reading room, they should come in the evenings, many young men who have only a bed or a room corner to go to, and when once they have learnt to come here, it will then be easy to make them to eat and drink. First I will give to them only coffee and cigarettes, but afterwards shall my wife cook them all the delicatessen of Poland. When our custom will become too large, we shall take over Bergman's great fashionable restaurant in the Whitechapel Road. He has already given me the option thereof. It is only £200, and if your gentility—" "But I cannot afford £200," interrupted Barstein, alarmed. "No, no, it is the Almighty who will afford that," said Nehemiah reassuringly. "From you I ask nothing." "In that case," replied Barstein dryly, "I must say I consider it an excellent plan. Your idea of building up from small foundations is most sensible. Some of the young men may even have toothache, but I do not see where you need me, unless to supply a few papers." "Did I not say you were from heaven?" Nehemiah's eyes shone again. "But I do not require the papers. It is enough for me that your holy feet have stood in my homestead. I thought you might send money, but to come with your own feet! Now I shall be able to tell I have spoken with him face to face." Barstein was touched. "I think you will need a larger table for the reading room," he said. The tall figure shook its tall hat. "It's only gas that I need for my operations." "Gas?" repeated Barstein, astonished. "Then you propose to continue your dentistry too?" "It is for the restaurant I need the gas," elucidated Nehemiah. "Unless there shall be a cheerful shining here, the young men will not come. But the penny gas is all I need." "Well, if it costs only a penny," began Barstein. "A penny in the slot," corrected Nehemiah. "But then there is the meter and the cost of the burners." He calculated that £4 would convert the room into a salon of light that would attract all the homeless moths of the neighbourhood. So this was the £4 solution, Barstein reflected, with his first sense of solid foothold. After all, Nehemiah had sustained his surprise visit fairly well. He was obviously no Croesus, and if £4 will not only save this swarming family, but radiate cheer to the whole neighbourhood. He sprung open the sovereign purse that hung on his watch chain. It contained only £3.10. He rummaged his pockets for silver, finding only 8 shillings. "I'm afraid I haven't quite got it," he murmured. "And if I couldn't trust you?" cried Nehemiah reproachfully. And as he lifted his long coat tails to trouser pocket the money, Barstein saw that he had no waistcoat. 2. About 6 months later, when Barstein had utterly forgotten the episode, he received another letter whose phraseology instantly recalled everything. To the most honourable, competent, authentical, illustrious authority,
and universal celebrious dignity of the very famous sculptor. 3A the Minories East. Dear Sir, I have the honour and pleasure now to render the real and sincere gratitude of my very much obliged thanks for your grand, gracious, clement, sympathetical, propitious, merciful, liberal, compassionable, cordial nobility, of your real, humane, generous, benevolent, genuine, very kind, magnanimous philanthropy, which afforded to me a great redemption of my very lamentable, desperate, necessitous need, wherein I am at present very poor indeed, in my total ruination by the cruel, cynical Russia. Therein is every day a daily tyrannous massacre and assassinate. Here is nothing to do any more for me previously. I shall rather go to Persia than to Russia. I received from your dear, kind, amiable, amicable goodness recently £4. The same was for me a momental recreating aid in my actual very indigent, paltry, miserable, calamitous situation, wherein I gain now nothing, and I only perish here. Even I cannot earn here my daily bread by my perfect scientific knowledge of divers languages. I know the philological, neology, and archaeology. The best way for me is to go to another country, to wit, to Persia or Turkey. Thus I solicit and supplicate your charitable generosity by my very humble and instant request to make me go away from here as soon as possible, according to your humane, kind, merciful clemency. Your obedient servant, respectfully, Nehemiah Silverman, dentist and Professor of Languages. So, an Academy of Languages had evolved from the gas, not a restaurant. Anyhow, the dictionary was in distress again. Emigration appeared now the only salvation. But where in the world was Persia? Possibly Persia was meant, but why Persia? Wherein lay the attraction of that exotic land? And whatever would Mrs. Silverman and her overflowing progeny do in Persia? Nehemiah's original suggestion of Jerusalem had been much more intelligible. Perhaps it persisted still under the head of Turkey. Not least characteristic, Barstein found Nehemiah's tenacious gloating over his ancient ruin in the hands of Russia. For some days the sculptor went about weighed down by Nehemiah's misfortunes, and the necessity of finding time to journey to the Minories. But he had an absorbing piece of work, and before he could tear himself away from it, a still more urgent shower of words fell upon him. 3A, the Minories East. I have the honour now, the new letter ran, to inquire about my decided and expecting departure. I must sue, by my quite humble and very instant entreaty, your noble, genteel, cordial humanity, in my very hard, troublous, and bitter, and sour vexations and tribulations, to effect for my poor position at least a private, anonymous, prompt collection, as soon as possible, according to your clement, magnanimous, charitable mercy, of £15, if not £25, among your very estimable and respectfully good friends, in good order to go in another country, even Persia, to get my livelihood by my dental practice, or by my other scientific and philological knowledge. The great competition is here in anything very vigorous. I have here no dental employment, no dental practice, no relations, no relief, no gain, no earning, no introduction, no protection, no recommendation, no money, no good friends, no good connecting acquaintance. In Russia I am ruined, and I perish here. I am already desperate and despond entirely. I do not know what to do, and what shall I do now in my actual, urgent, extreme, immense need. I am told by good many people that the Board of Guardians is very seldom to rescue by aid the people, but very often is to find only faults and vices, and to make them guilty. I have nothing to do there, and in the Russian Jewish Fund I found one Sir Asher Ahrensberg, and he is not to me sympathetical. I supply and solicit considerably your kind, humane, clement mercy to answer me as soon as possible, quick, according to your very gracious mercy. Your obedient servant respectfully, Nehemiah Silverman, dentist and professor of languages. As soon as the light failed in his studio, Barstein summoned a hansom and sped to the Minories. 3. Nehemiah's voice bade him walk in, and turning the door handle, he saw the top-hatted figure sprawled in solitary gloom along a caneless chair, reading a newspaper by the twinkle of a rushlight. Nehemiah sprang up with a bark of joy, making his gigantic shadow bow to the visitor. From chimney pot to coat tail he stretched unchanged, and the same celestial rapture illumined his gaunt visage. But Barstein drew back his own coat tail from the attempted kiss. "Where is the gas?" he asked dryly. "Alas, the company removed the meter." "But the gas brackets?" "What else are we to eat?" said Nehemiah simply. Barstein, in sudden suspicion, raised his eyes to the ceiling, but a fragment of gas pipe certainly came through it. He could not, however, recall whether the pipe had been there before or not. "So the young men would not come?" he said. "Oh yes, they came, and they read, and they ate, only they did not pay." "You should have made it a rule, cash down." Again a fine shade of rebuke and astonishment crossed his lean and melancholy visage. "And could I oppress a brother in Israel? Where are those young men to turn, but to me?" Again Barstein felt his angelic reputation imperilled. He hastened to change the conversation. "And why do you want to go to Bercia?" he said. "Why shall I want to go to Bercia?" Nehemiah replied. "You said so." Barstein showed him the letter. "Oh, I said I shall sooner go to Bercia than to Russia. Always Sir Asher Ahrensburg speaks of sending us back to Russia." "He would," said Barstein grimly. "But where is Bercia?" Nehemiah shrugged his shoulders. "Shall I know? My little Rebecca was drawing a map thereof. She won a prize of £5 with which we lived 2 months. A genial child is my Rebecca." "Ah, then the Almighty did send you something." "And do I not trust him?" said Nehemiah fervently. "Otherwise, burdened down as I am with a multitude of children—" "You made your own burden," Barstein could not help pointing out. Again that look of pain, as if Nehemiah had caught sight of feet of clay beneath Barstein's shining boots. "Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth," Nehemiah quoted in Hebrew. "Is not that the very first commandment in the Bible?" "Well, then you want to go to Turkey," said the sculptor evasively. "I suppose you mean Palestine?" "No, Turkey. It is to Turkey we Zionists should ought to go, there to work for Palestine. And are many of the Sultan's own officials Jews? If we can make of them hot-hearted Zionists." It was an arresting conception, and Barstein found himself sitting on the table to discuss it. The reverence with which Nehemiah listened to his views was touching and disconcerting. Barstein felt humbled by the celestial figure he cut in Nehemiah's mental mirror. Yet he could not suspect the man of a glozing tongue, for of the leaders of Zionism Nehemiah spoke with, if possible, greater veneration, with an awe trembling on tears. His elongated figure grew even gaunter, his lean visage unearthlier, as he unfolded his plan for the conquest of Palestine, and Barstein's original impression of his simple sincerity was repeated and reinforced. Presently, however, it occurred to Barstein that Nehemiah himself would have scant opportunity of influential contact with Ottoman officials, and that the real question at issue was how Nehemiah, his wife, and his at least 11 children were to be supported in Turkey. He mentioned the point. Nehemiah waved it away. "And cannot the Almighty support us in Turkey as well as in England?" he asked. Yes, even in Bursa itself, the guardian of Israel is not sleepy. It was then that the word Luftmensch flew into Barstein's mind. Nehemiah was not an earthman in gross contact with solidities. He was an airman, floating on facile wings through the ether. True, he spoke of troublesome tribulations, but these were mainly dictionary distresses, felt most keenly in the rhapsody of literary composition. At worst they were mere clouds on the blue. They had nothing in common with the fogs which frequently veiled heaven from his own vision. Never for a moment had Nehemiah failed to remember the blue. Never had he lost his radiant outlook. His very pessimism was merely optimism in disguise, since it was only a personal pessimism, to be remedied by a few frivolous pounds, by a new crumb from the hand of Providence, not that impersonal despair of the scheme of things which gave the thinker such black moments. How had Nehemiah lived during those first 10 years in England? Who should say? But he had had the wild daring to uproot himself from his childhood's home and adventure himself upon an unknown shore, and there, by hook or crook, for better or for worse, through vicissitudes innumerable and crises beyond calculation, ever on the perilous verge of nothingness, he had scraped through the days and the weeks and the years, fearlessly contributing perhaps more important items to posterity than the dead stones which were all he, the sculptor, bade fair to leave behind him. Welcoming each new child with feasting and psalmody, never for a moment had Nehemiah lost his robustious faith in life, his belief in God, man or himself. Yes, even deeper than his own self-respect was his respect for others. An impenetrable idealist, he lived surrounded by a radiant humanity, by men become as gods. With no conscious hyperbole did he address one as angel. Intellect and goodness were his pole stars. And what airy courage in his mundane affairs, what invincible resilience. He had once been a dentist, and he still considered himself one. Before he owned a tablecloth, he deemed himself the proprietor of a restaurant. He enjoyed alike the pleasures of anticipation and of memory, and having nothing, glided ever buoyantly between two gilded horizons. The superficial might call him shiftless, but more profoundly envisaged, was he not rather an education in the art of living? Did he not incarnate the great Jewish gospel of the improvident lilies? "You shall not go to Bercia," said Barstein in a burst of artistic fervour. 13 people cannot possibly get there for £15, or even £25, and for such a sum you could start a small business here. Nehemiah stared at him. God's messenger was all he could gasp. Then the tall melancholy man raised his eyes to heaven and uttered a Hebrew voluntary in which references to the ram whose horns were caught in the thicket to save Isaac's life were distinctly audible. Barstein waited patiently till the pious lips were at rest. "But what business do you think you—" he began. "Shall I presume dictation to the angel?" asked Nehemiah with wet shining eyes. "I'm thinking that perhaps we might find something in which your children could help you. How old is the eldest?" "I will ask my wife. Salome!" he cried. The dismal creature trotted in. "How old is Moshe?" he asked. "And don't you remember he was 12 last Tabernacles?" Nehemiah threw up his long arms. "Merciful heaven!" He must soon begin to learn his Parsha, confirmation portion. What will it be? Where is my Chumash? Pentateuch. Mrs. Silverman drew it down from the row of ragged books, and Nehemiah, fluttering the pages and bending over the rushlight, became lost to the problem of his future. Barstein addressed himself to the wife. "What business do you think your husband could set up here?" "Is he not a dentist?"
she inquired in reply. Barstein turned to the busy, peering flutterer. Would you like to be a dentist again?
Ah, but how shall I find acres?
You put up a sign, said Barstein. One of those cases of teeth. I dare say the landlady will permit you to put it up by the front door, especially if you take an extra room. I will buy you the instruments, furnish the room attractively. You will put in your newspapers, why people will be glad to come as to a reading room, he added, smiling. Nehemiah addressed his wife. Did I not say he was a genteel archangel? He cried ecstatically. 4. Barstein was sitting outside a cafe in Rome, sipping vermouth, with Rotanovsky, the Russo-Jewish pianist, and Schneemann, the Galician Jewish painter, when he next heard from Nehemiah. He was anxiously expecting an important letter, which he had instructed his studio assistant to bring to him instantly. So when the man appeared, he seized with avidity upon the envelope in his hand. But the scrawling superscription at once dispelled his hope and recalled the forgotten Luftmensch. He threw the letter impatiently on the table. "Oh, you may read it," his friends protested, misunderstanding. "I can guess what it is," he said grumpily. Here in this classical atmosphere, in this southern sunshine, he felt out of sympathy with the gaunt, godly Nehemiah, who had doubtlessly lapsed again into his truly troublesome tribulations. Not a penny more for the ne'er-do-well. Let his providence look after him. "Is she beautiful?" quizzed Schneemann. Barstein roared with laughter. His irate mood was broken up. Nehemiah as a petticoated romance was too tickling. "Who shall read the letter?" he said. Schneemann protested comically. No, that would be ungentlemanly. You read to us what the angel says." "It is I that am the angel," Barstein laughed, as he tore open the letter. He read it aloud, breaking down in almost hysterical laughter at each eruption of adjectives from the dictionary in distress. Rotanovsky and Schneemann rolled in similar spasms of mirth, and the Italians at the neighbouring tables, though entirely ignorant of the motive of the merriment, caught the contagion, and rocked and shrieked with the mad foreigners. 3A. The Minories, East. Right Honourable Angelical Mr. Leopold Barstein, I have now the honour to again solicit your genteel, genuine, sympathetical, humane, philanthropic, kind, cordial nobility to oblige me at present, by your merciful loan of gracious, second and propitious favourable aidance, in my actually poor indigent position, in which I have no earn by my dental practice, likewise no help, also no protection, no recommendation, no employment, and then the competition is here very violent. I was ruined by Russia, and I have nothing for the celebration of our Jewish New Year. Consequentially, upon your merciful archangelical donative, I was able to make my livelihood by my dental practice even very difficult, but still I had my vital subsistence by it till up now, but not further for the little while. In consequence of it, my circumstances are now in the urgent extreme immense need. Thus I implore your competent, well-famous, good-hearted, liberal, magnanimous, benevolent generosity to respond me in your beneficent relief as soon as possible, according to your kind, grand clemence of your good, ingenuous, genteel humanity. I wish you a happy New Year. Your obedient servant, respectfully, Nehemiah Silverman, Dentist and Professor of Languages. But when the reading was finished, Schneemann's comment was unexpected. "Rosh Hashanah so near?" he said. A rush of ghetto memories swamped the three artists as they tried to work out the date of the Jewish New Year, that solemn period of earthly trumpets and celestial judgments. "Why, it must be today," cried Rozanowski suddenly. The trio looked at one another with rueful humour. Why, the Ghetto could not even realise such indifference to the heavenly tribunals so busily decreeing their life or death sentences. Barstein raised his glass. "Here's a happy new year anyhow," he said. The three men clinked glasses. Rozanowski drew out 100 lira note. "Send that to the poor devil," he said. "Oh, ho," laughed Schneemann. "You still believe charity delivers from death? Well, I must be saved too." And he threw down another 100 lira note. To the acutely analytical Barstein it seemed as if an old superstitious thrill lay behind Schneemann's laughter, as behind Rozanowski's donation. "You will only make the Luftmensch believe still more obstinately in his providence," he said, as he gathered up the New Year gifts. "Again will he declare that he has been accorded a good writing and a good sealing by the heavenly tribunal." "Well, hasn't he?" laughed Schneemann. "Perhaps he has," said Rozanowski musingly. "Qui sait?" End of the Luftmensch. End of section 13.